excited, baby. Welcome to the new way. Standing on the new stage. Get drunk before sunrise in the moonlight. Just don't wake me up. We do what we like. Let's funk after midnight, sparking twilight. We just turn it up. Wait for new sunrise. Get me some disco music through the night. Control, dancing, golden light. Gone crazy, we are running out of time. Fancy dream, flying above the city light. She moves like she's in paradise, can't leave the comfort zone, and I am in the limbo, that's alright. Higher than the vulture fly. She moves like she's in paradise, can't leave the comfort zone, and I am in the limbo, that's alright. Higher than the vulture fly. Just fill me with that alcohol, the time is getting slow. No words convince me, beat that soul, don't ask me what is real. Just fill me with that alcohol, the time is getting slow. No words convince me, beat the soul, don't ask me what is real. Get drunk, live for sunrise in the moonlight. Just don't wake me up, we do what we like. Let's funk after midnight, sparking twilight. We just turn it up, wait for new sunrise. Get me some disco music through the night. Here we are dancing in the golden light. Gone crazy, we are running out of time. Fancy dream, flying above the city light. Get ready for the game I play. Get ready for the game I play. Roll the dice like no one cares. Roll the dice like no one cares. Yeah, get excited, baby. Welcome to the new way. Standing on the new stage. Get drunk before sunrise in the moonlight. Just don't wake me up. We do what we like. Let's funk after midnight, sparking twilight. We just turn it up. Wait for new sunrise. Get me some disco music through the night. Lose control, dancing in the golden light. Gone crazy, we are running out of time. Fancy dream, flying above the city light. She moves like she's in paradise, can't leave the comfort zone, and I am in the limbo, that's alright. Higher than the vulture fly. She moves like she's in paradise, can't leave the comfort zone, and I am in the limbo, that's alright. Higher than the vulture fly. Just fill me with that alcohol, the time is getting slow. No words convince me, beat that soul, don't ask me what is real. Just fill me with that alcohol, the time is getting slow. No words convince me, beat the soul, don't ask me what is real. Get drunk, live for sunrise in the moonlight. Just don't wake me up, we do what we like. Let's funk after midnight, sparking twilight. We just turn it up, wait for new sunrise. Get me some disco music through the night. Here we are dancing in the golden light.
Hello, everyone. My name is Archer, and this is more Limbus Company. Oh, I forgot to. I was actually streaming Library of Ruina yesterday, so this is not streaming Limbus. Yay, there he goes. Hello, everyone. My name is Archer, and this is more Limbus Company. Today, we have a very special time because it's Canto 5. It's time for fishing. Who here likes fishing? Who here is good at fishing? I hope everyone here is acquainted to the ancient ability of fishing. As you know, we have a very brand new team. They are low level, yes, they are low level, but they are good. They are effective. I don't have anything. But yeah, they are good. Was it a struggle to get here? Yes, it was. But I'm happy that we got. What? I haven't clicked this yet. Okay, very colorful. Fishy, fishy. A JRPG's worth is measured by its fishy minigame. Exactly. And I hope this is a very good one. Alright, you share Marcel stream. Yes, yeah, Merceau I shared. I sharded Merceau after getting 2 thumbs in Clear. I don't want to go back to that moment. Okay, that was an event that I hope it does not repeat itself next time. That I find myself wanting just any character and the game decides to give me the one that I don't. But it's fine, I don't want to go back to the whole whining. I did it already yesterday. There's a video to show. I swear I keep saying Kumo Kuro instead of Kukumo. Okay, why are you putting more words into it? But yeah, let's go. It hasn't been so long since this Buzzboat, was hounded by sirens and the flashing green lights. The sinners were sitting uncomfortably, trying to get some shut-eye in the ship cabins, formerly known as the bus cabins. The thought of returning to their rooms didn't even seem to occur to them. Okay, I love that the sitting layout also changed. Very cool. Chat, when it gets... Hello Moses, thanks for joining us. When it gets to the final fight, can we all sing the lyrics to Compass? Sure, the damn autocorrect to my phone. Almost with the damn Great Lake with your staff. Can you imagine that? Or distortion detective actually is Moses, the biblical figure. Oh. After gazing out of the window for a while, False came to her feet and approached the helm, formerly known as the wheel. It's False. Yes, we have received the signal. False? Oh, literally, we have a helm. That's so cool. The long-awaited side of has arrived then. Oh, and shall our great adventure in the Great Lake finally commence? Did you do the things between sea? I did not. Thanks for reminding me. I'll do that as soon as I finish this. Think only the hard chicken dungeon was missed. I think only the hard chicken dungeon was missed. Wait, I missed something? Okay, I'm gonna go back to see and house chicken. But yes, I missed something in house chicken, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna go back and look up. What signal? Don't hear or see anything, not even an alarm. As Voldemort. A smoke signal outside our visual range has been picked up by Mephistopheles. It's Adam. A smoke signal? The beacons are lit then. I guess that's what we've been sitting on our butts for. screams. Sailing is a ghost. Please splash. Soon, we will be moving away from the coastal area and draw closer to what we could call the Great Lake approach. Activating automatic navigation system now. Wait, we have an automatic navigation system, so what's the purpose of Charon here? How? How? That was minutes to say that that what we have experienced so far was not the Great Lake? By strict definition, yes, it was. We have been inside the Great Lake's borders for a while, yet make the distinction based on the information available to you, as our path has so far lacked any real threats. So you deem the Great Lake the moment the monsters start to show up? No real threats, thou sayest. After all that, lo, Yisung, there has hitherto been burying his face in that very bucket. I shall have thee know. I might me not. I had thought the bucket's purpose was to remove water from the ship in case of a flooding. Yet all it had that hair to okay. Okay, got it. Why the fuck? Remove the word contents of Yusang's stomach. Squire, how's the funny sense about the boat sinking? See, how was the funny scene of the boat sinking? Very funny. To be honest, I theorize Aang is literally God. Aang, I forget how you pronounce it, because all of his representations except X. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Whenever I was gonna mention that, but yeah, like maybe not God, but some technological, and it's like a Deus Ex Machina kind of situation. Probably you're going for.
An apple a day keeps the
Yo,
doctor
manager,
away.
Isang suffers motion sickness. Sadly, he doesn't get debuffed during battles. That's very sad. Water. My ideal has seasickness. I mean, that's why he's ideal. The ideal needs to have some issues. Hello, Renato. Thanks for joining us. I manifestations are named after biblical characters because he thinks he's the most important person in the world. Ooh, okay, I like Crimson Demon King approach to this. He's so full of himself that of course he will see himself as big biblical characters. That's also a thing. New and Jun Youngzi does. I know I've seen some people use Geo's New Euphoria with my boy Ezra's Dynamo Euphoria, and apparently it's being very cool. Good. That's good theory. I agree. Also, I'm alert again because I'm going through House Chicken now, and so far is the peakest this game has ever been, and I'm not joking. Have fun. Well, yes, it is. Then have fun with House Chicken. Thanks so much, Renata. Yeah, you're doing your usual. No problem. And that, wow, Pire Gisunoto? That incident is still quite fresh in my mind. Well, don't you say, Don Quixote, because technically it's not fresh in my mind. I haven't gone through it. Walpurgis Night. And not many of those threats could be attributed to the dangers of the Great Lake. So, okay, let me understand. The first Walpipi happens between Intervalo 2 and this Canto? Or this was like the second Walpurgis Night? I don't know. Can the veterans step in? False cause fallacy. Quite the rush of daunting ideas thou hast thrown in my direction. I shall henceforth continue to slumber then. Yeah, thank you. No, we have just entered a hostile environment. We must rouse ourselves from sleep and ready ourselves for what dangers may be. Otis? All hands to defensive stations. Otis suddenly leaped to her feet and began barking orders at the sinners. Well, what in the bloody... Oh, my heart dropped for a second there. Otis, the ship is currently steered by an automated navigation system. As the name suggests, it will automatically avoid any threats the Great Lake may pose. Should a threat prove to be unavoidable, it will sound an alarm. Bah, do you really expect me to trust that incomprehensible contraption? I don't even remember what first wallpaper was. Was it Regret Pulse? First wallpaper was Regret Pulse, Regret Mirror, and Hook on Glue. Esquire, we got pirates ahead, men on deck, dead ahead. I don't think we have. Besides, this automated navigation system is nothing but some slapdash last minute installation by the boatworks fixers. Indeed, False was not the one who installed the system, so no, its reliability is not absolute. Well said! It is well known wisdom of the pet of a sailor is fraught with dangers unknown, which is to say that a human must handle it. Okay, I feel that Otis is having a lot of fun with this. Then, shalt thou be the one to lead this vessel to victory? I must rise to the occasion, as executive manager unfortunately lacks any memories pertaining to sailing. Luckily, I am quite experienced with a leadership position, because the Odyssey had a purpose. Commander! I am no commander. I am your captain. Executive manager, allow me to briefly assume your authority so that I may lead this vessel as its temporary captain. Okay, it's so funny that Ismail is so quiet that we are now appointing Otis as captain. She continued before I even had the chance to reply. Attention! Sailing, that is to say, the act of traveling across bodies of water. Otis of the Odyssey. A moonbeam shines down as I descend, riding an undead cyborg unicorn wearing a sombrero. Rejoice, my child, for I have come to bless thee. Thank you so much, Synsistence, for always showing up in a very gracious and breathtaking way. But we are very focused on sailing here, so I hope that cyborg undead unicorn can also double as a boat. After an indeterminate amount of time, and that concludes the fundamentals of sailing. Have you been taking your notes, men? Snore, snore. It's quite a considerable amount of new knowledge I have acquired. This akin to adventure, is it not? 'Twas one of mine humble 863 old dreams to sail the Great Lake as an adventurer, like a challenger of storms, a queller of rogue waves. Such an exact number of expirations you have. Otis, ma'am, I have a question. Yes, you are recognized. What's the complicated looking lever over there? If Otis could transfer the power to rewind to someone else, she would have already stolen our job. Right? Otis is that very overachiever like child. I cannot, in fact, it sinks like an anvil. Drowned. From what I know, I've appeared from Canto 1, 2, 3, except 4 and 5. You appeared? Watching this man pull the lever, Kronk. It has been a riddle in my head as well. What made the function of that peculiar device? Oh, perhaps it shall load and fire a volley of cannonballs at the press of a button. A lever of transformative variety. It shall be an auspicious day in which we are availed sight of this contraption in action. Why I feel like this became a group of 4 dunces together, and by some reason Otis is the leader of them. Otis? I've been seeing more and more of these of late. The so-called bleeding edge technologies are hollow inventions that have nothing to show for it aside from their pretty exteriors. A blind pursuit of convenience breeds increased risk. There's nothing but ruin at the end of the road paved with over-reliance on these bleeding edge technologies. Forever fueled in the furnace of bolts and engine oil, the ship's blood and sweat, a combined force of the commanding officer's decisive leadership and their subordinates' firm loyalty. Amanukas pulls a lever and you're sent down into a pit into a pool of man-eating ladybugs. Oh, that's cute. Kind of killer, but cute. Wrong lever, Otis now I fall to thy feet. With the neck, that's a bit too on the nose, I should think. A blood? What? That is how proper workshops of tradition in the history are supposed to run. Now that's how the true comrades are born. I don't know what you're talking about, but that was kind of cool. That can feel something rising from deep within my chest. Commander! I mean, Captain! This bleeding edge technology is bleating like a mule, whatever shall we do? I, Otis, shall prove it to the world that I don't need this high-tech junk to sail. Now, see woman Don Quixote, set the power lever to the maximum output. Power lever to the maximum output. Hey, Captain. Seaman Sinclair. Can we say Seaman? Set the helm to the neutral position and hit the switch. Set the helm to neutral position. Set the helm to the neutral position and hit the switch. Let's go! The engine has fallen silent. The automatic navigation system has failed. It is an old model. Rebooting it will be complete in approximately 5 hours. That's what you get for abandoning your bus driver. Wait. So we're just stuck here? Of course not. Well, Mephistopheles' engine may be inoperable as it is melded with the automatic navigation system. The ship itself can still move. We still have a manually activated backup power system on standby. If this is Ota's version of Don Quixote reading the backdoor symbols and getting us turned into presents. Guys, I'm in fishing right now and I saw a whole bus turn boat out of nowhere. It says Limbus Company. Can we do that more often? Boats that turn into ships. That's the technology I'm looking for. Fuck AI. I want the boat's buzz. Also known as boat buzz. Okay, let's go back just to Intervallo, just to check. What? What? I feel like I skipped some stuff. Okay, guys. Funny enough, I did not see Mini 1 and Mini 2. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna continue Canto 5 because I already planned the stream. And maybe I can do Mini 1 and Mini 2 along the weekend. Or along the week. If it's okay with you all. Yeah, those 2 mini chapters are funny. Okay, let me click Mini 1. If I don't have to use energy. Okay, let's do the minis then. Okay, sorry guys, we're gonna do the minis. Yeah, we're gonna just have it's just story. Okay, so we're just gonna take a break. And do the minis. Okay. I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sitters. Whether we are riding the bus through a forest or navigating the bus boat over a vast lake, our daily routine changes very little. Hello, verified chill. Thanks for joining us. These gives no lunacy. Yeah, I'm not here for lunacy, I'm here for lore. Funny you said that. There are amphibious buzzes already, so we are halfway there. Nice! But, you know... Oh, there are amphibious buzzes? Cool. Thank you kindly. Sorry. Starting now, you all will be given a maximum of 12 hours to partake in sleep and rest. The duration is subject to change. Have a good night. The usual hub followed by the usual leisurely idleness. I guess I'm not the only one starting to enjoy these normal routine days. It wasn't by your choice though. By now, you thought I would be sailing vigorously across the waters towards the Lobotomycorporation branch located somewhere within New Corp. But they were unable to leave the coastal side of the Great Lake, dawdling and twiddling our thumbs. Well, it's not like there has been an accident. While False didn't elaborate, she explained that we had to wait for now. If I were to hazard a guess, we were waiting here to complete some kind of an entry procedure like we did at K-Corp. Either that or we're waiting for someone, probably the 4 team, to get in touch with us. If you are here for lore, you should periodically check Dante's notes after every Canto you clear. Okay, but that's so much reading. I like some visuals. Crimson Demon King, which bring us here, surrounded by nothing but endless water. The sinners chattered about inane subjects before complaining about this immense boredom. When did crowns exist? Crowns. Reminds me of Twitch. When did crowns exist? Reminds me of Twitch. Oh, you're probably talking about the level up system over on YouTube. Yeah, YouTube created this new system of like level up that gives little crowns to people the more they talk. We already assume that it's not working very fine, but it's there. But deep down, we are all exhausted from the unending onslaught of physically and emotionally draining happenings. Deep down, we all knew these leisurely days would not last. Yeah, so much reading, spoken like a true PFM. Yeah, I already read a lot. So we each elected to enjoy this brief maritime respite in our own ways. Thou needest mine assistance? If thou needest my assistance, as I have repeatedly made myself clear, I am quite alright. Thy countenance returning to the contents within thy stomach to the lake with such vigor, saith otherwise. Except for Yi-sung, who had a surprisingly low tolerance for seasickness. The experience seems stuck right now. We whelp, then we nudged, then we whelp snatched. The ranking system is working properly. Report on my leveling progress for my sinners. I have finished leveling every Sinclair ID to 50. Now I just need to finish Rhodey and Ishmael and Heathcliff. Damn, the Sin system really an overachiever. They give points based on how long you've been in chat. No, I know. But some people would be talking a lot sometimes and not get enough points. And some people would barely talk and would get a lot of points. It happened yesterday, I believe so. Like, Kokomo actually left the stream for like an hour or two and come back it was still like a level 3. Like a number 3 on the ranking. YouTube, Limbus Company gameplay. A person that plays Limbus and Roblox that have mixed language. Okay. This voyage was proving to be rather uneventful. Yi-sung, the day is over. You can go back to your room now. Oh, shall I finally be freed from this suffering? Seriously, I told you that you could rest in your room if you wanted. Our fellow must also have their share of suffering. I cannot, in good faith, take comfort only for myself. You're the only one with the biggest share of suffering right now. While I wished that he'd be more reasonable with himself, I could see where he was coming from. But isn't this the experience only gained whenever you actually type messages on chat and not while you leave the stream on? There is rubber banding, so if you leave the income back, you get experience faster. Damn, okay, you guys know more about the leveling system over on YouTube chat than I do. So guys, if you have any questions, just ask the chat. They probably know better. I didn't know that. Okay, apparently if you watch a lot, you're gonna get more experience. Then there it is. If you're not leveling up, then probably you're closing the stream, goddammit. Yeah, but their Frey was talking a lot and didn't get experience at all for some reason. I'm gonna leave you guys to figure out. I thought better of it than try to convince him otherwise. Instead, I chose to help Yisung to his room. Thank you, Dante. Then, until later. I waved at him and watched until he stumbled into his room and closed the door behind him. And I shall seek myself a respite as well, Manager Esquire. Yeah, rest well. Don Quixote walked into the same door that Yisung had walked into. I could get a blurry glimpse into her room over her shoulder. I couldn't get a good look at it, but it was certainly not the same room Yisung had walked into. I see, there's doors every day, but I still don't get it. I should probably be used to this by now, but it's still pretty fascinating how the rooms changed based on who opened the door. Overabundance of the experience is on cooldown, so it's just about sending message when you are off cooldown, and if you go FK for a while, your cooldown is shorter. After I finish leveling everyone, I am moving on to max uptime everything, starting with IDs, then moving on to egos. I love the spirits in systems, and if I had that much, leftover resources, because I do waste a lot of my resources on doing story, I would have probably done the same. Yeah, they're trying to encourage both chatters and streamers to interact with each other because the more you chat, the more the streamer will have something to talk about. That's very nice. I appreciate it. Like, you guys give me so much to talk about. Like, that's why the stream is actually very long. Because if it was just me, just reading the story and going through it, I don't think the stream would be as long. But because I stop every minute to just talk to you guys, it lasts a lot. Wisdom deck, still don't spoil, obviously. Okay, so I'm not even gonna read whatever Wisdom deck just sent. I turned, leaving their shut door behind, ready to return to my room. There's a door immediately to the right side of the demarcation of the corridor we're not allowed to cross. Within the door is a space somewhat different from the sinners' rooms. In there were the wooden door to my room and the metal door leading to the mirror dungeons. The door leading to the excavation dungeons and the recently opened door to the refraction railway also coming to view. Damn! Okay, so every single mini event that we do is inside Mephistopheles itself? That's crazy. Also, I love that it made it all canonical. No new doors yet. For no reason in particular, I creaked those doors open to take a quick peek inside to see if anything changed. Hello, Emily Ivy. Thanks for joining us again. How are you doing? Long time no see, by the way. Well, I've never actually managed to catch any changes myself, but who knows? Maybe I'll notice something worth keeping to myself, which I should probably report to Faust. Something must have caught wind of my rather mischievous thought. An ear-splitting siren blares all the way here from the other end of the bus. Blimey, what the hell is... Oh boy, this again? Me killed the volume. I spun around to face the other side of the corridor. The sinners are alarmed by the noise were one by one peeping out of their rooms. I think about the games, everything canon, even leveling up, IDs are canon. Clearly, that's also cool. I'm glad that you're good. Yeah, this is all canon. Project Moon likes making stuff we do canonical. Sinners have been Stockholm Syndrome like the Mirror Dungeon. Hey yo, silly, thanks for joining us again. Project Moon is like that. They love making everything to be a thing in the universe. In Lobotomycorporation, they justify the simplistic art style by having the manager to be under perception filter. Yes, I love that part whenever I was reading about the lore of the game. They were used to the siren by now, but that didn't change the unpleasant fact that their sweet private hours were disturbed. Dante, well met, Dante. Let us observe this disturbance together. Okay. I accompany Falls to the helm. She fiddled with a few buttons and shut off the alarm. Incomprehensible, complicated-looking letters began to fill the round screen. Is there a new room? Even Faust needs a moment to decipher. Right. The siren always comes with a warning. Wub dub. Hello, thanks for joining us. Didn't expect to see you on Canto 5 already, to be honest. Yeah. Doing one Canto every weekend. We're eventually gonna get there. But yes, I just started Canto 5. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish all today, but hopefully I will. This bum does not know all outcomes. With it appeared the mirror dungeons, the excavation dungeons, and the refraction railways. I don't know if it's relevant, but I didn't see anything that would indicate activity when I checked the railway door earlier. It is unlikely that anything new would appear from that entrance. I find it difficult to believe that the next line would arrive so soon when the glow of the door loading to line 2 has yet to go out. I guess you're right. The first railway really took me by surprise when it appeared. A new door had appeared before us, its edges shimmering with a blue glow, and when we entered it, a mysterious vehicle was just sitting there, waiting for us. Appearing somewhat resembled of the Mephistopheles, but it was also patently clear that I'd never seen anything like it before. An odd feeling. We actually know what the Sinner's rooms look like. If you look at the Sinner's base IDs, okay, the fuck's reason, not many people know this, but her name is actually pronounced Faust. Oh, thank you. I think the next interval will be interesting. If I'm here, I might create the line, you get shoved in this bag too. Okay, let me read whatever Sin System was saying. Actually, no, if you look at the Sinner's base ID, the art shows in their rooms, which means that Ishmael's room is half flooded. Damn! That sounds terrible. I see that your first encounter with the train has left a strong impression, Tente. Well, I recall that you had a rather violent reaction when I entered the train to observe its interiors. Come on, I wasn't the only one that freaked out. Everyone did. What if the thing left the station before the rest of us got on? Was what I wanted to say if False hadn't already turned around from the screen, to which her eyes had been metaphorically glued for a while, and walked away. This wasn't it then? No? This particular volatility is not something we can utilize. Right, I thought it was an awkward time for a new door to appear. Too soon, too soon. Those aren't rooms, mind you. It's the environment of the room. Their rooms are somewhere in that mess. Where in Canto 5 is this? This is not Canto 5. This is the mini story between Intervallo and Canto. The dungeons and the railways appeared at awkward times as well, Dante. I recommend that you refrain from settling into a premature conclusion. A new variable may present itself at any moment. Moreover, if this volatility has triggered an alarm in Mephistopheles' engine, then it naturally follows that a new door has appeared at an indeterminate location down the corridor. This may reveal a space from which one could never return. It's best that we keep track of these incidents. Should I MD grind today? Yeah, go ahead. Even Hickliff won't do anything like that again, probably. As for my last advice to you, a premature conclusion is... Regardless, no serious issue has been detected at this moment. It will be most apt that we enjoy our remaining rest period. Now, if you excuse me, rest well, Dente. With those as her parting words, Faust disappeared into her room in her usual manner. Left alone again, on this boat. I looked at the numerous letters displayed on the screen. Numbers, unintelligible letters, drawings and symbols depicting something. I had to shake my clock head after staring at the dizzying sight for a while. I wonder if this is how Yisung felt earlier. I'm starting to feel nauseous. I was barely able to hold back the vertigo from setting in. Time to saunter back to my room. Let's turn in early tonight. MD grind every day. Manager Don Quixote is rapidly approaching your location asking if you have done your MD dailies. I have. Before I started the stream, I actually redeemed my MD. So what I do usually is that if I run out of modules, I will do my MDs the day prior and just redeem in the day in the morning of the next day. Archer, what are your opinions on Thumb Soldado Sinclair? It's pretty solid. Really love him. Is that what you're looking for? Voice review when? Hello, Crip. Thank you for joining us. Voice review when? What? The first Walpurgis night. The first one is always unforgettable. Another day, another prolonged and dreary period of waiting, and some more waiting for something to happen. Of course, our buzzboat was still floating on the coast of Great Lake. Voices of discontent amongst the sinners started small, but they have been growing increasingly incessant of late. Holy crap! All of a sudden, an ear-splitting siren echoes through the cabins. It's that alarm again, warning us of volatility in Mephistopheles, but it was much louder, much more painful than the ones we've heard before. Bump, bump, bump. And this time, it wasn't the only thing that assaulted our senses. I remember, okay, I know Thumb Sodato Sinclair can reload bullets. Yes, he can. I got Thumb so 2 times. I kinda can relate to the feeling. I remember trying to pull for lobotomy ego regret false. I only got regret Merceau. That's regretful. Huh? We've never had flashing lights like this before, right? He doesn't reload. But he adds bullets. Yes. He gives bullets. I think it's a pride resonance if I'm not mistaken. But he helps others reload. Yeah, he helps other people reload. He doesn't reload his own. He gives bullets to other people. Yeah, he does reload Capo Merceau. What is this time? The hell did you feed this bloody rickety bus? Oh, this must be the signal for the long-awaited adventure is finally nigh. Yes, he doesn't reload. He gives bullets to other people, but not himself. Is this what we've been waiting for this whole time? No. Regilius frowned as though he sensed that something was off. He turned to Faust. It was one of those rare occasions when I could sense the slightest hint of confusion from him. Wee woo, wee woo. Meph is blaring and crying. Meph is sick? So, a bit of lore regarding the back door. We actually know when or where Limbus Company got it. It was during the novel Leviathan, which is where they also recruited Vergilius and, well, Charon, Trauma. Oh, so we recruited Vergilius and Charon during Leviathan. Full stop IDs reload. Since I said don't spoil Leviathan too much. Is Leviathan the novel? Be careful because the Shadow Man will show him your fingers. Again, if it's the novel, you can spoil it because I don't think I'm gonna read Leviathan. But if it's the manga or the manhwa or anything else, then you don't spoil me. I will read it. But if it's just like a light novel, it's a web novel available for free. I'm so lazy at reading. Guys, one thing that you guys got to know about this Apple. If there's just letters without any visuals, I'm usually bored. You need to give me some more stimuli. It's the manga, guys. So it's a manga. Okay, so don't spoil me. Damn it. Okay, no more Leviathan spoils. If it's a manga, do not spoil me. What is this, Miss Faust? I wasn't informed about a siren like this before. First, a correction of falsehoods is in order. Mephistopheles is not bloody rickety, and eating is not a part of his behaviors. The graphical novel, then artist left and became a full-on novel. What's wrong with this thing and artist leaving? Okay, I will maybe tackle then. It does make infrequent use of encephalon supply gear installed in the engine for fuel, but that is no negative consequence. Even if it was, whatever issue that may arise can handily be repaired after a proper total disassembly. That was just a figure of speech. So, what's this now? Sounds like the bus is about to explode. To label Mephistopheles as some bloody rickety bus completely disregards the amount of pain and effort Faust dedicated to designing it, and Heathcliff, if you don't take it back, I don't think she's ever going to stop. Seriously? Yeah, Heath, take it back. The bus might actually blow up before she explains everything. I take it back what I said earlier. I cannot comprehend what you were attempting to take back. Your rather abstract reference to this unknown concept that you supposedly mentioned earlier is hardly clarifying. Anyway, allow me to list the specifications of screws used in Mephistopheles' construction to make this creation so impressive. First, fine, I take back what I said about the bus. It's not bloody and rickety, and it doesn't eat. I'm sorry, alright? The cabin, Faust beating people by just being completely annoying. That's kind of effective. The cabin briefly echoes with its cries, then a brief silence. I think I saw Faust flash the briefest grin of satisfaction. Good. Is the clown show over? This juvenile, tedious exchange is testing my patience. Yeah, it's a bit different from the usual alarms. Don't think this one's for a new door. It is quite simple. The night is here. WDYM. TOISYNC. Talk or I snap your... Walpurgis night is here, it seems. The night is not here. That is very apparent, at least at this coastal area. The name does not refer to the time of the day which the sun moves beyond our line of sight. Then it appears to me that by the designation you are referring to a certain phenomenon. Yuseng seem to be doing a little better now that the waves have died down somewhat. I am, indeed. I am certain that all of you are most familiar with the fact that extracting identities and ego from mirror worlds is one of the many functions of Mephistopheles' engine. But its reach is rather limited. Even it has expanded over our journey, we have yet to reach a mirror world that are too far from our own. Is this the Golden Bow's doing? I noticed that it was fishing up more and more new things the longer our journey went on. Broadly speaking, yes, you could say that. Dante, our collective experiences gradually expand our range of extractions. Normally, extractions require a certain resource, but there were times when the identity cards appeared out of nowhere. Do you recall them, Dante? Yes, is the game giving us free identity cards? Or, I mean, luck. Oh yeah, some of them just randomly popped out of the engine.
잠깐.
Wait, slow down.
알아가겠어서. 인격패는 또 뭐냐?
The hell's an identity card?
아,
Oh,
모르잖아요?
you still didn't know? Oh, I'm jealous of you, Heathcliff. You have a talent for ignoring anything you don't care about.
말이죠.
대가리 깨지고 싶어.
You looking to get your head smashed or what?
자,
Right, knock it off, you guys. Guide buds, giving us the evil eye. I'd rather not think about Forsaken, as in Forsaken Murderer. The Wonderlab situation said, really would have loved to end up working with Rose's office and help to deal with Party Everlasting. Guess if a certain resource. Yo, Lunacy! Heathcliff's from Forsaken. Lunacy, yeah, okay. A lot of references are all over the place. Hello, Sen, by the way, thanks for joining us.
아무튼
They are, you know, the thing manager buds pull up the engine from time to time.
양반이 엔진에서 종종 뭘 끄집어내서 들고 오잖아. 다른 세계라고 했던가?
Those little rectangular objects with alternate world. Wait, was it mirror worlds? Anyway, it's those things with the depictions of our other selves on them.
네모난 그거.
Even pools! Guys, even Lunacy and Pool is canonical.
맞아요.
Yes, the thing that looks like mahjong tiles.
나는 웨이퍼 과자가
I thought they looked like a bit like a wafers.
인격이 담겨 있는
I believe their denomination comes from their appearance as cards that contain identities. Thus, it naturally follows that they are named
부르게 되었던 것 같소.
identity cards.
그러니까
So we're using those rectangular toys to transform into our alternate selves?
난 그런 거 쓴 적
I never used them before. That's because I'm the one using them.
관리자님의 단말
On the device issued to Dante are indentations through which identity cards and ego can be inserted. So it's like a video game. They are reflected when we participate in a battle. So I have recently learned that there is apparently a Roblox Project Moon pipeline. Apparently people made a bunch of Project Moon content over there. On Roblox? On Roblox? The one reason we have so many sleeper agents is annoying they can be. Roadblocks. Okay.
자꾸 싸우기 전에 뭘 만지작거리고 있나?
Oh, so that's what they were fidgeting with before every fight. Oh, sorry. It's because I have a particular problem with Roblox. I could tell from his flabbergasted expression that none of it had ever even occurred to Heathcliff. But I don't wanna. I already went crazy over on the Koreans yesterday. I don't wanna go crazy on another community again. So I would just say, go have fun with Roblox. On the other hand, Don Quixote wore a somewhat forlorn expression. What's wrong, Don Quixote?
아,
Well,
본인은 그저
I...
이런 상황에서
Is this not about time when Ishmael would intrude upon this conversation and denounce Heathcliff with biting words such as, "You still didn't know? That's just like you. This emptiness weighs heavily upon my heart."
아, 그렇네. 그게 부족했네.
Oh, I have seen some of the Roblox players in certain comment sections about Limbus Company. Yeah, that's why I don't want to segregate community. I'm not gonna go in that. Cool. What about me? What about you, Wisdom Deck? How are you doing? Oh, you're right. Something was missing from this whole convo. I knew it.
이 새끼들이
You're right, daft bastard. I never touch it so I don't care. I stick with my forum roam plays and writing about my yokai themed ninja bloodfiend streamer fix your character. That's a lot. Enough. We are not getting the information we need. Miss Faust, please explain the present situation. What are these green lights?
마저 설명하는 게
대리사님이 광기라는 대가를 치르지 않고도 얻었던 그 인격 패들로 미루어 보아.
Understood. If we take into account the case of identity cards Dante received without spending any lunacy, we can draw a conclusion that the Mephistopheles extraction has elements of unpredictability tied to this uncertainty. Wow, unpredictability. So basically just saying that there's the odds of us getting nothing and batshit nothing because gacha games is all about odds?
뭐라는 거야?
The hell is she blathering about now? I think more players is still good for the game. Stuff will happen regardless of it. I agree with Umbu. Any publicity is good publicity. And I'll leave it at that.
그대가 설계한 것에
Yeah, this item is of your design. To say that it has elements of unpredictability would indicate that. Correct. Enkephala infused the engine, yes. However, extractions, reconstructions utilize chaos well. In easier terms, you could say that it uses the concept of possibilities itself as a fuel. Our extraction range grows when we are able to clearly observe specific possibilities in the infinite branching mirror worlds. During this period, however, the borders between the mirror realities are entirely shattered. I just wish said players actually play the games. I agree with syntax to some degree. Because a lot of people would say, hey, having a lot of PM related things on Roblox would maybe naturally lead people to play the actual PM games, but yeah, a lot of people just settle for Roblox instead. Kids with a credit card, that would be cool. Her name is Jiboko, based on Jiboko Yokai, best described as a chipmunk on a sugar high in terms of energy. She's very friendly and loves setting booby traps around the area. Nice! Yeah, fund the anime, please fund the anime. I was actually talking to my friend and convincing them yesterday to play Limbus Company after the stream. And I was even talking about the possible anime that might or might not eventually one day come up. A Limbus Company gameplay without the gameplay. As a user in Roblox and Limbus, I pray Roblox fix their mods. Just glad I grew up with Minecraft. I am just glad that I grew up with Super Nintendo. Because, if you don't remember, this Apple is 29 years old. As a user in Roblox and Limbus, I pray Roblox fix their mods. Hello, nothing there. Nothing there. I finally got to know who you were after yesterday. You were not here. But actually, I was watching videos related to Lobotomycorporation, and I saw you many times. And I must say, you're quite something, nothing there. Hello there, free shoots. Thanks for joining us. Using the present of our anchoring point, it could be said that our current extraction rate is approximately 3 years to the past or the future. During Walpurgis Snatch, however, that range grows to about 10 years or even more. In that case, that means to say that identities of prominent fixers from times past may grace us with? Theoretically speaking, yes, but which Walpurgis Night has its own peculiarities. It will not let us reach into all potential possibilities. 29 years old, you were ancient. I bet your back hurts. Yes. Yes, it does, sometimes. I may have grew with Roblox, but I played it during 2019. Don't worry, Apple, I also grew up with Nest. Nice, thank you for being a friend, Kokomo. Also, what? I love you. I love you too, nothing there. I should also mention that Jiboko likes growing gardens, that she uses her blood feed ability to help grow. That's awesome. I love gardening. We got an Aleph here. Yes. The Red Mist. A Red Mist. I'm a youthful boy, grew up with an Xbox 360 and Wii. That's also valid. Red Mist? Yes, Red Mist. That is extremely unlikely, but I will not completely dismiss the possibility. Yay! The Red Mist, my girl, was mentioned. The extended range, I suppose, could be defined by worlds affected by entities that were indispensable to the formation of this current state of the world. An example of that would be Lobotomycorporation's headquarters prior to the White Knights and Dark Days incident. The White Knights and Dark Days mentioned as well. By the way, when we're gonna get the Red Mist? When we're gonna get Gibora? Nothing there. Who mismanaged you again? Ravies Red Mist? Is not here. It's just the Red Mist for now. That shittest game kept resetting my account every few months. Oh yeah. At what point did you get to Ruina last time? I got the second abnormality from Keter. The second abnormality was the beating heart? I don't remember now. Memory's foggy. Post Canto 12, she's strong as hell. I know. Probably whenever we start getting probably Aleph stuff, because she's probably gonna be necessary. I mean, again, I still remember watching the video yesterday where we kept using nothing there to kill her because it was so complicated. Would it funny if the whole fucking, my bad, Birds of Apocalypse appear in the stream? Oh, it already happened before. Yeah, Heart of Aspiration. Probably not for a long time. A color fixer is way too strong for the current level. She is someone of Virgilia's level. In fact, she has a non-zero chance of beating him. Yeah, the birds appeared once. Again, we're gonna have color fixers eventually because we're gonna have Aleph eventually. So it's just gonna take a long time. I love Heart of Inspiration is a tool in LobCorp, but a real cool abno in the Libraryofruina. Yes and yes. I watched yesterday someone by the end of the stream doing some like a meme of LobCorp, and they used the Heart of Aspiration together with a couple of other buffs to actually kill nothing there, which funnily enough does not have a killing animation because it was not planned to be killed at all. In some ways, your words sometimes find a roundabout way to the truth, Don Quixote. I didn't know who this red mist was, nor did I know what the white nights and dark days was. But I could hazard a guess that they both must have been pretty significant, considering that Virgilia's face grew visibly tense as soon as they were mentioned. The seniors were unsettled too. We can conclude that this siren is no cause for any immediate concern, then. I believe she is stronger than Virgilia. She held off an arbiter while fighting several abnormalities. Yes. The fact that she actually was able to catch Bina, like, unguarded and kill her. Not kill her, but incapacitate her enough for us to do the whole thing with her, means that the red mist is very, very strong. A non-zero chance of beating the fraud gaze is crazy because the red mist was the strongest caller when she was around and you were lowballing her. Yeah, I believe that probably she would be able to beat Virgilius. No, it isn't. Consider it a festival that arrives once in a while. For now. Festival? Festival? It's a festive times. Karen's festive too. I don't know if I got all that, but it isn't what we've been waiting for, is it? No. We'll continue to wait. The senior sighed and groaned with disappointment as the newfound anticipation fizzled. Well, something did happen, but it wasn't something that would get us moving. I can see what a disappointment this might be to them. Kali is just way too strong. Indeed. So, how do we stop the green light from flashing? It will turn itself off when Dante extracts something from the engine. Do not worry. Hello, Get Sigma. Right, back to business, all. Dante, extract something and turn that alarm off. Virgilius basically saying, hey, pull some stuff. Use your pulls. WAD. We'll just be running more dungeons through the back door with whatever new thing they pull anyway. Still, this leisurelessness is a very rare opportunity, isn't it? Blessed be the patient ones. Or so it said. Every senior says their piece before returning to their seats. Some of them walk out of the cabin to gaze at the lake. It's something they must be growing a tad tired of doing at this point. Maybe they're just going out for a long sigh? And Otis walked up to me. Are you not worried, executive manager? Huh? About what the mad scientist said. For now, there has to be more to that statement. Should I investigate this matter further? Otis was right. While Falls did tell us to consider this nothing more than a festival that arrives once in a while, she definitely knew more than she was letting on. But if Falls speaks of something in her characteristically cryptic manner, it means that she will never tell us until she wants to. Well, it does bother me a little, but right now, we don't have a lot of options. Let's just put a pin in it for now. Otis nodded affirmatively, bowed, and returned to her seat. Well, let's get extracting like Falls said. Chad, who would win, Helix versus the whole N-Corp? Helix? Who's Helix? I don't know. We're grinding! Based on that, I assume Helix is something Roblox related, so N-Corp. So, are you 29? May I call you No! I'm not that old. Guys, 29! When I get 30, maybe. 29, I will not allow it. The loss. Okay, guys, give me a second because I have my breakfast since the moment I started the first mini on my lap, and I didn't eat it. So I put this in a break for like 2 minutes. So talk amongst yourselves, about Roblox. I don't know. Be right back. And I'm not Uncle. There is no wrecking havoc. I am back. Yum, 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 yum. But yes, delicious, delicious Sinclair supplements for anybody that gets extra Sinclair's IDs. Yum, yum. With a lot of potential, I see. This seems like a stream. Indeed, it was. Now, men, clear orders and solidarity are of paramount importance in times like these. Right leg on heave, left leg on ho. Let's go! Heave! Ho! Heave! Heave ho! How is it fair that we get to stand there barking orders at us while we're paddling our bums off? A most dim-witted question. The captain must preserve her strength or risk putting her subordinates in danger. That is precisely why I am refraining from partaking in this collaborative effort myself. Since when you were our commander? Well, she did say she's the captain, not the commander. Those damn seagulls can flock off already. You get it? Flock off? Welcome back, Apple. I posted some wonderful art on the Discord for you. Thank you. I'll be checking out later. Do you think I choose to become immortal? Well, didn't you choose? It wasn't like a contract that you willingly, said yes. How about we kidnap them seagulls and train them to paddle the generator? Oi, Faust! Smart arse! I thought you were a genius. Make it so. That should be easy peasy for your brilliant intellect, though. I can make it happen indeed. Yet, I do not. It is inefficient. Rudimentary toil training will be the first step in making them viable as a consistent source of labor. Chiron's bored. Chiron wants to vroom vroom. I am tagging out. You're the driver, sir. Do your job. That should keep you occupied for a while. Oh, you sure about that? Verg is not gonna let that slide. That's how you get yourself consultation, Wait. Let's think about this for a hot minute. I consider it to be a punish for what I've done. Punished by Bird. Should talk to Blue Star. Let's think about the actual reason we're sweating, paddling the crap out of the generator, huh? To nitpick and seek someone to take the fall for every single little thing, a stinking thought. All that happens on the road to success is merely a part of the process. Look, I am not saying that we should play the blame game. I'm just wondering why we're paddling so damn hard to begin with. It's not like there's something coming after us. We're headed towards one of the largest ports in Newcorp, and we know exactly where that is and how to get there. It's not like the port's gonna sail away, right? Why is all the urgency? I mean, am I wrong? The Great Lake has been very tranquil so far. It's not like some monster's going to suddenly appear out of nowhere and attack us, right? It appears your consolidated field experience has evolved into a form of intuition. Fascinating, Gregor. What? Faust finds this development optimistic. We must exit this area within the 10 minutes. We are falling somewhat behind the forecast of my predictions. Okay, that was ominous. Why precisely 10 minutes? The loss of the Great Lake. I have a good solution for everyone here. Distort. Good solution. I knew it. There's a darn law of the Great Lake again, huh? Huh? Your foreknowledge of the laws of the Great Lake is an expected development, Rodian. Quite difficult to believe that even with the consolidated experience, your intuition would... Sorry, I just wanted to look like I was in for once. Girl, get tired of asking every time, Great Lake of U-Corp has laws that must never be broken. And yes, the port can and will sail away, Gregor. It's a bloody lake. What laws could it possibly have?
규칙을 어기는
What are the
학생이
lake coppers going to come spank the bad boys with a stink of breaking class rules? The better be a law, the less the sink, whiny brat. My ears are starting to bleed. I made me to distortion, said I became an immortal devil and now I have nothing. I love when Carmen uses her authoritative manner to make me distort. Since system has the blood fiend, you know, overcome the fear of water or not. Ah, guys, knock it off. I could almost hear a well-timed sigh, followed by honest but brutal, piercing words. It was like someone recorded her sigh and played it in my head. But Ismael was nowhere to be seen on the deck. So, if there's anything you want from me from now on, state it. Clearly. She wasn't kidding. Ismael remained in her room, not a peep to be seen nor heard despite the commotion. Not appearing once through all what happened since the incident. As much as I would like to provide you with an explanation, leaving the zone takes precedence. According to my calculations, our last conversation left us 7 minutes ago. We are approximately 15 kilometers away from the edge of the zone of Crowfiles. Each person must paddle and generate enough energy to travel at least 10 kilometers per hour if we're to escape in time. Wonderful! I love to see some proper teamwork for once. If you are referring to my Jiboko character, she has not. Instead, her clan practices ninja techniques and self-hypnosis to stop themselves from perceiving water temporarily. That's very fascinating. Ah, Rocinante! Our destination is die! Galabon! I love how, like, Rhoda is sitting very cutesy. Where does that girl get her energy from? God, I think I'm done for. Just go ahead without me. And leave you where? We're on a ship. Diaphragmatic breathing is conductive of maintaining consistent speed in an exercise of this intensity. Especially more so when each sinner is responsible for about 10 kilometers per hour of energy output. Any higher, and it would have been required hyperpnea to maintain that speed. Do you ever get tired, girl? No, 3 minutes remaining now. We don't even know what happens in 3 minutes. Why are we doing this? She said there's no time. Just step on it with your life. Canto wanted to vroom vroom. This is squeak squeak. Squeak squeak. That's no fun. Well, I didn't know how energizing work songs could be. Huh? How do you guys have so much energy left? This is not even a warm-up compared to the training my family forced me to do. Ah, you lot! Show your gobs and pedal! 30 seconds remaining! 30 seconds! Ah, quite a thrill this is! I love this seagull! This is Virgilius. Quite a thrill this is! Now this is true adventure! That's like charging an overwhelming colossal enemy is no... Save your words. Your breathing. Remain in the flow. Breathing out. Breathing out. Breathing out. Breathing out. Breathing out. Oh! Much time. 10 seconds remaining. 4 seconds. 4. Why are you not doing this by multiples of 5? Look alive, deckhands. Put your back into it. Toil, man. Toil. Somehow we managed to escape the zone before our falls counted down to 0. Some sinners immediately threw themselves to the deck off the ship like limp puppets, while some looked like they'd just taken a quick rest at a park bench. It's strange feeling to know that the only time we get new artwork for animation for a Library of Ruina is Ham Ham Pam Pam's theme. So, we made it somehow, but I don't see any signs of those laws. Am I missing something? Frau Faust?
내가 잘못 본 건가?
Ugh,
설마
I swear, if all this law of Grey Lake drivel was some hogwash you made up, just to make this journey go a tad faster, I'm going to seriously. The tranquil lake surface we just paddled through was gone, as though it was never even there. In its place, an immense something. Its innumerable legs or tentacles writhed, rising above the lake surface. I couldn't even tell the thing ended and where the lake began. Did it burst from the lake, or were we traveling unaware of its body this whole time? I couldn't even find the right words to describe the magnitude of that thing. It appeared and sent waves across the waters all the way to the zone we're in. Mephistopheles shook violently as though it was about to capsize. It need not to said that the sailors on deck were giving an untimely shower. Wow,
조금만 더
that was too close. We're almost pancaked. Well, no adventure is complete with nary apparel, of course. And B. Now this is more like it.
만일 저것이 우리를
We have no
죽이려고
chance of
한다면
weathering a single strike from one of its limbs.
아니,
No,
저것은
but it will leave us alone as long as we are here. Okay, I want explanations, unless the game's gonna explain in the future. What is that? Like, is the lake alive? Is the whole lake like a living being? It's an aleph abnormality? Or just a normal mutation? Does anybody know? The right words to describe anything or TikTok. I also need a boat, and I'm not sure if Red would join me. We never know. A whale. Okay, those tentacles is a whale? It's the waves. I love that I asked a question that I got 3 different answers. Already. We go from we never know to a whale into the waves. So I will leave this. I will go with we don't know. That's the waves bringing in a whale. It just does that sometimes. That's the waves of the lake. The tentacles are waves? I don't. It's just the waves.
그게
I will say that that's not a very good answer, and I'll just move on back to the game. That is the law of the Great Lake. And I will have time for my explanations. Though the laws of the Great Lake are numerous, I will relay only the pertinent information for now. Lingering longer than a predetermined amount of time in a single lake will cause one to be struck by the waves of each lake. Waves? That didn't look like any waves I've seen before. Thank you so much, Gregor. There are also laws governing the time and direction in which ships are permitted to cross borders between the lakes. Wait up. So, if we're ever just to come to a stop for a bit, that octopus tentacle thing, like, will whack us? Precisely. Thus, it naturally follows that everything in the Great Lake is a constant state of motion to position itself according to the laws. And the route towards the destination will also change accordingly. Can I get like a reading list of these laws? My nanny used to stick a piece of paper with our family rules in my room. Not that I could follow them at all, but every scarab of the Great Lake has a different wave. That specific wave doesn't come up again, though we know it's a relatively tame one. That's when I heard a door open. Whoever opened it did so with obvious irritation. The waves finally hit, huh? Ismail? After such a long period of isolation, Ismail staggered out of her room at last. You can't just scribble the laws of the Great Lake down to a notepad and call it a day. Each lake has widely different sets of laws, even though the overreaching laws governing the Great Lake are pretty straightforward. More importantly, you should know that unauthorized recording of their laws is one of UCorp's better known taboos. Then my body will remember it. Tattooing them on your body, if that is what you're referring to, is also prohibited. Taboo hunters of UCorp have been sent in pursuit of individuals who have attempted precisely that. It is best that we do not produce any written records of their loss. What have you been doing all this time, Ismail? Wetting my harpoon. Your harpoon? Why? Because I need it to be sharper. Because I'll give her a kind of pain that makes her wish she was dead. She'll feel it, even from the smallest cuts. Then why don't you spare us from your misery and crawl back into your hole? I'm afraid that if I did, I later emerged to a deck littered with your melted, unrecognizable flesh. And I'm not rearing to see a sight like that again. Besides, watching your lensman waste time tinkering with a ship you don't even understand, wasting precious time, has been unbearable. Even though it's been a long time since the incident at Boatworks, her biting yet anxious lecture have not diluted at all. Have not dulled as all. I was afraid that she might stir up trouble amongst the sinner again. Okay, fine. Well, she was out here with us, with the rest of us, and I wanted to believe that that was more than enough. I decided not to question her further. I have a feeling this would happen. Ismail walked up to the helm. What are you doing? We're smooth sailing the moment a northbound breeze is pushing us along. I guess it could look that way for some people. Simple one-dimensional predictable ground pounders like you. You little! How dare you insult my... Nice. You can keep a list of the rules, so we're also unaware of the laws with everything being so random. Right? Makes more sense that way. A really bad voyage. The rules of the lake were what a friend and I argue over some reason. Manager, I took a look who was making XP, and I saw the trio gnomes. Nice. Hello, harness vendor. Never knew they would be here. They are here. Where is the poneglyph with the laws of the Great Lake on it? Probably UCorp already broke it. Or stolen it. Otis, let's hear her out. You got lucky, Swabby. Okay, Ismail, tell us. How we are not smooth sailing? We've got the wind in our backs. That's no wind. We're getting dragged. Dragged? By what? Those ships. When I first subbed, you were like 105 subs. I remember the old Apple. I am 161 subs. The Hidden Shadow. I am still the same Apple. But hello, Hidden Shadow. Welcome. How are you doing? Gnomes are not there to be seen. Yeah, they like to be hidden. Yay! Rewards. Resonance tuning fork. Apple, weren't you a treat apple? No, never been. Maybe you're confusing me with one of my comrades. Apple got the Limbus Company boost. Yes, it was a very sizable boost, and I am very grateful for the Limbus Company community for sure. Again, all this Apple wants is 500 people so I can monetize this channel, and I can finally make some okay money. That is all. Just like Ismail said, two massive vessels were approaching us not far from where we were. We are not exactly on a collision course with them, though. Ismail didn't entertain me with an answer. Instead, she took the helm and threw it wildly in one direction. Those damn gnomes are here? Are they still doing that ungodly music? Lol, huh? You had a friend that's also an apple? Of course I have friends that are also apples. Wisdom deck. Whoa! The skill Splashy Drift? Huh. So you didn't know how ships could drift like a bus. Canto, impressed. Redhead, not bad.
신선해.
경쟁자가 생겼군, 카론.
You have competition, Karen.
잠깐만.
Hold up.
이상하군.
That's weird. She turned the helm all the way. Why are we still headed between those two ships? It is like we're stuck on rails. Though Ismail turned the Mephistopheles helm around the opposite direction of the two ships, we were getting dragged even faster by them. And there was nothing we could do about it.
이스?
Ishi, don't tell me you hit the reverse here.
건 아니지?
엔진은 껐어요.
I turned the engine off.
뭐?
What?
애들이
Whoa.
합쳐지는 건가요?
Are those ships melding into one another? You bloody loon! That's what you got to say? We're about to get squashed like butts! Yo, Squabby, what happened to all that bravado from earlier?
좀 닥쳐요.
Shut up.
잡아당겨지고 있을 때
I'm going to use the momentum of the pull when it's the strongest to get us out of here. And we're going to crash! Now! Immediately before the crash, Ismail definitely revved the engine and adjusted several levers in a series of decisive motions before spinning us between the past two vessels. The back of our ship, the ship's stern was crushed, but it was better than getting completely sandwiched between those two ships.
이 정도라면
Mephistopheles' engine can reconstruct damage of this severity within the next few days.
클래스의 엔진이 자가 수복시키겠죠.
아니, 지금
Wait,
보니까
this is more than just some damage. It's like they deleted part of our ship.
마치 처음부터
Gone, as though it had never been a part of the ship's blueprint. Ah, the resident tuning fork. Instead, initial D music. Merge gaming. I might stream Lubcorp later. Nice, Society Creator. And when you meet with your Apple friends, are you guys called a basket or an orchard? We like to use orchard. Because it harkens back to the old days. Basket is just how weird people would call us. I took another look where the stern used to be. It was as the sinner said, the stern wasn't crushed. It was effectively deleted as though it's never been there. It left a bizarre looking cross section behind.
유사의 특이점. 공명급세의
It's
특징이죠.
Ucorp Singularity, the Resonance Tuning Fork.
이곳의 배들은
Ships operating in the Grey Lake can merge and separate when needed,
목적에 따라 언제 하나였냐는
as though they were always been a single vessel, or though they never been a part of the same ship.
저 정도 크기의 배들이 쓰는 공명급세
Resonance tuning forks used by vessels of that size are strong enough to pull in smaller boats without tuning forks like ours, or even ones with tuning forks with mismatching wavelengths.
아, 이런.
Alright.
명령이 내려지지
Apologies for
않은
taking the helm without your orders, manager. No, don't. You just saved us, or saved all of our lives.
뭐, 그러려던
I wasn't
건
trying
아니지만
to, but thank you for understanding anyway.
대단히 고맙네요. 아,
Oh,
시키지
and please
않은
accept my
사람이
apology for
나오는
giving
것까지
unsolicited
이해해주는
advice. Certainly somebody won't stop flapping her gums at me, so I had to.
이런 데에서
It's not like I can plug my
귀를
ears in the middle of a voyage, right?
전장에서 입이 거른
I've
사람.
heard my share of blunt, foul-mouthed talk during a war. She's not the first to do so.
실력만 뛰어나다면
Doesn't matter. As long as she can live up to her words, no need to get in the way, I suppose.
죄송합니다, 관리자님.
I'm sorry, Executive Manager. I must take a short break.
어찌 풀이 죽은 것이오.
Be not so crestfallen, Commander. I mean, Captain. Silence! Executive Manager is our commanding officer. Always been. Downcast and shoulders lumped, Otis made her way into the ship cabins, formerly the bus cabins. I'm taking a small break from Lobcorp after the third trumpet incident. TLA, basket is a slur to apples. Well, it's not a slur. It's just that people use it in such a derogatory way. Oh, there's a clip in the Discord. Everything went wrong. Yes, You can check on the Mephistopheles. In a nutshell, turning forks merge things and sever things. Yep, kinda got the gist.
목적지에 거의 다 왔군요.
Our destination is near.
유수의
Welcome
고객
to one of the 5 great ports of U-Corp,
선입니다.
the Marlin port. Faust's voice was dry and emotionless, as though what just happened didn't affect her one bit.
와, 정말 크네요.
Wow, that's so big!
지금까지 제가 보았던
That has to
것
be
중에
one of the
손에
biggest
꼽을
ships
정도로
I've ever
크거든요.
seen. Ugly was right. We were approaching a massive ship, so large that it could almost be mistaken for an island. Whichever was the case, it was clear that the port was a mega structure built from the countless metal shipping containers.
안개가 거치니
Mist fades, and what was unseen before unveils itself. I scarcely did expect the PAL to shroud a structure such as this. Ship? I didn't know. Can we really call that a ship at this point? Can't help but agree there. Ismail, does it count as a ship in the Great Lake?
대호수에서 자꾸 육지
Your
음식을
lensman common sense is useless in the Great Lake.
급세를 쓴다면
Ships that uses resident tuning forks like those are a common crime.
고래고기 먹고
Crimes
살아야
are in the back. Okay. Ships that use resident tuning forks like those are as common as crimes are in the back streets, or I guess as common as the whales are in the Great Lake. Hehehehe. Bong Bong has brought my coffee on time as usual. Nice. Good for them. Hello, just woke up. Hello, Borbed. Thanks for joining us. I hope you had a good time sleeping and all that. Verified chill. Ismail will tweak. Yes. Kidnappers. Snappers. Okay, is that moment that we're gonna start using your Ishmael, guys? Okay, because whenever I was playing yesterday, Library of Ruina, the Zwei Association was mentioned several times. Let me check Zwei Association Ismail.
지정 보호 구역에
걸맞는 곳이어야 할.
명령하실 때까지
그래, 태워보지 뭐.
나를 점 찍었다니 격에 맞는 조언도 함께
Yeah, I know.
받았습니다.
I had ice cream, yum yum, delicious. U-Corp, the company with ultimate modular technology. I had ice cream too. Oh, look at you all. I recommend Zwei. Zwei Mao is busted. Zwei-ish is so good. Okay, nice. Well then, this is where we will go our separate ways for a short while. Karin and I have business to attend to here.
볼일?
Business?
왜?
Why?
무슨 일인데?
What is it this time? I'm looking to buy some mermaid perfume. Let's leave it at that. Regilius said, looking straight at an advertisement before us. Bottles of mermaid perfume, extracted straight from their left fins. Special discount. I now plan to procure some for us as well. Quite curious I am of that mermaid perfume. What other curiosities of the Great Lake await us, I wonder?
사이는
A significant source of income for the people of U-Corp comes from selling whales and mermaid products. Whale oil, mermaid tears, mermaid perfumes, whale cuisine, and more, to list a few examples. The Zwei in Ruina is a southern branch. Zwei-ish is western. Okay. Just use Zwei Mayo cheese on 5:30. Borbed, but that's boring. I don't know. I will see whenever we get there. Zwei-ish mirror dungeon solos are some of the easiest to do when trying out solos. Damn. Okay. Woohoo! La! I spy a purveyor of ice creams over yonder. Sardine whale flavored ice cream? How is that appetizing to you? Sardines are quite savory, Nosh, even if they do have a funny look for them. Alas, I am more keen to learn the flavors of the marlin whale ice cream.
길잡이께서는 이번에도 동행하지 않는 것이요.
Will you not accompany us to our destination, dear guide? I've done my job as your guide. I point you in the right direction, and that's where my responsibilities end. It's not my job to accompany you all the way there. While you may be correct, your words also come across as rather impersonal. Then you heard me right, Isan. I don't intend to make friends with any of you, nor do I want to. Ha! Don't let these small talks give you the wrong impression. Is that easier to... Oh no, he's British. He has been British. Britisson? Now, Miss Faust. As way, ish solo takes less time than one Kim Ji-hoon mirror dungeon.
저희를 기다리는 분들이
Our allies are expecting
있습니다.
us.
미리 타격 나온
The before team on the ground will relay us the location of the lobotomycorporation branch, housing of the Golden Bows.
전달받기로 했습니다. 전달받은 마지막
According to our last communication, they should be awaiting us there. This place is a bit spooky,
수상해요.
but I do enjoy that it's just a bunch of containers glued together.
아무도 안 보이는데?
I don't see anyone here. What's up with that, Fall?
저를
I can tell from your tone that you doubt me. This is the location I was relayed.
이곳이 맞습니다.
Huh. So we got here first. Bloody brilliant. The 4 team, more like belated team in it. In it? Get it? Alright, gotta go. Have fun, chat. Thank you so much for joining us, Moses. See you next time. I'll hopefully still see you today, but have a good one. Great weekend.
정확히 정정하자면
Allow me to make a minor correction. We arrived about 1 hour and 30 minutes behind schedule. Not as fast as Burn Team. Okay, but let me actually ask you something. Is there any solo run that can be faster than a full Burn Team? I highly doubt. Right? It's just one character. I think no one character will go faster than a 7-character team. Switch solo is about 45 to 60 minutes if you know what you're doing. Lithograph is absolutely required for solo. Damn. Odd. LCCB agents were Matt, Becca, J Corp were already on the scene and I'm sure that comment reminded everyone of the same duo. It did for me too. Thinking about them even for a brief moment is.
기다림의 끝.
It appears that they have elected to sleep in lieu of our appearance. Effie, Sade, we didn't deserve you to. I miss Effie and Sade. And none of ye gotta watch, eh? What the hell is wrong with you lot?
미안하오.
Apologies.
급히
In our hurry, we happened upon an unforeseen mishap on our journey here. Yeah. Then why didn't you take that into account before you left? Someone from the corner of the shipping container rises from their nap and stretches. They sound oddly aggressive.
아이쿠 이런.
My. Honglu, wait.
명찰이 삐뚤어져 있잖아.
Your badge is upside down. Remember to always keep your appearance tidy.
어라?
Huh?
명찰의
What's this
지도고
sticky red thing on your... On his chest hung an upside down LCCB agent badge. It was soaked in blood. I hope that this badge would have more dramatic effect. That's your Limbus Company before team leader. The fool was loitering around in our territory. I've got guts to say that was a bravely stupid. Huh. That sorry production was just an insult to art. Get to the point before I think. Lads, so tardy yet so impatient. Why don't you first give us a listen? You're looking for the golden whatchamacallit, aren't you? What have you done to the team leader? Hold your horses now. Lad's alive and well. This is a hostage negotiation then. This ain't my first ransom rodeo, if you know what I mean. This simple, give us the cash and we return your friend. We don't get the cash, and we give your friend an impromptu burial in a shipping container, right there. Kidnappers, eh? Pieces of shit. Whoa, whoa! I wouldn't do that if I were you, laddie. Think before you act, eh? Anything goes wrong and your friend bites it, it's very straightforward, I'd say myself. Just do as we say, and if friend of yours continue your merry good ventures, get back to finding your golden whatchamacallit. Hells, we'll even throw in a full-on gourmet tour guide for you, just to sweeten the deal. You bloody maggot. Okay, gotcha. I see what's going on here. Give us some time to discuss this, why don't you? Look, there's no point in escalating this. It would do nothing but draw unnecessary attention to us. And if our impulsive actions get that LCCB agent killed, true, they hold the upper hand in this negotiation. But I don't believe that these fools know much about the Golden Bough. They likely kidnap him by chance, thinking they could get a hefty ransom out of him. Doubt we have come across many men and women of evil nature and adventure. Such brazen villainy has heretofore not been encountered. How classless! It's a grotesquerie without a cause. Charging them head-on will only sick their friends after us. Friends who may be involved with a powerful local syndicate. Hey Cliff, hit a home run with that guy's head! I can see that happening actually. Our chance of victory is slim, so should such an event come to pass. We do not possess enough intel on Corp to effectively maneuver that situation. Yeah, we don't even know how big the syndicate behind this guy is. But before the way he said his lines, this probably isn't his first time doing this, right? Then there's also a chance that they are just small fries, isn't there? If they're small fries, let's just crush them. We just hit them before they even have the chance to lay a finger on the hostage. Hell, we could mean that their syndicate may be so small and scattered that it's impossible to be traced. I've been wondering, what are you saving your lunacy for? What are your thoughts? Fair question. Like, if you see someone hoarding a lot of lunacy without pulling for anything in Limbus Company, what's your first thoughts? No, I'm very curious. So, we don't know anything. Great. But yes, their first shoot is correct. I am hoarding everything for Walpurgis. Are they really going to, if you don't pay up? Blast it. I know their kind. Scum like them are around every corner of the city. If this go cock up, they'll kill the hostage and won't even leave a body for us to find. You're saving for the season highlight, obviously. Yeah, I'm saving for it, actually the collaboration with Ark Knights. I'm a huge Ark Knights fan. Been playing since day zero. All kinds of awful images and ominous speculation. I don't know why I'm giving those answers. I'm sorry. I know that I'm sorry that I'm like sounding a lot sarcastic for absolute no reason. I thought in my head was funny, but now that I'm speaking, kind of like sounds like an asshole moment. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, I am just saving for Walpurgis. I heard that the Queen of Hatred and a Knight of Despair is gonna come up in Walpurgis. And that's what I'm saving for. And now that I have like a Merceau and Sinclair, I don't feel like I also need to pull for anything at all, so I feel quite good. All kinds of awful images and ominous speculations begin to overwhelm us. The so-called kidnappers were crowding amongst themselves, giggling and chattering. They knew that our options were limited. Okay, then I'm going to start off by asking how much they want. We're out of our element here. The best I can do is to try to gather some information, at least. Huh? A sure exasperated sigh escaped Ismail's lips. She had been standing here this whole time, arms crossed, over a harpoon that rested upon her chest. To be honest, the collab with Arkan is better to save for than what, because Whelp will come back, the collab will not. I hope that they eventually give us Servant of Wrath and King of Realities. then have a secret interaction with all four used at the same time. Uh, I don't like Arc Knights, and I heard that Arc Knight is just going to be Eagle skills. So I'm like, if I have like leftover lunacy by then, I will get it. But probably I will not. Just hold my breath. Everything gets delayed. XP tickets are so hard to get, so events are kind of crucial for some players. I agree. As someone that's trying to level up their characters, it's very limited. Like if for some like even I that was just using the initial characters since moment zero, I was having a hard time leveling my IDs. Like none of my IDs besides and Sinclair are level like lower than 40. Guys, let me get my allergy remedy. I'm starting to feel the allergy coming up. I'll be right back. I'm back. Uh. Uh. Sorry, let me miss some of the discussion on chat. Let me go back. You most definitely still need for a pool for different IDs. This game will force you to deploy specific sinners. Canto 5 will force you to use... Canto 5 will force you to use Ishmael on certain stages. Gladly I have IDs for her. Who knows, maybe we get the first Aleph Ego with the Arcanines collab. Can you imagine Arcanites bringing the first Aleph Ego? I would be upset. I hope not. These egos should be optional. You can just get the support Ismail, Haycliff, and Dawn. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. I actually don't need to pull for it. I can still use just my units and just keep using. The only problem is whenever I go to the dungeon, I usually don't. I cannot do that. Kokomo, that's a dumb move. Aleph will be part of the story. It has to be permanent. Persian Moon, don't roll like that. The first Aleph would be insanely funny if it's. Okay. If I'm a big fan of the lore, and the first Aleph comes from freaking Arknights, I would be low-key upset. Just saying. Like, because, like, can you imagine how many times people theorize which first is gonna, who's gonna be the first Aleph to be in the game, and it's Arknights? Yeah, but, also, who knows, they did dumb stuff in the past. It won't be though. Cream isn't Demon King. LCB checks up is the ID check event. So there's always a chance. I hope it's not a thing. Like I'll be actually disappointed with this game if they release the first Aleph for Arcanites for some weird reason. I completely forgot about LCB checkup requirements, but that's far away from now. What's LCB checkup requirements? Wait, isn't support not implemented into dungeons yet? No, I cannot use it on dungeons. I think. No, I can use it on dungeons actually. The first Aleph, yeah, I can use it on dungeons. If I remember well, I used characters on dungeons. The first Aleph in the game is someone original, not returning Aleph. That's for Walpurgis. Oh, so you're feeling someone original from Limbus Company. Okay. Anyways, manager, NT just escaped now. I'm the only Aleph Gear agent. I'm within T, and I'll be back the moment. Back the moment Canto 5 Part 2 live stream. See ya. I don't know if Part 2 is gonna actually happen. Just letting you know, because I said Part 1 because I might run out of energy. But if I don't run out of energy, I do plan on doing the entirety of Canto 5 today. Same here, I would have a meltdown if the first Aleph would be from fucking Arknights. LCB checkup is an intervallo. Okay. NT, nothing there. Yeah, I know, no. Okay, a short, exasperated sigh escaped Lisma's lips. She had been standing here this whole time, arms crossed over the harpoon that rests upon her chest.
돈을 주겠다.
You're going to pay them? Those bastards?
기어이 미치지
Are you
않아.
crazy? What else can we do? Even now, the hostage.
변명은 관심 없고.
I don't care about your excuses.
이게
I only care to know if this really is the best course of action you could come up with.
판단에 대한 의심.
Any doubts about the manager's decisions?
불필요하다.
Are unnecessary. Yeah.
네?
You're as predictable as always.
당신은 그렇게 말하겠지.
판단은 곧
Executive manager's decisions are orders. To doubt them is insubordination. Ismael, it doesn't matter how competent of a sea dog you are. Okay, if you say so. But who cares? They've not given me any orders.
상관없다.
They didn't forbid me from doing anything. So what's your problem here?
도저히
I just can't sit here and watch this play out. Ismael strode towards the kidnappers. It was plain from her tone and expression that she did not care one bit about the other sinner said.
명령 불복종에
I'll
대한
gladly accept the consequences. She shot me a fledgling glance before raising her harpoon. For insubordination, manager! And thrust her well-sharpened harpoon right into one of the kidnapper's forehead. The entire course of her action, from start to finish, was so full of absolute confidence that no one even thought to stop her. I couldn't either. OOF. Ryoshi was right. The kidnapper suffered a total obliteration of forehead. Isabel, what did you just do? Sinclair was the first to snap out of the stupefied silence. The LCCB agent they took hostage, we just put him at a risk because of us. He could. Sinclair was trembling hard. I couldn't tell if it was the welling tears he was holding back or an uncontrollable fury. Just like back then, with Effie and Sod. It was only a few months ago when... Don't tell me you've moved on already! What? Oh, it's still fresh in his mind. Anyways, I must also take my leave until we meet next. Dissolved into tiny puppies that run away. That's cute. Thank you so much for coming as always in Systems. It was always a pleasure, buddy. I'll see you next time. Ismail needs to chill. Ismail a bit cranky. Depending on how they implement the collab, because we know nothing, it could be no different to an Aleph donor Abno. Oh, he started dead, Canto. Hello, Max. How are you doing? Sinclair's memories? I saw an image of Soda and Effie, both smiling. Both were excellent field agents. And because they were both excellent agents, they suffered to their last moment before our eyes. Helplessly watching as they slowly expired in front of him, at his old home at that. That day must have been scorched to his memories. I recall Ismail's visions that I witnessed back at the boatworks. Was that also a moment that was burned into her memories, I wonder? Imagine a second Malfalse incident right on Arknight's collab. I'm fine, today is my birthday. Well, okay guys, everybody stop and let's celebrate Max's birthday. Congratulations, Max. I don't know how many numbers you're aging right now, but congratulations. I hope you have an awesome day, and you know, I'm wishing all the happiness and health and all the good stuff because you deserve it, buddy. I hope we have a party planned, or at least a celebration. Whenever is my birthday, and as an example, I like to get a cake and eat myself. I don't like to share. No, it's just because I have a problem like just inviting people. At some point, I just decided that it was not worth it for me to just invite people because sometimes they wouldn't show up. So I just care about myself nowadays. Imagine a second Malphals into the Red on Acknights collab. Can you imagine? I can actually. Well, I don't know. I think after Malphals, they're probably gonna be more diligent when creating new units and proof testing them. But yes, guys, here you are. You're a bunch of happy birthdays, Max. I'll make a green joke, but you're not someone I know. 19, a not small and not so big number. Ah, I remember when I was 19 years old. Was 10 years in my past. I was getting into college. I was with a boyfriend. It was terrible because they quit both of them at the same time, college and the boyfriend. And now here I am, successful streamer with a chat full of people. See? Dreams really come true. Ismael didn't seem to find Sinclair's questions worth answering. She strode towards one of the closest shipping containers and kicked it open. A body that had been dead for so long that its complexion is consistency barely resembled that of a living human slumped to the floor. This one's been dead for at least a week. And of course, isn't our LCCB agent. Ismael kicks the body, tossing it on its back. From the looks of it, this one was a tourist visiting Marlin port, probably loaded too if they could afford to travel to the Great Lake just for its sights. They would have been able to afford whatever ransom the pirates demanded. Kidnap, extort, execute. The syndicates have been repeating these 3 steps for a good while at U-Corp. Even as their names and organizations change within time, they're everywhere like vermin. Couldn't do the college either too much. I eventually did college, so let me tell you a bit about this Apple's story. Hello, Rum Builder, rabies in my body. Thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure to see you rabying my chat. Canto 5 is just Ismael's OCD simulator, basically, and I can feel for her. By the way, I didn't say hi, Mori. Thanks for joining us. So, whenever I was around 18, it was the moment that I actually joined college. It was the same time that I found my first relationship. And before I know it, because I met my first boyfriend, just randomly, like we just like met and we started talking. And whenever I said, hey, I'm actually starting college in like a few days, they said the same thing. And when I realized we were both going to the same college for the same course, so we became like boyfriends first, and then we learned that we were going to study together second. And then I started going to college, and it was nothing like I thought it was, because my first option at college was computer college, basically like IT. And my teachers already broke my idea of what I was going to do there, because my first thought it was to be like a gamer designer or something like that. And they said, hey, you're not gonna learn anything of that sort in here. And that already like broke me. But then it came on me the anxiety of having to, because I just met this person, we just entered a relationship, and now I'm spending every waking hour by their side. And that kind of got like on me too deeply, and I ended up quitting college and the relationship, and I then went to another college and I started doing advertisement instead. So I have a graduation, by the way. I'm graduated in advertisement and propaganda. Not that I use it for anything, but I still have it nonetheless. But yeah, that's my first experience at college and a relationship. Both failed. It would be more accurate to call them pirates here. They never return to the hostages. They'll keep asking for more and more ransom until the money well dries up. Ismael poked the body with her foot. Then they killed the hostages, like they did this one. quite numerous. The prevalence of such strategies must be... How can this be? Wherefore doth the hero rise to the occasion and put a stop to these villains? I believe this is the place of tourism, is it not? Well, that usually means that there is a bigger fish looking out for these small fries. Nay, that matters not. To let such villainy run rampant in the city is... It must be the case that the fixers of the city are yet unaware of this travesty. Mayhaps they were preoccupied tending to the other needs, and indeed, not else, but that explains this. Were we to send a missive to the one of just and honorable association of the Don Quixote police. Isn't it about time you woke up from your delusions? I've never had enough of your ramblings about justice. You're villains. Huh? You know what? Never mind. It's like I'm talking to a brick wall. You're never going to listen to me anyway. So frustrating to have to sit here and just... This shabbiness is... Why we can't get anything done in time? By now, we should have been talking about the LCCB agent, getting the intel we need. Ismail's eyes darted around with wrath, impatience, and anxiety. A metaphorical storm of amalgamation and senses. Evil and intimidating red rabies. Not evil, just intimidating. She was billowing wildly and helplessly in the tempest. I could not even hope to hold her steady. You have brought this on yourself! These are waters! Do you even know what syndicate dogs just... Yeah, we're just doing this. Yeah, let's get it over with. If you tattoo the laws of the Grey Lake in your body, do the taboo hunters go after the tattoo artists as well? That's a good question because they also wrote it. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I think maybe? Can you actually trace it? Okay, so it's a tremor and aggro unit, so it's kind of like a tanky unit. Pretty cool. I'm not gonna play it super properly. I'm just gonna go P-enter. Damn, the damage was good. Oh, Sinclair. Ismail hurts Dawn feelings. Immediately Jill. Ismail has the ability to never be staggered if she's in defensive stance. Defensive stance can be achieved by using her clash. Yes, I read that. But I was like, I don't want to get in that because I don't think they will ever stagger her anyway on this fight. So it's better just to P-enter. But yeah, if I wanted to play her properly, that would be the first thing that I would do. That's why I stopped and read the skills. The never staggering thing is also why it's easier to solo her. Yeah, I can imagine. Staggering probably is the most killer thing on this game, really. If you get staggered, you're basically dead most times. Is there any other Zwei Association character? And do they work similar to her? Leave me for a bit. Have fun with the Canto. Thank you so much, Kokomo. See you whenever you do show up back.
화력, 추진. 피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
That's my boy.
돌아가면
During the same stance, she sets her S-pad
대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았어.
before, and Ismail redirects all attacks to her and can redirect all other attacks to her. That's awesome. She really looks like a very proper tank character.
인명 피해 없음.
And also top damage.
완벽한
I know, she's level 55, but still, that was a lot of damage, especially
인간 귀하신 분들의
for some other
연습을
standards.
끊이질 않겠어요.
Insubordination. Okay, let's see another Ishmael to play. People really like her. Kurokamo clan captain.
벌써 확
Zoe West Sinclair is similar. Okay. There is also a good few Zoe units. They are all different. As for the other Zoe identities, the Zoe Gregor is decent. Ishmael is from the Zoe West. Sinclair is also from Zoe West ID, but is a 2-star. All other Zoe IDs are from the Southern branch. Oh, so they play differently, I imagine. Oh, I don't think I read her. Or maybe I did. It's a bleed. Okay, this is nice. More clash from our breed. Apparently, the more bleed, the more she's better at clashing. This is good with other Kurokamo characters as well.
한 번에 끝낸다.
Zoe Ishmael is so pretty. I also like that design. Sinclair has two Zoe identities. I believe that his Zoe West was an apology from how bad his South section identity was. Damn. Zoe South are also pretty tanky, but don't have the same redirection and defensive stance that the Zoe West has. So Zoe West is just better. Okay. Damn. Nice moves. KK-ish, I love activating bleed 3 times.
자의 위치가 있으니
갑니다.
그렇게 서 있으니 그렇게 서 있으니 목이 떨어져 다음
갑니다.
보다 잘 타는 거.
사십.
Damn.
이 정도로 나와.
Damn. Do we know which section has Zoe headquarters?
갑니다.
Zoe South can also tank as much as Zoe Ish, but no one can out tank Daishi Rodia.
밖에 못하는
Damn. What does Daishi Rodia does so good to be such a good tank character? I think I used her before, but I don't remember reading her properly. I think I should. You bastards. When our boss hears of this, you're all finished. So if you bow down and beg for... Oh wait, I'm not finished. Get away. Get... that's convenient.
보스가 있으면
Nice. Now we know we can go up the chain and talk to their boss in charge. Let's stop wasting our time here.
컨테이너들은 셀 수도
I don't
있어.
want to have to crack open these shipping containers one by one and go through mountains of rotting corpses.
한손 정도는
You can see a point, right? Please.
보스가 있는 곳.
The location of your boss.
손가락으로 위치-
Mark it on this map with your finger. I wasn't sure when she picked it up, but Ismael was carrying a travel brochure of Marlin Port. She shoved it in the pirate's face, who struggled for a moment before pointing to a location on the map. As soon as her trembling finger reached the paper, Ismael, wait! Well,
갈 곳 나왔네요.
we have our next stop.
가죠.
What are we waiting for? Ismail walked out, leaving nothing but shipping containers full of both old and fresh bodies behind. What are the odds of the LCCB agents we were supposed to meet still alive? She generates shield when discarding skills. Can get a Limbillion shield. Rode can discard skills to gain shield. Discarding an S3 gives around 100 shield HP. Now discard multiple times. Although I personally believe Middle Sinclair is a better thing because of Cavernous Wailing Sinclair. Okay. The shield part is cool. Lantern Dawn is the true bet. Damn, okay, everybody has a new better. I love this community, it's pretty fun. Syntax. So, they actually wrote this as a tank. Actually, Middle Sinclair. Actually, Lantern Dawn. And everybody comes with their favorite things. Depends on how rich they think we are. You could already be that. I love whenever games don't have like a universal answer for some events. Like everybody has their pick. Even if the worst comes to pass, we should find his body. That'll give us something. If that's all we find at the end of this, his corpse, Ismail, I don't think he could forgive. Huh? Who? Me? No. Us. We who didn't even try to save them. False. I'm listening. Should we do something? Is she going to be okay? I mean, Ismail. I can give you an answer regarding her insubordination and her emotional state. But this is not a matter in which false answers can be of much assistance. Executive Manager, such insubordination and nigh rogue behavior would have resulted in an on-spot execution in any other organization. I'm aware that punishing the sinners is not a part of the authority given to you, but there must be penalties befitting her actions for proper management. Otis, you're always on my side. Pretty much always, now that I think about it. I have been a leader of men once, as you know, as you are now. I can sympathize with your troubles. I don't know if I can manage Ishmael anymore. I just don't. Though it looked like she was acting rash, maybe she knew the right thing to do in this scenario. If Ishmael suddenly decides to quit or something, False will doubtless proceed to educate me on various clauses that prevent Ishmael from quitting. But it's not like I could force her to come around should this hostility escalated. Besides, she's already acted without my orders earlier. She did say that she would follow my orders, but I wasn't sure how long that would last. Executive Manager. It doesn't matter. We don't need there to be 12 sinners. Are you saying that we leave Ishmael? Executive Manager, I have wandered for many years in far lands before making my journey here, and I have done so with steadfast determination for a single clause of my contract with the company. I'm ready to face all the hardships that the journey entails. Adversity, conflicts, and loss of comrades are simply facts that this quest that I must weather. Truth be told, I expect all of them to happen at one point in the journey. I will always remain by your side. Of course. She smoothly added the last part, but there was growing suspicion at the back of my mind that maybe not everyone felt a sense of belonging from this group. Maybe I was the only one who saw the sense of belonging from them. That would fight as one no matter what ordeal this journey threw in our way. It's so annoying. Sloshmail best tank? No. Sure, granted, Sloshmail does nothing. Did my entrance kill someone again? Hello, Draggy. Sorry, I didn't see you coming. How are you doing, buddy? Oh, Ota's my favorite bootlicker. I mean, she's very good at it. But how are you doing, Draggy? You gotta wonder though, what does Dante's boot taste like? Just keep asking Otis and she will probably have an answer. Oh, family hire candidate. Is it just a rupture poise with ready? Negative check. Okay, nice. I'm gonna use her.
화끈하네.
Good, I hit some kid with beach ball earlier this morning. Why? The location as marked by the pirate's blood led us to the entrance of a club. Faint music could be heard echoing from behind the doors. So this is the place?
우리 중에
Any of
이런
us
노련한
being
클럽
been to a loud,
가보지?
flamboyant, deluxe dance club like this before? Well, if I had to guess, my bet would be on you.
그거 편견이야.
Oh, come on, a
우리
flash bar like
뒷골목에는
this?
이렇게 화려한
And my
술집이
back
하나도
streets?
없어. 장사가 잘
I
되는
doubt it would have had much business back there, huh?
뭐,
People would
뒷골목에서
sometimes
몰래
host secret
들어오는
backstreet
있었지.
parties, but Sonia somehow always caught on.
매번 귀신같이 알아.
So, why are we talking about this?
모르겠어, 단테?
Don't you see Dante?
뒷골에 경호원들이
Bouncers at the
있잖아.
gate?
몇 명이서 오셨죠?
Welcome. How many do you have with you today?
2명.
Two?
섭섭하네.
Come on, man, don't you remember me? I'm on the list. My apologies. Please
확인했습니다.
enter.
저것 봐, 저것 봐.
Look,
그러니까 쑥덕거리면서
you're checking
들어오고
something
싶어.
with the guests before letting them in.
한다는 건데.
You gotta squeeze it in there all smooth somehow.
그럼
Yep, seem really is out. Next in line is, what, me? The hell are you blathering about? I'll smash your skull, Ed. I think this is a compliment. If it were you, Heath. Should I? Sorry to disappoint, but my syndicate was less about music and dance and more about blood, loyalty, and things like that. Your favorite Ishmael memes be damned. Well, we and my relatives, are playing a ball catch game in the ocean water. I tried to throw to my aunt, but the waves come to rise suddenly, causing me to jump and throw, and it went over my aunt's head and headshot some kid. And from the injury of it, I threw maybe too hard. I hope you apologize profusely, and be careful throwing balls at kids. I'm more of a small watering hole or an old pub bloke than a fancy clubber. Getting sloshed, drinking from old rickety tables, yeah, that's more like it. Me. Music screams of fear and pain. Deluxe. Walls painted red with blood. Dance. People with crushed joints. Forced to dance. Yeah, that's not a club. Well, I can't think of anyone else then. Why not Honglu? I have been to such a club. Quite often. You're joking. I am not. I fail to see why this is difficult for you to accept. It was merely one of the places I visited when I used to wander in search of life's joy. A cursory observation of their procedures reveals that it is, in fact, a private club. As a general rule, visitors must receive the bouncer's permission prior to entry. Most bouncers are of above average mass and are likely to be armed. Key elements to getting past the bouncers are: you were right if this was just any other club. Ishi? Ismail walked past us and up the club entrance. I did. I kind of want to make it a ball dwarf game. Whoever gets hits have to sink under the salty ocean water for 15 seconds as punishment, or 15 minutes. Marceau went clubbing. Actually, not surprising. Marceau, in his books, is a frequent club goer. Damn. Okay, Marceau. I like a man with layers, you know. Get more interesting as time goes on. This is a hum to a leader of the syndicate. The question you should be asking is, what are the other ways of entering this establishment? And I'm sure the answer lies with a syndicate member. Is he enough, right? What brings you here, if I may ask? I'm Kikhag's friend. You're whose friend? Kikhag. You recognize that name, didn't you? At the mere mention of that name, the bouncer's expression changed from that of indifference to disbelief. Wait, what's the The bouncer whispers something into the radio. Is he really going to let us in? Are you truly a friend of this Kikhag? What if I am? Where is Kikag?
보스께서 물어보신다.
Is the boss asking?
그러니까
Right, so your boss is in the club, huh?
당신들 보스가 지금 이 안에 있다는 거네요.
다시 한번 묻는다.
I ask again, where is Kikag? The twin hooks are on our way. I repeat, we are... I thought we were trying to sneak in. No,
이 안에
I just wanted to know if their boss was home. We should be able to get all the intel we want from them. Anyway, I am just here for my daily dose of Archer stream. Have a good one. Thank you so much, Draggy. Always a pleasure. Have a good one. Rest of your weekend. And Ishki Yuri, we trust. I found my brother in the mirror dungeon. Time to be a good sibling. Why do I feel that that involves violence?
이대로 가보자고.
전격발.
Yeah, every time that I see my Sinclair, he's staggered. What's wrong with you, Sinclair?
나쁘지 않고.
최근은 좋았어요. 최근은 좋았어요.
이대로 가보자고.
Staggered again!
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리
I do need to level up the Sinclair. The Sinclair is not reliable. But she's so pretty. Like, those movements, they are very breathtaking.
생각보다 잘 타는 거야.
괜찮아. 이제 나나 탈 거야.
이것밖에 못하나.
Right? Marcel doesn't care, but Sinclair for sure does.
분무하는 선. 돌아가면 의견을 나누지.
My boy actually might die in the process. Even though he's favored, I'm not feeling very confident.
알겠습니다.
Even Gregor is pulling his weight.
각자의 위치가 있으니 피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
Yay! Come on!
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸?
Should you ever meet my brother in the dungeon, tell him to look at his pendant for me. Okay, just a small favor from a devil.
이상한 목숨.
I do it all the time. I do it all the time. But you got it, or free shoot.
말까 바꿔올 놈.
한 번에 끝낸다.
그렇게 서 있으니 목이 떨어질 수. 그렇게 서 있으니
What a character.
추진. 피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
Those are my thumbs. So proud of them. They grow up so fast.
이렇게 쉽게 통과하리라곤 상상도 못했는데.
Neato.
새가들에게 은자를 풀어야겠어요. 이런 경사스러운 날에는
The club
좀
2.
괜찮겠죠.
Sinclair, when you're gonna level up? The Pequod captain. Oh, reindeer. I think a lot of people mentioned reindeer. The association, is she burn as well? Yeah, she's burn. Nice. This is probably the one that's gonna fit my team better.
제가 앞에 서줘.
와,
Whoa,
어느새 문지기
can't believe they're letting us in like this. Let's go. I wanted to correct him that the bouncers weren't letting us in, that they were either face down in some ditch or fleeing, and we were just letting ourselves in. But I guess I wasn't in the mood.
몇 명이서 오셨어?
Hey, you're here with anyone?
세 명이서 왔어.
Yes, I have 12 companions with me. 12? There, get him! Ah, sorry for disturbing you! Okay, everyone, let's do the famous Marlin dance of our beloved Marlin port. Arms out like this. Swing and lock, swing and lock. Nah, what's with all the booming bass? A bass. It feels as though the sound waves are vibrating my entire brain matter.
나 앞에서 꺼지세요.
Get out of my way, you'll all be sorry. Ismail swung her mace, shattering nearby table to pieces. And that was more than enough for the clubbers to realize the seriousness of the situation. They quickly ran to the exit and vacated the club. Akisha Tremor-ish, Zoe-ish. If you want to, be my guest, Max. I have a lot of people sharing Zoe Ishmael, by the way. So don't feel like you have to. Again, just if you really want to. Ismael really zero chill. Like, Ismael is completely out of control right now. Which I low-key appreciate. I kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie.
받아볼 텐가.
Come on!
화력, 추진.
빠르게
Thank God.
일리 있는 의견. 그걸로 하지.
한 번에 끝낸다.
그렇게 서 있으니
괜찮아.
목이 떨어져 있어.
이젠 안 아플 거야. 한 번에 끝낸다. 괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸?
나보다 잘 타는 거.
밑그림 완성.
다소
빠르게 치라도.
즐겁군.
No, Merceau! Guys, stop attacking my... Damn, Merceau said fuck you. Stagger, no more.
이대로 가보자고.
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
이것보다 못한
Laso going alpha mode. Dude, so good.
한 번에 끝낸다. 괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여.
Like, so good. Like, it's really like, I can see why everybody wanted him. It's very, very good.
나쁘지 않네.
전력으로
And we fly!
그렇게 서 있으니 목이 떨어질
I mean,
수밖에.
pretty good unit.
두드려 패고 꿰뚫는다. 이게 우리 사과지.
My girl.
뭐 시원한 거 먹으러 가는 거 어때? 빙수 같은 거.
The club 3. And okay, let me try this time around. The reindeer. Because people keep saying that you cannot. Yeah. I cannot use auto on this one. It's another charge unit.
사냥감인가 몸이 끓어오르는군.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
I sense friend request.
각자의 위치가 있으니
Wait, is there a friend request available to me right now? I'll take it. The more friends, the merrier.
완성. 빠르게 치라도.
Just don't use the rat skill with less than 10 charge. Yep.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로
One thing that I do appreciate about the W Corp units, even though they're all charge as well, and you should be saving most of it, they do not attack you, which is appropriate.
전투에 임하겠습니다.
If reindeer don't have enough charge on S3, she will shoot randomly. Yeah. I think I actually used her yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
터졌군요.
Laser, laser, laser. However, it needs to charge to actually clash meaningfully.
마치 목숨.
괜히 저항하지
I still rather that instead of reindeer. I really hate anything that can actually. I think I've kind of become wary of anything that can actually shoot or hurt my allies since I played Magic Bullet, because it's so easy for you to lose like control and end up getting your characters killing more of your characters.
일리 있는 의견이다.
And it's not like Felt Bullet Descent where you're at least getting something out of it.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로
Hey, what's that hey for?
천탄격발. 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
총알값 아까울 노래.
I only had 2 deaths. 1 death. No, it's all good.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로 하지.
Yeah, I'm bored. I'm just play P entering and hope for the best.
완성.
그렇게 서 있으면
Apple really pirate skill names. Too late. Next one. W Corp unit, except for Don Quixote and Yoshi, all W Corp unit has low average rolls without enough charge
너를
count.
들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군. 잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은 탄피는 팁이다.
Let's see if I'm missing any Ishmael IDs from testing out. I want to see more of Pequod. Specifically the big pirates. Okay.
몸이 끓어오르는군.
I mean, to each their own, okay? I'm not one to judge.
받아볼 텐가.
Good for them. Oh, Pequod Ishi, yes.
화력, 추진.
For someone that wanted a beating, why are you clashing so hard, sir? Just take the fucking damage.
단격발.
나쁘지 않고.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이
Damn.
담겨 있지. 보았나? 적은 이렇게 진리가졌다.
Yes, Captain.
확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다. 기세가 수그러지는 저놈을 추적해.
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸?
Let me actually read her.
할 시간이 있나? 고래에 집중해.
Okay, so she's tankier. Let's attack. She uses speed on her defense skill. Which is nice. Neat. Okay. The tapper, yapper, the snipper, snapper. Let's use her highlight.
놈도 남지 않을 때까지 잘했군. 놈도
그렇게 서
남지
있으니
않을 때까지
목이 떨어질 수밖에.
쉴 새는 없다.
She talks a lot.
입을 열 시간이 있나?
S2, apply offensive defense to allies. Use the assist attack. If Unit A applies this effect to Unit B, Unit B follows up with an unopposed attack. Oh, this is nice. So basically, she can just force other people to just attack extra.
받아볼 텐가.
She's in tankier. She's a buffer that gives many buffs and support parries.
적은 이렇게 진리가졌다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다.
And the big guys really are good against clashing.
총알값 아까울려나.
My Merceau's upset.
총원 불격.
전력으로 상대해봐.
Unbreakable coins. Use random ally S1. Yeah,
발현. 추진.
which is very good. Is she the only character that can do that? Assist attacks? Or is there anyone else that can also do that? They have funny names. They have funny names. Yes, I read. Right after you said it. Hit me harder, and hit me harder right here. Even though I keep saying, if they want to be hit harder so much, why they have so big clashes? Like, let me actually hit you. Stop clashing and not letting me hit you. Full stop can also do that. Yep, only her.
당신들 대장이 있는 방이
It's full stop or only her?
좋을 거예요.
Again, I keep being surprised by the fact that I always get 2 answers from every single thing I ask. Which is very funny. So, does the full stops can, full stop works only with full stop. Oh, okay, so full stops can assist themselves. And she can do with anyone. You better tell us where your boss is before things turn ugly. Go drink some more milk before I start tossing around threats like that, laddie. I'm serious. Talker, that thing is gonna be smashed your skull. Okay, let's calm down. Captain in here. If it's hostage you're looking for, the first mate should know.
어디인데요?
Directions. The last room at the end of that corridor.
가세요.
Go.
그쪽 말고.
Not that way. Get out of this club. I'm sorry.
야, 너
Wait, kid.
뭔가
You're getting better at this, aren't you?
이런 걸로 칭찬.
I don't want to get complimented for doing something like this. But full stop doesn't have assist attack. They have something else. Captain Ish can do it with anyone. Yes. So full stop's probably not called assist attack. It's probably similar to assist attack, but only works with themselves. And Captain Ishi can do it with anyone. So yeah, that was I was looking for someone that can do similar to her with anyone, because then you can have like a team of like 3 people that are just good with like strong like S1s and like 2 assist attackers. 3 assist attackers. Everyone with assist attacks making each other assist attack. I just think we have to get to the hostage as soon as possible. Yeah, I like that. Again, character growth is seen in every single one of these characters, which is very nice. I really appreciate, especially the ones that already had their Canto. You can see way more growth in them.
좋았군. 하지만 머나먼 고래에 닿기 위해서는 아직도 부족하다. 다시 가스터빈을 점화한다. 그리고
She talks a lot. That's for sure something. First May too. I still don't know which Ismail I feel like is the best one. Zuaib most likely was the one that I liked most in terms of damage and what he can do. Kurokamo also does crazy damage. Let me play with Molar Board Works again, because I also felt like she did a crazy amount of damage. Oh, I saw this girl in the mirror dungeon before. By the way, look very pretty. Whew, you certainly made a mess out there. Tell me, who sent you? A rival captain? Or are you looking to collect my hat for the bounty? So you're the boss here? Yeah, me. First mate of the Twin Hook Pirates. Heard you wanted to see me. What? Want an autograph?
당신은 2인자라고 들었다.
Captain Ismail and Angela announcer talk so much, they end up talking over each other. 5th Limbus livestream, hi! Well, you've been going around. Hello Sakura Eclipse, thanks for joining us for the first time, I believe. Gregor ID. It's being so pretty. Guess the literature reference. This beat is so so underrated. Looks wise, it's a Gregor ID. We were less informed that you were the second in command. We seek your superior. Tell us of their whereabouts.
후크 그놈은
Hook,
어디서 또 요정 좀
that
나왔어?
asshat has to be drowning in bottle of fairy wine somewhere. Three sheets to the wind.
그러니까 실질적으로
So I
네가 이곳을
pretty much
지배하고
run
있는
this
게
joint.
건방해.
The fact and all, you know.
그리고
And
이
you
한국
gotta
여자가
understand our
세상을
predicament.
먹기엔
The perfume business has never been the most lucrative venture of the sport, so we're just looking to branch out. A purely business decision, devised by none other than yours truly.
이해했다.
Understood.
우리가 원했던
So you must have the information we seek.
우린 너희 조직이 확보한 것으로 보이는 인질의 행방을 찾고 있다. 그 정보.
We are in search of a certain individual, held hostage by the establishment. Hand over the information regarding his whereabouts.
인질이라니 말 너무
Zmi would be familiar if you love old Disney movies.
우리를 손님이라고 부르는데
Captain Hook from like a Peter Pan. That's the only thing that comes into mind. Or it's either Pirates of Caribbean, but I don't think so. Because it said old Disney movies, so I believe old you mean probably Captain Hook. Hostage? Oh, what a crude choice of words. We prefer to call him our guests. Guest? Yeah, well then, how about a deal?
우리 교환하자. 퀵해그에 대한
Tell me
정보를
everything you know about Kikek,
그럼 내가 너희 쪽
and I'll see
사람을
to it that the guest you're looking for is safely returned.
심지어 꽤
Yep,
검은
Zmi is from Peter Pan.
사람이던데.
Peter Pan. Nice.
엘씨
See, I know some stuff.
팀장이라고 했으니까.
Besides, that guest of ours, he's a big shot, and he. Whenever I was a kid, there were two things that I kind of enjoyed very much: anime and Disney movies, like Hercules, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, Peter Pan, Fantasia. Most of the Princess movies also, I watched all of them. It's hard for me to remember everything because there's just so many. Tarzan. But yeah, I love the Disney movies. As me mentioned, their captain named Hook. Yeah, that's why I was also kind of like, probably it's Captain Hook. Besides, that guest of ours, he's a big shot, ain't he? LC something team leader?
그쪽에 퀵해그
Oh, and one of you is a friend of Kikek, right?
퀵해그에 대해 알고
Tell me
있는
everything you
점은
know about Kikek.
지금 어디서 뭘 하고
What she's up
있는지,
to,
제일
who she's
궁금한
with, and
건지,
last thing
제일
she said to you.
남겼던
I want to hear all of it.
말인지 전부. 누가 이 거래에서
I'm
이용한
sure there's no need to remind you who's got the upper hand here. The old Disney movies were great. Sad to see what Disney has become. There were so many times that I already like bashed Disney during like prior streams. It's not even funny anymore. It's like Wizard of the Coast at this point. Disney just used to be very good. But used to is is a strong word here. I think since Disney started like buying a lot of like other like brands and branching out, I feel like Disney is almost as a Tencent of like the movie world, where they just keep like buying new IPs and just putting on their catalog, and at some point you cannot really uphold quality whenever you're doing so much, and everything you're doing is very focused on, guess what, profit. And whenever you're just focused on profit, you miss out on the quality that you can give to fans to just try to appeal to the biggest amount of audiences as possible. Snow White is there, Snow White's apple. Abnormalities come from the mind. It's only natural that they are fairy tales or folklore. So it's very similar to how personas come to be. It's kind of like it's like a mirror to your mind. That's why most personas are like mythological gods or folklore creatures. And yeah, I kind of realized because of Little Red and the Snow Queen. I'm trying to think if there's other ones, but actually there's not that many. If you think about like, if abnormalities are from the mind, I would expect more familiar stuff. but it's kind of the opposite. Most of the abnormalities are kind of odd, and I think because it's very focused on SCP, and even though there are some SCPs that do mirror stuffs in the real world, most SCPs are just very creative and different, which I appreciate. I'm sure there's no need to remind you who got the upper hand here. Ha! I wish I could tell you. I really do. Well, and some abnos are the fear of the collective unconscious. I came from the German folklore as free shoots, and more importantly, the opera The Free Shoots. I didn't know if you even have an opera
뭐죠?
named after you. Oh yeah, it's just tremor sinking. Pretty simple, pretty solid tremor sinking. Okay. We do not have a blind obsession ID, right? It's just an ego. I find that she's so cool in this blind obsession outfit. Okay, give me a second. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Oh, they posted this 2 days ago. Okay, give me a sec. I'm gonna show you guys something before I continue. Because, again, that's the reason why I really love, like, ego IDs. Because I find them so creative. Because it's a mixture of the both ends. But I want you guys to see. Some of you might have seen this video. But I want to showcase anyways. It's just 24 seconds, so it's gonna be quick. You probably saw this, some of you, but this is Limbus Company Blind Obsession Ismail Unreal Engine 5. It just randomly popped up, probably did for the all of you as well. But look at this. I find it very cool. I really like that she's using those float stuff from the whale as a weapon. Yeah, these are the little whale just shows up and eats them. This is very like short and simple, but I love this. And I watched this and I was like, damn, they should do a Limbus Company 3D game one day if they ever have the income to do it. Because look, if they can make something like this a reality, it will be so cool. I think it's just simple stuff, like 3D simple stuff, but it's still very like effective. Yeah, let's go back to the video, to the game. We go back to the game. Thank you. Yeah, goddamn, this is cinema. That whale, that is truly abnormality synchronization. I love blind obsession. Me too. Like, every time that I see this ego, I find, dude, I hope this one day comes to be an ID that we can use. And I know that the ego skill is pretty good. At least people say that blind obsession is a very good ego skill. Well, KJA has plans for the 3D action game that's going to be a long time from now, though. Yeah, I don't imagine it going anytime soon. Because we have plans of the anime, we have plans of... I do imagine that they have a lot of plans to expand upon the universe. Because it's a very well-crafted one. I think this is one of the beauties whenever every single game you create is based on the same universe, is that you can slowly build upon it and make something special with it. But yeah, it's all about money, and I do hope that they put a lot of effort and care and not really push anything hasty, which I don't feel that they are going to. So I'm very happy about it. Because again, I've just talked about Disney and trying for profit, and I do appreciate when people actually put their effort into making something special instead of just trying to make money. Because they could very easily sell the Limbus Company IP and get shareholders and make Limbus Company like big as fuck and completely kill the game's brilliance because of it. Not just Limbus, I'm talking about PM in the general sense. The quote from Blind Obsession Ismail, normal and corrosion are also awesome. I never used Blind Obsession skill. Yeah, I never used it. So I don't know what the quotes.
터뜨려주지. 나쁘지 않고.
Boom. That S3 always gets me going, dude. To the sea, to the sea. That skill from Moeller Bowworks is so good because she does like the 360.
일리 있는 의견이다.
The thing is, KJ8 made Limbus with the plan to make money in the first place. They never thought it would get this big. Oh no! I think anybody that makes a gacha game wants money. There's no point or qualms to it. If you're making a gacha game, you want money. Because that's what gacha games give. Money. Now, Limbus is probably one of the fairest gacha games I've ever seen in my life, and I feel like they are very nice with their player base and they give out a lot of stuff. Even though their player base, a lot of them are undeserving of this level of attention. But no, gacha games they do can help people. Like if people saw gacha games as a way to raise money for other endeavors that were more from the heart, and let just the gacha games be the kind of cash grabby thing, it would be nice. The problem is whenever a company only makes gacha games, or the company only makes like, still has a gacha game, but keeps putting out bad games overall. Like MiHoYo is a good example. MiHoYo knows that gacha games make a lot of money, so they keep making more gacha games. And even though MiHoYo games are very high quality when it comes to their, well, music, gameplay, yada yada, it's still just a bunch of gacha games. And most of them are just trying to make more and more money, and they are very predatory in the sense. Like, it's not easy for you to get stuff in MiHoYo games. It's not the easiest ones for you to get units just by playing the game normally.
오자 터뜨려주지.
No! My boy, Sinclair, being completely decimated.
그럴 거야.
And I keep saying, all the gacha games that I played on this stream are very fair, in my opinion, on how they behave.
오자 터뜨려주지.
And their quality. But they still wanna make they wanna make money.
괜히 좋아하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸?
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로 하지. 화력. 추진.
All hands full speed towards where the lights flicker. Is that one of the quotes?
덜어라지. 정신 못 차릴 거야.
밑그림은 완성했다. 빠르게 치라도.
Dude, I never got enough. Okay, I am missing. Yeah, I don't have anybody producing whatever that one is. I always forget their names. Envy. Yeah, nobody's producing Envy. She's never gonna be able to cast it.
단번에 끝낸다.
The thing with Hoyo is that they weren't like that with the first game. It wasn't, well, technically it wasn't in their first game, it was their second game, but still. It wasn't until Genshin's success that made them become who they are now, of course. And I keep saying, Genshin came out in the best moment for any gacha game to come out. Genshin came out during pandemic,
널널하지? 정신 못 차려.
and Genshin copied the game of the year nonetheless for their base, which is Breath of the Wild. So Genshin had everything to become a major player. The fact that right now,
나쁘지 않다.
Genshin is actually losing to other MiHoYo games like Star Rail does show how not good Genshin was thought out.
일리 있는 의견.
Because in the base idea, Genshin was a good one, but in the longevity, it's just kind of boring. And also, the story kind of became lackluster.
그렇게 서 있으면
I think Star Rail kind of improves on everything Genshin tried to do, and is more bearable. Peek, just heads up, good luck on this Canto boss. Hello, Yuri, thanks for joining us again. Thank you so much. Hello, Blythe, how are you doing? I'm doing great. We're doing Canto 5, which is part of the story of this game. But how are you doing? How's Metaphor? Though ZZZ is a nice change of pace and reminds me of the old Honkai Impact 3rd. Used to have this thing where you can do the story with preset teams and the gacha can be an afterthought if you have the patience. They just drag the story out. The community doesn't help the fact they kept getting bad reputation. Oh, for sure. But gacha games community itself, like even like with Limbus Company, like recently I discovered that the Korean community for this game is terrible. I think every gacha game has a community that is known for being bad. They are very, I will say probably, yeah, no, even Reverse has a bad community over on China. So I really cannot really save any gacha game community. And I do agree with you. ZZZ probably has the smoothest action gameplay slash easiest. Because if you see, there are games like Punishing Raid Raving, which are also a very good like action, but Punishing Raid Raving really takes the punishing part too serious. And I'll say probably ZZZ is the easiest action and good action gacha game out there. I was playing Tribe 9 when that came out. Sadly, that the global version of the game already closed, but and I was comparing to ZZZ. I was like, guys, this is basically trying to be ZZZ and failing badly because ZZZ gameplay is awesome. My problem with ZZZ is that, and even though ZZZ is very fun to play and the story is actually good, the gacha is atrocious. If you're just a free-to-play player, you might not get a character on ZZZ if you're not lucky. I can't play Genshin anymore, to be honest. I get burned out far too quickly and don't enjoy it anymore. I'm good. I'm finishing Metaphor in my next stream, I think. Awesome. I wish you the best of luck, Blythe. And I completely agree. That's the same thing why I fell out of Genshin. Because Genshin, if you're a free-to-play player and you wanna actually compete, like in terms of getting characters and just have fun, you gotta explore the shit out of the game. You gotta open those interactive maps and search out and map out every single chest just so you have enough resources to get like 1-2 characters. So for me, it's just not worth it, the hassle. Not just the global, they are also closing the JP servers. Damn, I'm so sad for that, you know, because the art is amazing. I love Danganronpa, and I was actually looking forward to that game. So it's very disappointing that ended up just being a very lackluster version of a ZZZ game. And also, the dialogue and story were all over the place. Like, I was not really having fun with the story. Because I was like, the gameplay's but the story could also save it, but no. It was bad all over. If it's briefly granted, you pull for a Miyabi when she was available. No, I'm not saying free to play in terms of getting like a good unit. Like, I'm saying that, let's say I just start playing ZZZ right now. I gotta play the shit out of ZZZ for me to get enough currency for getting a character guaranteed. Because ZZZ's odds are terrible. So I'll say, I really like a game that I don't need to kill myself to get one character every like 3 months, you know? Wait. You better stay away. Lay a finger on me and you regret it.
난 뒷배가
You have
있어.
no idea who's looking out for me. What?
그것도
It's-
뭐야?
Don't freak out now.
너무 겁먹지 마.
A big brother
중지의 작은
from the
손.
middle. Oh,
자,
a BB? And this Kikeg? The middle put a pretty hefty mount on her pretty head, in case you didn't know.
감히 중지의
She's not only dared to quit the middle, but also decided to fall off the face of the earth. Now, that's what you call prime stupidity.
중지는
Given that the middle never forgets. Okay, I have finished.
잠깐.
Wait, really? You're still going to kill me?
저희가 어질렀으니
It's our mess.
싹 정리.
I'm not about to leave any loose threads behind.
중지.
It's the middle we're talking about. The middle. Don't you know who they are?
잠깐.
Wait, fine. I'll tell your friend this.
혹시 알려줄게. 그
The shipping container you're looking for. We keep our living hostages in shipping containers marked with a green triangle. And since he's a recent catch, you can find him on the east side probably.
동쪽 구역일 거고. 초록색 색.
Green triangle, huh? What if there's more than one of those? What if it's a different shade of green? What if you're just lying to get out of the pinch?
알수 있어.
You should be able to tell! You should be able to tell right away! I'm serious, please!
들었죠?
There you have it. I'll say there's more than enough confirmation. Happy now, Sinclair?
다행이네요. 싱클레어 씨.
Sinclair was frowning, but Ismael didn't seem to care. She stood there, rubbing the wrist of her weapon arm. Almost appeared as she thought she was measuring the amount of strength needed to turn Zmee's head into pulp in one fell swoop. Wait, killing her could cause us a lot of trouble. We know where the hostage is, and I think that's good enough. Let's head back. Okay, let me stop here for a second. I said that one day, so someone raided me last stream, and whenever I was on their stream to say hi and thank for the raid, I saw the character from the middle. So that's the only spoiler I know about this Canto, guys. So I'm already prefacing that if my reaction to see the character don't seem, oh my god, it's because I already saw the character. I'm sorry. I'll try to be more diligent and avoid other people's streams when they're clearly doing a Canto that I haven't done before. Now, let me read some of the comments. Especially, okay, they just drag the story out. The community doesn't help the fact they keep getting bad reputation, especially the summer story. God, that was tedious. Not just global, they are also closing the JP servers. Sounds too tedious. ZZZ is pretty free to play. Yeah, it's my favorite Canto. Hello, Sparta. Tribe 9 is what I wanted ZZZ to be. The story was nice and the gameplay was what hooked me into it, as difficult as it could get. For me, it was complete opposite. I found that Tribe 9 wanted to be ZZZ and failed in every attempt. That's why it's actually closing. Because for me, if Tribe 9 was better than ZZZ, I don't think it would be failing at it. I felt that the characters were just very like, we're trying to do a Danganronpa funny character. Here the witty shticks and their witty personalities and very quotable characters. And I was like, sure. Oh boy, the middle. Wait, Sparta Borb. Remember Rhodia's town was killed by the middle because Rhodia killed someone with ties to them. Yeah. Which one? Is the guy with glasses? The guy with from the middle? No, is the one with the purple hair and all the chains that look like that Sinclair skin or ID. He has glasses? I don't remember if he has glasses. I don't think he has glasses. Does he have glasses? I don't remember if he had glasses. It's just very muscular, very big. Purple shirt, purple hair, chains. Good luck with the middle, by the way. Thank you so much, Yuri. Hello, Steffi. Good morning. How are you doing? We know where the hostage is, and I think it's good enough. Let's head back.
설득할 필요성은 안 느껴.
I don't feel the need to convince you, manager. Kindly get out of my way.
주시겠어요? 이런 거에 시간 낭비하고 싶지 않아.
I don't want to waste any more time on this.
맞아. 나 같은 거에 시간 낭비.
You know what else is a waste of time?
길 가자.
Try 9 is more technical ZZZ. ZZZ is basically tap to win and dodge sometimes. Tribe 9 had actual strategy to it. Those are shades to be exact. Sure. Also, hello Helix, welcome. Thanks for the first time chatting. Doing great, love. How are you? I still with the cold, but I'm doing much better now. Thank you so much for asking. And I wish you a great stream today and a lovely weekend. Okay, for me, Syntax, I felt quite the opposite. For me, Tribe 9's gameplay is how like pick ZZZ gameplay, which I find very cool, very nice, and very smooth, and actually break it apart and add steps in it. That was my issue. Oh, Mama's already better. I'm like my mom got better, and I was the one that caught the code right after. So at least we like to like switch up who's the one sick from time to time. But yeah, for me, Tribe 9 was just trying to just add steps to something that I felt like you didn't need to have steps into. But I can see your point, trying to create some strategy in the game. Like, I would not say no. It's just probably how I feel of the game. I don't think it needed the strategy. I feel like if they just try to copy ZZZ's combat, adding something new to it without being something like a... It felt like it slows down the combat, if it makes sense. I think adding steps within the combat slows it down, and that's one thing that I enjoy, is a fluid combat that I don't feel I'm being held back. ZZZ is a hack and slash, no? Well, basically, yeah. But also, hello, person with a name that I cannot say. Welcome. You know what else is a waste of time? Killing me. How about just go our merry ways, huh? I disagree. Ismail! I can breathe pretty fast. Ismail's eyes were still lost and wondering. He swung back to her harpoon arm, ready to strike, and... Before I even realized what was going on, I was leaping in the way.
관리자님,
Executive Manager!
단테,
Dante, are you insane? Can you imagine us just randomly killing Dante and nobody's there to rewind time anymore and they just got fucked?
미친 게 누구냐 말이다.
You're the one who's insane! You dare lay your hands on our executive manager? Was insubordination not enough? Well, technically, Dante put himself in front of it, so I know Otis is trying to reach for something in here. Chill, Otis. Smart choice.
잘 선택한 거야. 만약 날
If you killed me, a big brother or even a big sister would have gone after you. Where is Rhodia? That's a good part. Where is Rhodia to remind everybody that one day she killed someone with ties with the middle and her entire town was killed? For her to say, hey Ismael, that's not a good idea. Ismael going for the kill every time. Ismael is I know that Ismael is kind of on the rampage here. Her eyes are only seeing red, but she needs to chill. Like, this is kind of getting out of hand. I recall the time when the exact opposite happened, when Ismael leaped in front of me, taking the malfunctioning machine bullets in my place, and called my name as her body liquefied. I remember that. It's kind of like us doing the same for her, because we're not just defending Ismael, we're defending the possibility that this can escalate into something that we cannot, take back. Well, whatever floats your boats, I spent so much time playing DMC games that this was pretty boring because all really has was legit tapping attack and dodging something is boring. No, I get it. I will say that I like gameplays that are boring because I'm lazy. Like, that's why I do P-Enter. Like, I could play this game very carefully, but I find that boring. I like whenever I can just turn my mind off. The games that I can just do that and enjoy my time doing it, and I feel like the gameplay kind of flows, is my favorite type of games. It's just we differ on how we see it. I completely see that something as easy could be boring for someone that likes something more like in depth. I have a lot of friends that like strategy games or RTSs. I don't play those games because I feel like I have to use my brain at all times during these games. So if my brain is working like for 30 minutes over time, there's no point where my brain can just shut down and enjoy the moment. But some people enjoy the fact that their brains are being worked so hard. So I think that's where we just, differ. Tribe 9 gave that much needed strategy that ZZ lacked, though ZZ added Deadly Assault and spiced it up a bit, even though it's just a HP blow to some of the bosses. Agree. Again, I just didn't see Tribe 9's addition as something good. Maybe you're correct, and maybe those steps that they created over the combat added more strategy and more thought behind it. But I don't know. There's just my take in it as like in terms of game design, because I can also see like design choices that I don't like, but I see that them as being good, and I don't particularly saw their combat as something good. I think that they could have done something different to add the level of strategy and complexity to the combat that didn't feel like it was slowing the combat down. Because I usually, one thing that I don't enjoy is whenever you want to do like kind of an action combat and you put steps into it to slow it down. I think a good game that I feel like puts kind of steps into action combat, but you still have the combat like floating well, is Punishing Grey Raven. To be honest, because Punishing Grey Raven wants you to do the combos and wants you to flow with the combat, but it never slows the combat down actually. And I called my name as her body liquefied. Okay, let's continue this. As though she had faith that my name alone could make everything right again.
방금
Did you
저 새끼를
just take a harpoon for that bitch?
조금만 더 옆으로 갔으면
If I aimed a bit to the side, I would have hit your face. You stupid cockface. Do you understand? Yeah, I do. Boy, you really did. What the heck out of that harpoon. It really hurts.
뭔
What? Can you please stop it with your stupid goddamn quips?
갖다 치우라고요.
관리자님,
Executive manager. But by the way, I really appreciate the breakdown of both of these games' combats. By the way, syntax.
방금 처자의
Her
행동은
words and actions just now are more than enough to constitute a full-on mutiny. She made an attempt on the life of her direct superior.
더 이상 방관할 수 없습니다.
I can no longer sit idly by and watch.
처리할 수 없다면
Though you may not have punitive authority,
지금 당장 윗선에 낱낱이
we
보고하고
must make a detailed report of these incidents and relay it to the higher-ups for the company to discuss their future actions. Sparta, what's your meaning? Yes. It's okay. Otis, I choose to get in her way.
괜찮지 않습니다.
Hexers, hi! How are you doing? Welcome. Thanks for the first time chatting. By the way, for anybody new on the stream, hello, my name is Archer. I'm mainly a gacha game streamer that plays Reverse 1999, Heaven Burns Red, Persona 5X, and Limbus Company. I hope you all feel at home in here and feel free to talk as much as you want. This is not okay!
처자는
That individual has consistently and repeatedly caused serious setbacks to our mission.
선을
And
넘었다는
that
겁니다.
executive manager is crossing the line. Otis, I said it's okay. I didn't take the harpoon for that woman. I took it for Ishmael. Huh?
이제
What?
아예
Did you flip a switch and decide to become a humanitarian all of a sudden?
지금껏 손에 피 한 방울 묻혀보지 않고
Big game indeed. You never had to dirty your hands with a drop of blood, not even once.
오히려
Just sat back and order us to bloody ours in your stead.
이제 사람은 더 이상
And
죽이지
now,
않자.
you're telling us to,
정신적으로
what?
밀리지
Is
않자.
up on the murders? What are you even trying to say? That you don't want us to get traumatized anymore? Some touchy-feely shit like that? No, it's just my intuition. That probably wasn't very convincing, was it?
당연하죠.
No, of course not. Intuition comes from experience,
오는 거 아닌가요?
from memories.
시계 이전에 당신은
You remember Jack all before the clock, Dante. How can I trust your intuition?
그 감을 믿으라고요?
That woman, I think she's in a pretty important position of power, at least in this district. Killing her before thinking things through could complicate things.
반대로
Did it not occur to you that not killing her could also complicate things?
일으킬 수도 있다는 생각은요?
I just think killing everyone in our way, left and right like this, won't help us in the future. In the future, huh? Sorry. It can't. I don't have any better explanation for what I just did.
앞으로라는
I
게
don't know how far in
얼마나
the future you're
넓게까지
talking about,
나아가는지
but
저는 모르지만 적어도 제
I'm
앞과
sure we have different things in store for us there, Dante.
다른 게 확실하겠네요.
Ah,
단테,
Dante.
다시는
Do
몸을
not ever
함부로
put
던지지
yourself
마시죠.
at risk in such a manner again. Come on, advice coming from one of you guys? Not very convincing.
그대는 열둘의 책임자입니다.
Responsibility of 12 lives weighed upon your shoulders, Dante. Thus, you must watch yourself 12-fold.
또한 그대의 죽음을
Dourly so,
다시는
in
멈출
that,
수
should you
없기에
perish,
더욱
we do not possess the means to bring you back.
그리고
And,
되돌릴 수 없는
ones that cannot be brought back,
견딜 수 없이
live behind an unbearably painful void. Damn, always Yisan giving us the deep thought. Effloresced ego, gash harpoon, can I run over Ishmael? Damn, can you guys? Can Efflorescent ego, gash harpoon run over Ishmael? Monday, thanks for joining us. Hello, how are you doing? I heard something. Give me a second, guys. Damn, I saw one of my stuff. Ah, thank you for the new follow, Efflorescent ego, gash harpoon. How are you doing? Thank you, thank you. No. No, and you cannot run over Wishmael. Why not? She's kind of going a little bonkers. Yisung was right. My shoulder was in an unbearable amount of pain. Oh, wait. You, a right clock head? No. I'm in pain, and I cannot rewind the pain. So no, I'm not okay. Yeah, I'm good. The clock still works. What? That's not what I... Looney Burger. You're not all there either. Or maybe just took a while to lose it. And here I thought we at least had one sane person on the bus. But you're no different. Nicolay shook his head and walked away. No, I'd rather not have this mouth to be run over. We can just rewind. Just for a second. Just for punishment reasons. Nothing that Vergilius wouldn't do himself. Shipping containers. Okay, we took a while there talking about like other gacha games, so let's steer this one back into this. Zoo Association. Zoo Association probably is my favorite one from Use, just because it's just so simple and effective.
선원 집합. 이번 작품에서
Lovely
논의할
team,
시간.
by the way. Thank you. A lot of those team members were added yesterday. Do you know what it feels like to be run over? It hurts like hell. No. No, I do not. I tend to not really leave my house very much, so there's not many stuff that can run over me unless I want to be run over by. But yeah, I can imagine it can hurt. Hold up, is that Zweimail I gave? Could be. There's so many Zweimails. But please up the level of the thumb. I do not have anything anymore to up their levels, but they will be leveled up. Don't worry. Again, I just got them yesterday, and I used all that I had, and the only thing that I have left is one ticket that can make them level 50. But that's not the level that I am right now because I'm still doing Canto 5, so they're only gonna be like level 40, and I don't feel like it's worth for me to waste that ticket right now. You think all of the shipping containers are full of... Right. Let's try not to linger on that thought. I try my best not to speculate about what terrible things the pirates might be hiding in the mountain of shipping containers. Hey! Who's there? How'd you find this place? Hey! We're just here to check out the shipping container with the green triangle over here, and we'll be right out of your hair, okay? Let's take them out before anything worse happens to our agent. Yes, Walpurgis is soon. That's why I have so much lunacy already accumulated, and tickets and whatnot, because I do plan on getting the new units from Walpurgis.
이대로 가보자고.
Queen of Hatred and all that good stuff.
밑그림은 완성입니다. 빠르게 치라도
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
No, stop with that, Syntax. You're jinxing it. I'm so done with people jinxing my stuff. It's not gonna get delayed.
최선의 방어를.
It's probably gonna be they're gonna talk about it soon. Why would they delay it again? Damn it. Again, I know that I'm whining, and I literally yesterday was saying, hey, if they don't have the characters ready and they need more proof testing of those characters, they should delay their release. But at the same time, I want them so bad. But if they just say, hey, guys, we are still trying to find the balance of the new characters, that's why we're gonna delay Walpurgis, I would probably whine and moan and say, okay, fair enough.
이대로 가보자고.
I believe they didn't want to get another Malfall situation on their hands again. PM loves delaying. I mean, if they're a smaller game community, I can like game company, I can see why the delays happen so often.
밑그림은 완성입니다. 빠르게 치라도
But hey, how long are you playing Limbus for, Hacksters? Well, delay for another month throughout. No! Guys, stop with that. I don't want the delayers, naysayers, or doomsayers on the chat. But hello, Winter. How are you doing? Thanks for joining us. Building a sync team. Ah, that's good. Syncing. A lot of people say the sync teams are pretty cool. Now, WAP is probably in a month, so they need to finish tweaking MT6 first. Oh yeah, they do. You started last Walpurg. It's nice. I started a few weeks ago. I'm probably turning close to a month now. I think next week's gonna be a month of me playing this game. I am good, thank you. Well, I'm glad to hear. I hope you all, by the way, are having a great weekend. I usually just hard dungeon next week and then Walp. Yeah, I think my mind is similar to Ambu. Do the new stuff on the mirror dungeons and open the achievements and the hard, and the next one we can do Walpurgis. Sinking teams are pretty good, but not against Kim. Yes, I know Kim is the only cut above.
피해 없음. 기물 피해 경로.
Well, since now I'm close to have like a decent burn team,
당분간 귀하신 분들의
I say that I probably will eventually make 2 teams, because I keep telling you guys, but I will try to make a team to work with the Queen of Hatred, regardless of whatever mechanic she's gonna employ. Okay, good thing we have plenty of these Incephalin boxes, so I don't feel like we're gonna run out of energy anytime soon. I never used the family butler. Let me put her.
명 받았습니다.
I still remember losing my MD against those butlers. So annoying. Either MD6 hard and an MD6 superposition or Whelp next week. Claim their bones. The so-called best status when the negative coin enemy shows up. And Sinclair for us. Just checked, yes, that was my Swayish. Nice! Thanks so much, Borbed. Announced, that is. By the way, what is the Queen of Hatred will be? Tremor? They did not inform us yet, so we don't know. Everybody's just speculating. A lot of people say it could be magical burn. Some people say it could be a type of sinking. I still go with... There was a Redditor that made so Queen of Hatred was a self-sinking negative coin kind of situation character. I could see that as well. That could be fun. Could be a character that kill your own allies because, well, makes sense for King of Hatred. Self-sync, yes. You know, I know that's kind of out there. It would be a new gimmick, but I do hope it's something original and kind of cool. But yeah, we're just like it was just like ideas. We really don't know. Could be anything. I know MT6 is hard is next week. I'm talking announcements. Oh, okay.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로
Oh, I didn't read the butler. Sun Shower Hithe.
나쁘지 않고.
FYI, to do more damage with Sway Ishmael, S3 is by second tremor onto her guarding. By her guarding. Okay. Yeah, no, I think someone said it. I was kind of bored to use her guard. But yeah,
도와드릴 것이 있나요?
this is a poise and thinking character. Oh, nice. Okay, pretty solid.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Probably Queen of Hatred is pure Unga Bunga. Queen of Hatred Ego Gear doesn't have any gimmick other than hitting all attack types in Lobcorp. Okay, that could be translated into something like the old Ringy Sun. Wouldn't be like maybe applying every single type of like a debuff, like sinking, rupture, burn, bleed all at once. My personal prediction is that we get the intervallo first, then Walpurg is during the second half of the intervallo timer.
단번에 끝낸다.
Interesting.
결국은 이렇게 떨어지죠.
Can you imagine that Walpurgis end up taking so long to come out that I will be up to date whenever Walpurgis comes? Like, already like Canto 8 or something? And probably struggling because I will be basically just using these characters.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로
하여 추진. 피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
It could, but Queen of Hatred don't need main status. Even Risung has a main status being bleed. Yeah, no, you're right. It's possible. Yeah, it is possible. Which is sad because I really wish that I would get Walpurgis before that. That would be crazy, but doubt you have enough XP tickets for that. Yeah, no, I believe so. It's gonna be probably similar. I would eventually need to slow down and actually grind maybe a week or so just to get all my characters up, leveled up. Because I might need to actually not be able to finish this Canto 5 just because like Merceau and Sinclair are like level 22.
단번에 끝낸다.
You catch up to Canto 8 with this barely leveled IDs. Good luck. I know. Okay, guys. I know. I was just trying to be hopeful. Don't need to throw in my face. Maybe main stat is sync. Maybe. Could be a unique sync.
꿰뚫은 줄도
Most likely. But yeah, if I feel like my characters are way too behind, I would just need to like skip one weekend and just focus on getting more like level up tickets. Would have to teach him the ancient arts of finishing stages with just 1 or 2 units because of brokenness. Friend me on Limbus Trust. Again, my ID is on your screen at all times. Also, you can find my ID over on my Discord. There is a ID room for Limbus Company there with most of our IDs. So feel free to just add me. Chuck it up to Walpurgis for another unique syncing ID, right? The art of finishing stages with just 1 or 2 units.
괜찮아. 되진 않았고.
Will not work for 830 with these IDs. Well, probably one of these units would be a friend unit, Sparta, not mine IDs. You guys are such a haters. I don't think there's any unique ruptures in the game. That could be one. Unique rupture, magical rupture. Okay, my new goal is just to level up my Merceau to crazy levels, so people stop talking about how bad my IDs are because they're not fully leveled. Damn. Even so, it wouldn't work, I fear. Yeah, then I don't know. Dan is outside of my realm of knowledge. 8:30, just send in K-Corp Honglu, and we'll show him how to do solo.
이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
I don't know. Last time that someone came in here and said, oh, just use this unit and do solo, I spent 3 hours doing Dombay until I finally managed to kill it with Malfalst and Sinclair. $3 and $20 later. Left right is a unique rupture in a sense. Seems they forgot about Talisman. Left right is a unique rupture.
열면
And again, community
LCCB
cannot
부서가
agree.
팀장은 이곳에.
Either 8:30 or the final Canto 8 dungeon boss. Yeah, I feel like the final boss might be a bigger challenger. Because, yeah, no, most likely. Unless 8:30 is similar to Dongbei levels of like how this thing is crazy OP and broken. Then yeah, then I'll never know. Well, I'll know whenever I get there, I guess. This one's gonna be the shipping container, and in here should be the LCCB team captain. Uh, I really thought I was done for.
저는 이번
Name's
작전에 투입된
Pilot LCCB Preliminary Observation Unit 3 Assistant Manager. Damn.
당신
Wait,
팀장이
you're not a
아니었어?
team leader? But the pirates said they captured the LCCB team leader. Answer me, I'm not spoiling Jack. Wait, answer what? What? What did you ask, Borbed? A30 is unsolable. Too much stuff that discourage solo plays. Like red plum, blossom for bleed, or butterfly for sinking. Pilot is a pun, by the way. Ah, okay. It's just an iconic line. Oh, okay. I thought you were really serious. Wait, you're not the team leader? But the pirate said that they captured the LCCB team leader. Hey, I'm standing right here. What's up with the obvious disappointment?
구해주셔서 감사합니다.
Anyways, thank you for saving my life. I've heard so many stories of y'all, the LCB, huh? What kind of stories, I wonder? Happy to make your acquaintance, sirs and ladies. I've been a huge fan since I've joined the company. Why are y'all looking at me like that? Long story short, there was a whole mess with this other guy who claimed to be a fan, so yeah, you gotta understand.
안 좋은 꼴을 당했음 말이야.
Oh, I have a message to deliver to you guys. Hey, I bet you guys are chaotically running around somewhere in the U-Corp like headless chickens and messing with everything up. Time for OOF. Oh, wait! I'm just delivering the message exactly as she said it. Intonations and all.
조심해야 해.
Watch out, don't you think it might have been better to start with, and I quote, and tell us who the she is too? Plenty of people soloed 8:30. Remember, Effie and Sade, F and Sade, now we have Pilot F Sade. Is that supposed to make sense for me? Because it still doesn't. Maybe I don't know the reference. To play on words in PM games, the play on words in PM games are amazing. Pilot F Sade. Is that supposed to make sense to me? Sorry. I might be dumb.
단축과 생명이
Abbreviations and omissions are two completely different things. I'll let this slide, fledgling, just this once. Pilot episode.
주어 말입니까? 그거야 당연히.
Episode episode. Pilot episode. Pilot episode. Oh. Okay. Right? Me neither. And still, nice. It's a play on words. Now my next question is, why? Who she is? Well, of course, it's none other than manager Miss Soda herself. Huh?
소드 씨가
Soda is alive? What, manager, did she get promoted? She wasn't dead?
아직 재활 중에 계십니다.
She's still in recovery, but after team arrived just in the nick of time and treated her wounds, saving her life. No! I'm glad it wasn't a post-mortem, a posthumous promotion. Yeah, your ghost is now promoted.
소드 과장님도
Manager Soda wanted to meet all of you too, but couldn't make it on account of being on a different mission. Wait. I'm glad she's okay.
소드 씨는
Is Soda okay?
괜찮으신가요?
물론입니다.
Of course, it wasn't the smoothest recovery, but she's now healthy enough to eat some grub and hold a lengthy conversation. She's alive! There were 2 stages in Canto 2 named Episode 1, and the other is Episode 2 in succession, Episode 1 and Episode 2. Okay, that makes a little more sense. I'm just like, okay, I think my point is more akin that is a nice play on words. Cool. I just like that they have a purpose.
아니, 그건
That's great,
아닌데.
but I was asking because
아니라 파트너를 잃었.
she lost her partner right before her eyes.
아,
Pilot produced a piece of old folded paper and began reading from it. Project Moon, thank you for letting us keep our smiles.
LCCB 사원
This is a reminder to all LCCB employees. We, the before team, are assigned the paramount task of clearing the path before anyone else does. Every bloodied step, every flash given becomes another stepping stone for your fellow Limbus Company employees to follow into the future. Damn.
입사하자마자 받는
That's the very first line that the new hire training guide were issued.
저는 말입니다.
And I'm proud of it. I'm proud of the sacrifices we make. Most of my co-workers at LCCB just want to make a quick buck before quitting and say I'm the odd one though.
희생이
You're
자랑스러워?
proud of sacrifice?
진심이에요?
Seriously?
자자 이스.
Now, is she? What? You want sardine well-flavored ice cream? No way, me too. Why don't we head out and get some together?
아니,
Hey, let me go. How are you so strong? Rhodia grabbed Ishmael's arm and began practically dragging her outside. Well, just in case she gets into another fight. I decide to sneakily follow them from a distance.
이스.
You gotta stop bringing down the mood like that. We saved his life, didn't we? I understand that things are a bit rough right now, but let's be a bit more patient, okay?
저건 그냥
Rodian.
생리잖아요.
That back there wasn't just indoctrination, and they're brainwashing them. I wish I could be dragged by Rhodia. Aren't we all just wishing that?
개 죽음일 수 있다는 걸
She's a whole lot of women.
희생이라고 포장만 하는.
No one wants to admit that they just throwing themselves into the meat grinder, so they wrap that kneeling in the name of self-sacrifice.
알아.
I know.
그럼
Then why?
하지만 그렇게라도
People need a way to endure their reality and go on living somehow. Some people live by from paycheck to paycheck. Some they just don't have a choice. It's like that's why religion is so important and so strong. People just need a reason to live, and religion a lot of times give them their reason. Indoctrination, cults, any type of brainwashing is just basically the same thing applied in a different way to get the same result. People to be one, subvergent, and two, to feel that they have like meaningful lives. Let's hear out our overzealous friend. How about that?
애새끼 달래듯이
Don't talk down to me like
말하지
you're
마세요.
coddling some baby.
저희가 그럴 정도의
We're not that
사람은
close,
아니잖아요,
Rodian.
로자 씨. 휘둘려주는 것도
But I'll listen,
이번뿐이야.
just this once.
알았어.
Fine, fine. Rhodia seemed to have noticed that I was following them all along. She signaled me with a quick wink. And I was able to return to where the other sinners were before they did. Uh, you really gotta like Rhodia. She's like a big sister in a way. Reward. Mr. Pilot 2. Now with more context. This injustice that hell has left me out in the third ice cream jaunt. It tastes like fish. Not worth the walk. Maybe they put ground mermaid in there. Ground mermaid in the ice cream? Boy, I'm nervous. What an audience, huh? Tostoof. I'm sorry. Talk. S. Or suffer the obliteration of forehead. I appreciate your translating it. I feel a bit better. She reminded me a lot of our LCC before our team director just now. Must be a hell of a boss, huh? Hey, hell of a boss. Where do I begin? It took us a hot minute to pinpoint the location of the Lobotomycorporation branch housing the Golden Bound, actually. Fun fact, here in the Philippines, we have fish-flavored ice cream. And one, is that good? And two, then the two. Why? It's one of those, it's not that you can do something, that you have to do something. Things should just be what they are, you know? Let ice creams be sweet and nice, and not taste like a fish. Me and my teammates, we ran a pretty tight ship. But the twin-hook pirates of U-Corp backstreets caught wind of us nipping around. But okay, even though the ice cream tastes like fish, there is any way that you can actually be put into work in a dish and make it look good? Or taste good? Or it's just not good? Well, there are people that should like it, right? That's why they do. I don't think they would do like ice cream fish flavor if it didn't sell. Why are you living like backstreet dwellers? Listen here, lads. This would be the cheapest bottle of oil in all the Great Lake, I tell you. What? How? This is ridiculous. You are telling me that this whale oil of dubious origin is worth how much? It's certainly acquired taste, and I didn't acquire that taste, so I never tried it again. Yeah, I can't imagine something that you need some time to acquire it, and I do really feel that not everybody did. But this probably does a market. Yeah, wait. Yeah, no wonder you're pretty much antagonized them to their faces. Okay, in my defense, those spellers were about to rub us blind. I mean, couldn't you have just paid a bit of money for some intel, though? Well, anyway, after a thorough search, we identified the exact location of the Lobotomycorporation branch with the Golden Bow. Did you find the Golden Bow? Yep. Saw the fabled golden light too. Too bright, yet not too bright, was it? I had to see it with my own two eyes to understand what that meant. Boy, what an incredible incandescent glow that was, even from deep within the Lobotomycorporation's brain ship. Observation, check. Confirmation, check. All we had left to do on the dock was the report. Oh, our job, by the way, was advanced reconnaissance to confirm the presence of a golden bow. They say that plenty of advanced reconnaissance teams encounter abnormalities or get wiped out in the process. We were about to make our return journey, considering the mission a resounding success, when... So the spies followed you guys there, huh? Team leader Haru assured us that nothing was out of the ordinary, and that these interruptions by opposing parties happened all the time. But... So, I don't really care what you're doing all the way here, or here on this creepy ship, but This gentleman here was rather curious about what business you guys were up to, so I tagged along. No objections, huh? Pilot's face turned pale with fear for the first time since he started recounting his story. That's when I heard a weapon slip out of team leader's hand and onto the ground.
저희 팀장님,
Our team leader,
진짜 명망 높으신 분입니다.
sorry. Our team leader is an experienced field agent with a decorated track record. I've never seen her just give up like that. She ain't the kind to be so easily rattled. So I turned to look at her, and the look on her face was, I say, that was a look of resignation.
그러고 남긴 말이
Wouldn't it be correct in assuming that she had something to say at that moment? Mission failed. Verbatim. Thanks for the lurk, hon. Really appreciate.
대체 누구를 받길래 그렇게
What would she
반응한 거야?
see to immediately give up like that? It's raining for the... Okay, I love rain, so I wouldn't be mad at it. Unless you really want to go out. Which is also wouldn't be mad at it. I love going out in the rain.
이곳에 중지 간부가
An
있어서
officer from the middle shouldn't be here. Again, verbatim.
엄청나게
I'm guessing the guy had like
있었나 봐.
a huge fancy tattoo that glowed purple.
어떻게 하셨습니까?
How do you know? That was the very first thing I noticed about him actually.
알수 없는
That
모양의
weird looking purple glowing tattoo.
보라색으로 빛나는 문신이었습니다. 그래도
Still,
저는
I thought that maybe, just maybe, we had a shot.
우리 삼과는 실적도
We're Unit
좋고
3 after all. We weren't no slouches, and we had some impressive names with us.
그럴 리가 있나?
You didn't.
그 이후로는
And I do not recall much more after that.
정신을 차렸을 때는
When I came to, I was on the floor face down.
처음엔
At first, I thought I'd gone deaf and couldn't hear a thing. You know, when a bomb goes off right next to you, your ears start ringing and all.
고막이 터졌다고
Thought I
생각했어요.
burst my eardrums.
하지만 그게
But that wasn't it, no.
팀원들의 고함이
It was my team shouting and screaming, all we combined in some kind of incomprehensible cacophony. I just couldn't register at first.
그걸 구분할 수 있게
Once I
되니까
recognized that,
그
I
소리가
also
가장
noticed a
뻔하게
deep rumbling echoing underneath it all.
깨달았습니다. 마치
A bizarre,
먼 발치에서
terrible
들려오는
rumbling that sounded like an echoing from a place far away from the branch. Bizarre rumbling?
예,
Yes,
마치
ma'am. It was almost like a distant explosion, and it seemed like others were picking upon that odd noise too.
저만은 아니었던 것 같습니다.
Probably the whale, right?
해적들도
The pirates suddenly started acting all nervous,
불안해했습니다. 심지어 그
and even the big brother from the middle was rattled.
당황해한 것 같았습니다.
작은 형님?
They all called him the big brother? Did you hear that right? I guess there really was a big fish looking out for these pirates.
그건 아니긴 했나 봐.
네,
Yes, ma'am.
분명 그렇게
Loud and
말했어요.
clear. They call him Big Brother.
형님.
Ah,
그
I wonder how those fools are doing nowadays.
돈이 될 만한 놈들만 챙기고
Take
들어가.
only the high value hostage. We're leaving. Now.
저건 어재앙 중 하나야.
That right there is one of the 5 calamities. We have to book it before the thing gets here. We're all dead meat if we don't.
하나 더 기억나는 건
One last thing I remember
팀장입니다.
is our team leader.
제가
Right before I
의식을
lost
잃기 직전
consciousness,
팀장님이
the team leader, she
제 가슴팍에
stuck her employee card badge to my chest when the pirates weren't looking.
그때는 이해가 안 됐었어요.
Back then, I didn't understand what she was doing, but now that I had time to think about it,
막내인 제 몸값을
she
높여서
did that so I'll look more valuable.
발견되었을 때
So they'll take me hostage instead of leaving me to die. Me,
어떻게
who's just a rookie.
주려고 하셨던 것이었어요.
Okay. That's pretty fine of her. That's actually pretty noble. I take my hats off to whoever was the leader. She basically saved the guy.
정리를
To
해보자면
summarize, every LCCB agent was either injured or unconscious. Ryoshu have a lot of beef with the fingers. I don't know much about Ryoshu's past, so I don't know what she has with the fingers. But again, Rhodia has passed with them, so I do imagine that some other characters might have the same. The middle got involved out of nowhere, and there was this calamity that even the middle bloke was scared of.
파일럿이 지부의 좌표를
Can you
전달해
give
주실
us
수
the
있을까요?
coordinates to the lobotomycorporation branch, Miss Pilot? Of course.
물론입니다.
Pilot produced a piece of paper that had been folded over many times and handed it over to Faust. It's all right there, ma'am, down to every last bit of detail you need. I hid it from them the best of my abilities. I'm glad that I was able to complete my mission at least.
잠깐만요.
Wait,
그 재앙 말인데요.
that calamity.
다른 특징 같은 건 없었나요?
Was there anything else about it that stood out?
없을 텐데.
There's got to be more.
흰색.
Pale.
분명
It was
흰색인데.
white, an off-white color, like anything I ever laid my eyes on before. It was towering and pallid, and that rumbling, I'm sure I've heard it before. So, it's basically Moby Dick.
떨리는 소리.
Everybody has beef with the fingers. Ryodia has beef with the middle. Ryoshu hates all of the fingers. Or at least related to them in some way if you look at her character art. Okay. I like it. I appreciate that they all have beef with them. Or like at least their characters, not all, sorry. Oh, right. It reminded me of U-Carp Singularity. That rumbling sounded a lot like them tuning forks when they combine stuff together.
그래.
Yeah,
거의 다.
almost there.
저도 같이 가겠습니다.
Let me tag along with you all.
어쩌면 지부
I could be your guide in the lobotomycorporation branch.
LCCB와의 작전 동행.
Indeed, this was to be a joint operation with the LCCB, where they were supposed to accompany us to the lobotomycorporation branch. What is your decision, Dante? Pallid, that fucking whale. Yes, Pallid. Tell him that while I appreciate his offer, I decline. People that get involved with us often don't make it out in one piece. I.A.
우리가 너 살려준 거야,
We just saved your life, mate.
빨리 고마워해.
Show some gratitude.
고맙습니다.
Thank you.
파일럿 씨는
Mr. Pilot,
팀이 도착할
remain on
때까지
standby
대기
until
중.
the after team arrives. Then return to base and report your findings.
부탁드립니다.
Yeah, that's safer. So they declined, huh?
결정이셨습니까? 역시
The stories were true. I don't hear nothing but the ticking of their clock.
마음 넓으신
Executive
관계자분들
manager,
진짜
in their endless generosity,
고맙다고 말씀-
has also designed to thank
그
you for your
꼭
offer.
기억하고 돌아가-
Remember that as you return.
알겠습니다.
Alright,
그럼
well then,
몸 조심하십시오.
best of luck to you all.
그럼
It's all I needed.
건 얻었으니까.
Bye. Ismael was the first to leave the room. Well, this meeting was pretty short-lived. Go home, Pilot, you suck. I don't think it's more of a you suck, even though probably he suck. It's more like, last time we got people losing their lives because of, like, helping us. It's better, like, Yuri lost their life. Effie and Sada, we thought both of them lost their lives, at least someone survived. So it's better that Pilot survives as well, than just a company hasn't died. But say hello to Sada for us, will ya? And please tell her that I'm thankful for what she did for us.
정말 고마웠다고도 말씀해 주세요. 그때 저는
Back then,
그런
I couldn't bring myself to tell her even that. I'll be sure to tell her that.
파일럿군.
You have endured well despite the tribulations, Pilot.
어.
Ah, you son. How kind of ya.
네.
누군가는
It appeared to me that he deserved such words. Ah, my guy, such a good guy. I want to see my team again. They were all so kind to me, in being the rookie of the team and all. Maybe there are survivors at the lobotomycorporation branch.
생존자가 있을지도 모른다.
Pilot's eyes, which had been welling up for a while, eventually broke like a dam. Tears flowed down his cheeks to the ground.
우리가 꼭 구해 보이겠어.
We shall bring them home. You have my word.
네,
And mine too.
반드시요. 이번에야말로
We won't fail again.
파일럿 씨가 전달하신
I have examined the variable coordinates Mr. Pilot provided us. What exactly are variable coordinates? Ships beyond a certain magnitude, like our lobotomycorporation branch or the Marlin port, receive partial loss of the Grey Lake in an encrypted form from U-Corp. U-Corp holds a strict monopoly on the intel regarding the loss of the Great Lake within the nest. Of course, the vessels that receive that intel pay various prices for the privilege. They use that partial information to calculate at which location their vessel must be during which specific period to ensure a safe voyage and finalize into a standardized form known as variable coordinates. Poor pilots who don't understand why Ryoshu gets an ID of this guy. Ryoshu got a pilot ID? I feel like Sinclair makes sense. I feel like Sinclair would kind of be very similar to this pilot to some degree. But Ryoshu? Kind of odd. Warships often send out their coordinates to other vessels, as they want to host as many guests as possible. But vessels that prioritize privacy and secrecy, like the former L-Corp branch in question, will never do so. Well, really needs to chill them. I think it's probably just the effect that the whale has on her. Yepers, it's a bullet ID too. Pilot has a shotgun. Let's go, my wife's Canto. Hello, Red Dodo. So you're a big fan of Ismail, I believe. But yes, thank you for the first time chatting. Welcome, welcome. The LCCB identities are Ryoshu, Ismail, and Rodion. Again, Ryoshu is still odd to me, but sure. So the Librarycorporation branch we're looking for is kinda like a treasure ship, huh? And there's gotta be a black market out there for people willing to pay big money for its coordinates. Ismail, my beloved, I love Sailor Woman. Nice! Look at you. Impressive deduction. Also, unlike normal coordinates, variable coordinates are composed of lengthy and encrypted codes. But yeah, I think your beloved Sailor Woman is kinda off. And when I say kinda, I'm saying a lot. But she probably has her reasons. Therefore, vessels sailing across the Great Lake start by entering the variable coordinates of their destination. Based on that information, said vessels will follow a certain route charted via the automated navigation system that periodically confirms the current location of their destination. Wow, that's a lot of big words. So basically, if we enter the information we got from Mr. Pilot here, we can somehow find our way to the Lobotomycorporation branch. Its uses in the waters of the outskirts, beyond the borders of U-Corp. Indeed, but the Lobotomycorporation branch is within U-Corp borders. We will have no trouble analyzing the vessel travel partners as long as we have it variable coordinates. Gotcha. And let's get a move on. I mean, which sinner doesn't have a trauma about their home corp? Plenty reason. Oh no. Yeah, everybody reacts in a different way. I feel like Greg and Rhodia reacted in a better way. Sinclair for sure was overreacting, but he wasn't like murderous. He was more like gloomy. But yeah, I feel like Ismail probably is having the most egregious, because the thing is, Ismail was having a reaction since the intervallo. The moment that she heard that we were going to the Grey Lake, she probably just pieced everything together and realized it was her next. But I agree with you, every single one of them have reasons. Isang and Sinclair nodded with determination, while the other sinners followed suit and hurried on. Though I didn't catch a clear view, I think Ismail nodded too. Ismail does have the biggest crash outs. Yeah, for sure. Okay, guys, it is time for me to do a break because my lunch is here and I gotta eat or this thing's gonna get cold and I'm not gonna get satiated. So let me do some reactions while I am munching my food. And I believe we have some videos that are left over from yesterday. So it's a better time than ever to just watch something. Let's go to, let me just check Discord. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah, Dear Free Shoots was very kind and sent a lot of videos. So let me watch these as I eat my food. Oh, this is the name of the video. Okay. Probably a series of videos, so we're gonna
Floating
have
cannon is a completely new
plenty.
weapon, fire and
Ads.
thrust elements, and then you can do all kind of combos. Something new in the game here is you can have like 2 different weapons, and then you can like
Refresh this. Okay, great. Okay. Pause. So this here, guys, is Lobotomycorporation presents an introduction to Zane abnormalities. And you know that I love my abnormalities, so this is about to be interesting. Even though I feel like these are the tamest ones.
Hello there, new employee, and welcome aboard to Lobotomycorporation, where we here face the fear to build the future. My name is Tomrev, and I'm here to act as your introductory guide to this corporation. We here at this company know that it's a little bit daunting to work at a new job, especially one that you don't know anything about. That's why we've made this informative presentation for you to follow along. Hopefully this will provide some insight in what we do here at Lobotomycorporation. In this facility, you may be subjected to the following content: consumable handling of human, murder, injury, assault, human sacrifice, coercion, trafficking, fatal accident, manslaughter, human body experiments, malign cannibalism, elder sport, religious order, narcotics, child neglect, war, cruel abuse of force, body modification, self-harm, suicide, common war, organ transplant, organ harvesting, concept incineration, animal cruelty, creature cruelty, distortion, media, artificial intelligence, gun violence, dismemberment, schizophrenia, dust tears, nudity, sexual content, oncoming trains, sharks, carnivorous war, carnivorous fauna, arteries, torture, alcohol abuse, disease, drug use, cannibalism, psychosis, seizures, abduction, captivity, occultism, spiritualism, gore, use of sharp pointed objects, instruments of violence, discrimination, religious torture, regular torture, enforced ideology, lunacy, gaslighting, music, flashing lights, disorientation, body horror, horophobia. Notice, by signing the NDA upon employment, you are not entitled to discuss the happening of any all work going on in any Lobotomycorporation facility anywhere in the city. Lobotomycorporation from Elcorp, you're considered breaking the NDA. If not disclosing Elcorp secrets within 10 years of the closure of the corporation, if you experience anything not in the above list, please refer to employee handbook chapter 3 page 34 regarding recognition of trauma. All Elcorp employees are entitled to 24/7 use of online therapy. Online therapy will not come for hours. Great. Now that we have all that out of the way, how about we get into the real meat potatoes of the job? The first thing you need to know is what is an abnormality. An abnormality is a creature with unexplained abilities, deformed traits, abnormal properties, and are sometimes based off of loose concepts of human history. Your job as a part of Lobotomycorporation is to perform various works on these abnormalities to produce enkephalin. Enkephalin is the source of this wing's ability to produce power for the city. Without abnormalities, you wouldn't have any lights on in your home. However, working on these abnormalities comes with certain precautions that you have to take. Cautions like these include managing the Qlipoth of the abnormality. But what is a Qlipoth, you may be asking? A Qlipoth is a quantifiable representation of an abnormality's conditions meant to cause some sort of containment breach. This number is represented by the Qlipoth counter posted outside each containment unit. The work you do inside the containment unit can influence the Qlipoth counter positively and negatively. Typically, whenever a Qlipoth counter reaches 0, the abnormality will do something to breach into the facility somehow. Now this doesn't mean that they'll escape every single time. Sometimes they'll send out something that affects your facility. In order to recontain the breach, you gotta meet certain conditions. Don't worry though. As a new employee here, we're not just gonna throw you to the wolves. We're gonna start you off with something at your skill level. In these series of slideshows, we're going to be discussing the different types of abnormalities that you'll see in your employment at Lobotomycorporation. These levels include Zayan, Teth, He, Thav, and Aleph. The higher the level of risk, the more difficult that the abnormalities are going to become to work with. Today's topic we're going to be looking at is Zayan. Zayans typically carry the lowest level of danger compared to other abnormalities. A lot of them can even be beneficial towards the facility. However, do not take this lightly. be mindful that no abnormality is ever safe, and all of them have the potential to kill. We've also identified a few exceptions to this rule of the rankings, so that's why we're going to go over them first, just to give you all some precautionary measures whenever you see these. D-01-106, also referred to as Army in Pink.
Oh, a lot of people mentioned Army in Pink before.
D-01-106 is considered Zayan only while the fly cloth is full and or assisting other employees. If you see Army in Pink's color changed from anything other than pink, please evacuate the area and allow level 5 and above employees to suppress the abnormality. Army in Pink's fly cloth counter starts at level 3, and it decreases under the following conditions. Repression work is performed, special work is performed, bad work is performed, or 5 non-clerk employees in the facility die outside of execution bullets. When we refer to special work, a selected employee will be protected by Army in Pink until the following conditions are met. If the employee enters a containment space, the employee dies, or... Sorry about that. It appears that one of the employees decided to play a little prank on whoever made the slideshow. Please try to ignore their text. If you are asked to complete work on Army in Pink, it is recommended that you try and work attachment on it. The full page for Army in Pink will be available once you reach level 5. We only have one more precautionary Zayan, so let's move on to that real quick and then we can start getting to the stuff that's more your level. O-01-45, also known as the Plague Doctor. O-01-45 is known as the Plague Doctor. Notice, O-01-45 is considered to be a...
Okay, isn't SCP-045 the Plague Doctor as well? I'm pretty sure that 045 is also a Plague Doctor, but it's SCP. And also, so Army in Pink is only safe if it's pink. So if it's like, I don't know, Army in red, then it's not safe anymore? Interesting.
Special case abnormality. If you or if you feel an employee has come into close contact with the subject, please notify your captain immediately. Personnel that have come into close contact with the abnormality lose entitlement to their severance package upon their departure from L Corp. If that weren't incentive enough for you to stay away from this thing, then I don't know what else to do. If you do so happen to work on it, follow these guidelines. The Clyfoth counter starts at level 1. Clyfoth decreases under the following conditions. A good or bad work result is completed, or if the facility enters emergency level 2. When the Clyfoth counter reaches 0, the employee inside the containment will become...
Damn.
The abnormality will then perform a baptism...
Reach the employee inside the containment will become... From a baptism, give to the employee an ego gift. After each baptism, please take note of any user changes. Okay, he's going to
gifting the employee an ego gift. After each baptism, please take note of any visual changes to the abnormality, report them to your department's captain, and then call your loved ones and remind them that you love them.
One more time, I'm sending complaints directly to the manager.
While I would tell you to ignore the notes, it is recommended that you don't work with the Plague Doctor. However, if you do have to, it is recommended that you work on instinct, as to not trigger the good or bad work results.
Oh wait,
let it also be known that the Plague Doctor likes to switch places with certain other abnormalities.
The numbers.
Before you enter a containment unit anywhere in the facility, please check to see if this is the Plague Doctor. Now, let's take a look at the abnormalities that you'll normally be working with. Please be aware this is not Sans Undertale. O-03-03 is also known as One Sin and Hundreds of Good Deeds.
That's the first thing that I thought whenever I saw this floating
and neither will any of the rest on this slideshow. So count your lucky stars for that. Anyways, employees are highly encouraged to perform the best work possible with O-03-03. Results have shown to increase the mental health of those who work on it. If you end up producing the most amount of possible enkephalon boxes in a singular work session, the mental health of everyone in the department improves. Employees with the most amount of maximum enkephalon extractions done within a week will be thrown a pizza party.
Nice.
I understand that working here in Lobotomycorporation can get very depressing
with the most amount of maximum extraction
the most amount of incentive for people to actually do good work. If it's within the budget, of course. Moving on to O-05-47, don't touch the button. Do not touch the button. It's quite simple. You just...
I'm gonna touch it. Log forge. Damn.
T-05-52, also known
Open
as
can
Open
of
Can of Well Cheers.
Well cheers.
This
The
one is
taste
a
is
personal
one in a
favorite of mine,
Caribbean.
just due to how
This
refreshing the
simply
beverages are.
you shrimply
This
won't
abnormality
believe your
has the
taste
fly
buds.
counter to deplete. When an employee completes
I
good
love
or
the-
okay
the
work, the
puns.
machine next to the shrimps will dispense one of 3 flavors depending on the type of work being done. If it was instinct, you get cherry soda. If it was insight, you get regular soda. Or if it was attachment or repression, you get grape soda. Unless you're a gambler, try not to go for the grape soda. I wouldn't say it's worth it. Unless you feel like going for a long fishing trip, stick to instinct or insight. Each of the sodas have their own
Soda.
beneficial effects to an employee. Cherry
One
soda
thing
will
is a
heal your
very interesting
HP.
abnormality, as it's the abnormality you
Regular
always
soda will
start
heal your
with,
mental health.
and it's crucial for
And grape
surviving the
soda will
argument
heal
both
both.
danger and aleph in the game.
Believe me when I say it,
Welcome
this
back,
soda
Silly
will
Critter.
send you to the
This
new
is the
world.
only abdo who got an
F-04-83,
ego of outside
Fairy
our wall
Festival.
for using Limbus.
Once again, no fly-off counter to deplete.
Well, Fairy Festival.
When an employee works with the abnormality,
Wait. Okay, I need to zoom in her body because for a second it was so weird that I could even say, was that AI? But no. Seeing up close, you can actually see the details. Very cute, by the way. This only abno we got an ego of outside of the wall per using Limbus. That is the little matchstick girl.
some fairies will follow them outside of the containment unit and provide some healing. However, if the employee decides to go work on another abnormality while under the fairies' care, the employee will be devoured by the fairies.
Damn.
Why they do this is actually unknown, but it's believed that the fairies keep watch over us, thinking that we are their next meal.
Ah.
If you go to another containment unit, they believe that their meal is in danger, so they try and gobble you up quickly before you actually get expired. Please try to shower regularly as to appear as unappetizing as possible. Maybe the taste of soap in their mouths will deter them from eating your flesh. Moving on to some tool abnormalities. T-09-85, also known as We Can Change Anything. Tool abnormalities don't necessarily have a fly-off, except for one later. There's no need to be worried about working with this constantly. Think of this in the back of your mind, if you will, as it is always an option for us to bring out any time. When an employee steps in the machine, their life essence gets converted into Enconfallen boxes. However, the employee will be dead by the time they step outside of the machine.
What?
Please be aware that we normally use this abnormality for employees who are underperforming. Just know that in the end, Lobotomycorporation
So basically, if you were sent to We Can Change Anything, you're basically being sent to your death?
make use of your time here by any means necessary. In other words, make yourself worthwhile and we won't send you to the grinder. T-09-94, also known as You Must Be Happy.
What's doing it in here?
When an employee steps into the machine, the screen will flash between yes and no. That flashing will get faster and faster as time goes on. If you land the machine on yes, the employee's stats will be increased. But if it's a no, then they'll be decreased. The amount of stats gained or lost is dependent on how long you let the flashing go for. However, multiple uses or overuse of the machine can result in the employee being killed by the end of the day. Remember, as you were taught in school, everyone, drugs are bad.
One sin is
so you should only take them sparingly and in moderation.
Representing the main character.
T-09-97, also known as Old Faith and Promise.
Damn.
Let's do a bit of a divergence, shall we? Working on abnormalities here generates you Enconfallen boxes.
Love that tool.
We can use some of those Enconfallen boxes to create ego equipment. These can be in the form of suits or weapons. Where Old Faith and Promise comes into play is with the weapon specifically. An employee can offer up their ego weapon with some Enconfallen to possibly upgrade the amount of damage that it does.
Oh, nice.
You can upgrade the weapon multiple times, but be aware, the more times you use it, the less chance of success there will be whenever you upgrade it. After 4 times of use, you can't upgrade the weapon anymore. But if at any point that you fail the upgrade process, you will lose the weapon, and you will be expected to compensate for it.
Oh, it's like the refinement
compensation
system
will be taken out of your paycheck.
Crazy.
Finally, you're bald. Or bald is awesome.
It was just
this
a prank, bro.
Abnormality is a little bit of in a weird position. If a non-bald employee decides to work on this abnormality, they will emerge bald, and this cannot be undone. If another employee decides to work on bald is awesome, the entire department will become bald. Obviously, you'll have a lot of folks be mad at you if you end up doing this. If a third non-bald employee works on the abnormality, everyone in the facility will become bald. We've had an experience like this before. If we catch you entering the containment unit multiple times in a day, even only twice, you will be severely reprimanded.
Okay.
And that's all you need to know for your first day. You don't have a lot to worry about, so we don't want to overload you with too much information. Whenever you do get promoted, though, please be sure to refer back to these slideshows. Or if you feel that you're just in the need of a refresher, come back and see us.
Okay, nice. Very cool video. Not aware of those abnormalities. The only one that I kind of knew by name was Army in Pink because it was mentioned multiple times here on the chat. But in the floating skull one because I've seen in the other videos. But yeah, I was surprised on the bald one. Kind of odd. Death now. Yeah, we can watch Death and then go back to the game. And then we're gonna leave the other videos for another time. Stop with the ads. One day I'm gonna get my YouTube Premium back.
Hello again, viewers.
I'm gonna
and
take my
welcome back
plate
to our
back to the
abnormality
kitchen
presentation.
while it's
Congratulations
still on the
becoming a level
introduction.
2
Be right
employee.
back.
I hope that you're ready to have fun with all the benefits that you gain with being a level 2 employee as well, such as longer hours, increased challenges at work, and above all else, more training. Since the making of our last presentation, we've decided to up the budget and provide video examples of all our new abnormalities. No need to worry though. All the employees shown in the video are trained actors, and these scenarios are completely fake. Any and all special effects are courtesy to the Welfare Department employees. Please give them some thanks after this video. On another note, with some unfortunate news, the employee that wrote the notes in the previous presentation has been terminated from this company.
No,
Due to
I
an
liked him
unforeseen
so
containment
much.
breach, the previous employee has decided to sacrifice themselves in the name of the company. Our most
No,
dedicated worker, Porch, you will be missed.
no.
Let's move into our first topic of the day, Clypoth meltdowns. What exactly is a Clypoth meltdown? A Clypoth meltdown is what happens after a certain number of works have been performed on abnormalities at a time. A number of containment units will have 60 seconds to be entered, or else the facility will lose some of the producing have fallen for the day. Additionally, if the abnormality has one, its Clypoth counter will be lowered. And as you progress your stay in Lobotomycorporation, the number of containment units that can go on a meltdown at a time will increase. Additionally, the amount of energy lost will increase in later days of the corporation.
Yeah, just to fuck
For
you
you,
over.
this means to put those feet to work and get to those stations. You may never know what's waiting to breach. Moving on, we have ordeals. In replacement for Clypoth meltdowns, sometimes events called ordeals may take their place. Entities even the corporation knows little about will enter the facility and pose a threat to you and your coworkers that must be subdued. The danger levels of ordeals are ranked lowest to highest by dawn, noon, dusk, and midnight. Dawn start on day 6, noon start on day 11, dusk start on day 21, and midnight start on day 26.
Okay, so ordeals is something that not even the corporation understand what it is? So these are not abnormalities?
For those of you worried about seeing midnights, no need to fear. The manager is always doing their best to see them as little as possible. Once we have a little bit more information on each of the ordeals, we'll provide you a presentation for that as well. So be on the lookout. Now, we're moving on to more abnormalities. In today's presentation, we're going to be focusing on the Teth category. And to start, here's F-01-02.
Scorch Girl,
also known
okay,
as
I've seen her
Scorched
before.
Girl. The Clypoth of Scorched Girl starts at 2, and decreases
On
under
library.
the following conditions. Okay work is performed. Bad work is performed. When the Clypoth counter reaches 0, the abnormality will breach containment, and an employee in the facility will be marked by the Scorched Girl. She will seek this marked employee out until the abnormality
They
either
are,
reaches them
well, they
or
are
gets suppressed.
spoilers though. Ah.
Upon reaching the marked employee, the abnormality will explode the nearby area, killing all employees nearby. It should be noted that each employee is marked with a match above their heads. If you find yourself marked by the Scorched Girl, follow the manager's orders and evacuate the area immediately. While suppressing the abnormality, it should be noted that they will make no attempts to fight back, so wail on it as much as possible. If you find yourself being sympathetic to this or any other abnormality, please make your way to the disciplinary team's Sephiroth. She'll be there to hear out your concerns and put you right back on track. T-09-09, also known as Theresia. Being classed as a tool abnormality, it has no Glyphosate counter to deplete. When an employee activates the music box, the ballerina on top of it will spin and play a song that heals the employee's mental health. However, if they remain in the containment unit with the music playing for more than 30 seconds, the employee will become panicked. We've also found that the music also works outside of the containment unit as long as you've recorded it. Let's take a listen to that now, shall we?
Uh-huh. Oh, God.
Doesn't it just soothe you? Anyways, let's not listen for too long, lest we want to go insane. O-01-12, also known as the Old Lady. Their Glyphosate counter starts at 3 and fluctuates under the following conditions. Decreases when another abnormality is worked on. Increases when good work is performed. When the Glyphosate counter reaches 0, a thick black fog envelops the containment unit. This fog, dubbed Solitude, will cover the first employee that enters the containment unit, causing the performed work to become bad. This now solitary employee will become unable to move, perform works, or do any action as long as the solitude is on them. Additionally, they will have mental damage until the fog goes
makes
away.
people depressed.
Allow your higher level employees to clear out the fog before you enter. And try to go in as often as possible. All this abnormality wants is for her stories to be heard.
Aww.
Up next we have...
What?
Goddamn. F-01-18, also known as the Lady Facing the Wall. The Glyphosate counter starts at 2,
So that's why
and
those
decreases
employees
under
who
the
try to
following
make friends
conditions.
with me disappear.
Okay work
The
is performed.
disciplinary fire.
Bad work
Yep.
is performed. Attachment work is performed. When the Glyphosate reaches 0, all abnormalities in the assigned department of the abnormality will take mental damage regardless of their current location.
Damn.
Additionally, all employees with a prudence level of 1 are advised to not enter the containment unit, as they pose the risk to themselves and others around them. Now, for this next abnormality, we're actually going to have a, space demonstration. So here we go.
Right?
T-06-27, also known as 1.76 megahertz. The
Oh,
Glyphosate
just
counter starts
decided.
at 4 and fluctuates under the following conditions. Decreases when the result is okay or bad. Increases by 1 with a good work result. Increases by 2 when 12 PE boxes are generated. When the Glyphosate counter reaches 0, the same radio signal in the containment unit will begin to spread through the facility, playing over the loudspeakers. The employees that hear it will take mental damage. The only way to rid the facility of the containment breach is to recharge the Glyphosate counter back to 4. Once that's done, all affected areas in the facility will return to normal. Now, let's turn down this radio static and get back to a more normal presentation.
Please.
T-02-43,
Spider
also
bud.
known as Spider Bud. This abnormality has no Glyphosate counter to deplete. When an employee completes insight work on the abnormality, or if the employee completing work has level 1 prudence, spiders will descend from the ceiling to encase the employee. From that point forward, any work done outside of prudence, of course, for the rest of the day will generate more Encephalon to the day's quota. Much like we can change anything, we only use this abnormality as punishment for those employees that are working a bit lacklusterly.
Yeah.
So stay busy so you don't have to get eaten by
I think
spiders.
Izod could also relate
Next
to that.
we have F-02-44, also known as Snow White and the Seven... I got you on that one. We like to have a little bit of fun here. Anyways, Cinderella has no Glyphosate counter to deplete. Whenever you complete repression work on this abnormality, it generates a very high volume of energy, but the health of the creature suffers. If repression work is performed a second time in a row, the creature will die, and so will the employee.
What?
They will sprout into a new beast. You can return the abnormality to its healthy state, but you have to perform any other work aside from repression. Also, we have no idea why Sleeping Beauty looks like this. T-05-51,
Oh, the bloodbath.
also known as Bloodbath. This abnormality has no Glyphosate counter to deplete. If an employee with Fortitude level 1 or Attachment level 1 enters the containment unit, pale hands will reach out of the blood-filled bathtub and drag the employee into the tub. Upon the employee's death, a pale hand will float to the top of the tub. Once 3 hands are floating at the top, the next employee to walk in will die, regardless of their level. Since you are now a level 2 employee, it's likely that you've had these stats
carbon
raised.
bathwater.
So work on this abnormality with no fear of death. T-01-54, also known as Forsaken Murderer.
Forest King Murder.
The Clifoth counter starts at 1 and decreases under the
Know him.
following conditions. Bad work is performed. When the Clifoth counter reaches 0, Forsaken Murderer will breach containment and begin roaming the facility. He'll deal red damage to anyone he happens across, slamming his now metal head against them. Suppress the abnormality on site out of the containment unit. Once again, another abnormality that is fairly easy to deal with. As long as you're performing instinct work on it, it will likely not breach. If you wouldn't interact with a murderer outside, then don't do it here. O-02-56, also known as Punishing Bird.
Don't let them out. Don't let them out. Don't let them out. Okay.
O-03-60,
Yeah, I imagine we didn't get
also
anything
known
out of
as
that.
Fragment of the Universe. The Clifoth counter starts at 2 and decreases under the following conditions. Okay work is performed. Bad work
Okay,
is
nice.
performed.
Birds.
An agent panics inside his containment unit. When the Clifoth counter reaches 0, the abnormality will breach. As long as Fragment of the Universe roams, it sings an ear-piercing song, dealing mental damage to those around it. Additionally, its physical attacks will deal black damage to those it strikes. This is one of our more pleasant-to-look-at abnormalities. It is a creature that is just as curious of you as we are of it. Please learn as much as you possibly can from this abnormality.
Nice.
O-05-61,
You learned
also
more
known
about
as
the bird in the
Crumbling
later
Armor.
video. Thank you.
This abnormality has no Clifoth counter to deplete. When an employee performs repression work on Crumbling Armor, it bestows an ego gift to them. The more repression work they perform with Crumbling Armor, the more damage the employee will do. But they'll also have less HP.
Oh.
If an employee with a gift performs attachment work anywhere in the facility, they will be compelled to commit seppuku.
No.
Employees can remove this gift by getting a different ego gift and performing one non-attachment work somewhere else in the facility. If you wish to increase your battle prowess, this is definitely the abnormality for you. If you find yourself to be too emotional, please, once again, see our disciplinary team Sephiroth. Keeping it going with more combat
Oh, Heart of
abnormalities,
Inspiration.
T-09-77, the Heart of Aspiration. This abnormality has no Clifoth counter to deplete, on the count of being a tool. When an employee equips Heart of Aspiration, they get a boost to their fortitude and attack speed. However, if they return the abnormality before 30 seconds have passed, or they don't attack any creature, the employee will panic whenever they try to. Suppress the employee using white damaging EGO only. Likely, the most combat proficient of one of you will be assigned the Heart of Aspiration. During
That gift is my
suppression
gift
acts,
is
of
equal big
course.
damage. Nice.
During your long stay at this company, you will find that this is one of the longer use tools that we have. O-04-84, also known as Meat Lantern.
Oh, so
The Clifoth counter starts
cute.
at 1 and decreases under the following conditions. Bad work is performed. Work is performed in 40 seconds or less. When the Clifoth counter reaches 0, the abnormality will breach and hide in one of the halls of the facility. Watch your step. If you find a flower in the halls, use ranged EGO equipment to subdue it.
No.
Any employee who walks near that flower will be eaten and immediately killed by the abnormality.
The heart is giving
It's
at the
likely
start
that
of the
it'll be
day
hard
to
to
the
see,
strongest
so the
fighter.
manager will be able to point them out whenever able. Trust me, no matter how cute and adorable it may seem, this thing is a monster. Much like the Sarlacc pit from Star Wars. T-09-90,
Oh, Skin Prophet.
also known as Skin Prophecy. This abnormality has no Clifoth counter to deplete, on the count of being a tool. When the abnormality is observed in the containment unit, employees find their prudence status increased, as well as their vulnerability to mental damage. If an employee panics after reading Skin Prophecy, they'll be pulled into a portal below their feet and be considered dead. For you have read the forbidden knowledge, and those who are too weak to carry its will do not deserve to walk. O-01-92, also known as Today's Shy Look. This
Yay,
abnormality
these
has no
one. I
Clifoth
also
counter
killed
to
it
deplete.
yesterday.
Instead of relying on the different types of work that we can do, we rely on the face that this abnormality uses for the day. The quality of the work is determined by the position of the face inside the containment unit. The happier the abnormality is, the more energy is produced. The angrier the abnormality is, the less amount of energy will be produced, and the more damage will be done to the employee
Gotta
throughout
go,
the work.
Apple. My bed claims me. Thank you
The
so much
manager,
for
again,
joining
will
us,
assist you with
Syntax. Always
determining
a
the
pleasure
right
talking
face.
to you.
Employees are also advised
Jack
not
to
to try and look
Detroit.
behind the curtain.
Oh, I
For
have
you
a
will
friend
not
that will
find a
probably
face,
say the same
but the
thing, City
absence of
Creator.
one.
Thank you so much for joining us,
0-09-95, also
Syntax.
known as
See you next
luminous
time.
bracelet. This abnormality has no Clifoth counter to deplete, on the count of being a tool.
Oh, this is like a Green Lantern.
Wearing the abnormality boosts the fortitude of the employee and provides healing. However, wearing the abnormality for longer than a minute while max health will instantly kill the employee. The timer for the abnormality resets anytime that this employee takes damage. Additionally, returning the bracelet without max HP or attempting to take it home after the workday will result in instant death.
Sucks ass.
Of course, the company highly advises against theft, but this is one of those surefire methods that we use to hammer that lesson home. T-02-99, also known as Void Dream. The Clifoth counter starts at 2 and decreases under the following conditions. Bad work is performed. An employee with level 1 temperance enters the containment unit. If the aforementioned employee enters the containment unit, they will fall asleep and be considered dead upon entry. When the Clifoth counter reaches 0, Void Dream will breach containment and begin roaming the facility. Periodically, it will shoot out projectiles through the facility, putting other employees to sleep as well. Do your coworkers a favor and wake them up if you see them. If the abnormality is left unharmed while it's breaching, it will return to its containment unit willingly. However, if you damage it before it returns, the form will alter, and then you must suppress it on site. O-04-100, also known as Grave of Cherry Blossoms. The Clifoth counter starts at 3, and decreases under the following conditions. Good work is performed. An employee panics in the containment unit. As the Clifoth counter lowers, the abnormality will begin to blossom. However, whenever it hits 0, random employees and clerks will be drawn to its containment unit to be absorbed into the tree. The manager will do their best to knock the sense out of the employees. Clerks are expendable, though, and should not be saved by the manager. D-02-107, also known as Paday. The Clifoth counter starts at 2 and decreases under the following conditions. Non-instinct work is performed. Bad work is performed. If the Clifoth counter reaches 0, the abnormality breaches and transforms into a larger version of itself, which then begins to attack one employee. Upon killing one employee, Paday will return to its containment unit. While in containment, it does seem to be one of the cutest creatures that we have on here. Be wary, though. This creature is willing to gnaw on your flesh.
You have to give me Nuggets head pats.
So be sure to give it plenty of scritches behind the ears.
Pat.
Congratulations on making it through the Level 2 training presentation. You are growing every day.
Thank you.
And we can't wait to see the progress that you'll make.
It is cute.
We hope to see you in another presentation
soon. Oh, the other version kind of not cute, because if you look at here, if you see, it kind of like has a torso and with a six-pack, so it's kind of disgusting. But the normal form is cute. Okay, this was the video from Donrap. Very cool. Let me subscribe and let me like this. The videos are pretty nice. Let me go back to my gameplay, but I'll be checking out more of those videos. Maybe not today. Maybe next stream. But I love the abnormality, so it's nice to know more about them. Ice cream. Flavor sardine. Made our way past the mountains of shipping containers and back to where we first docked. I saw Vergilius and Karen on a bench, watching us approach. The latter of the two was clearly suffering from crushing boredom. Kadam ate ice cream. It was cold, but disappeared fast. Did you not have the putrid scent of the sea? Putrid? Canto doesn't know what that means. Does a flavor not unlike licking a fish? Blonde girl licks fish? Funny taste. Karen shudder. Something's happened by the looks in your faces. Explain. Allow me to explain. Upon an arrival at a promised location. That is none of my concern. I want to know what intel you have learned and make it short. We know where the good about is. It's a lobotomycorporation branch in the middle of the Great Lake. Well, of course it is at a lobotomycorporation branch. Did you learn anything else? We obtain his variable coordinates. I know what you're about to say. That's it? That's all you got? Or something, but just listen to the trouble we went through too. Nope, that's good enough. Almost makes me want to applaud you all. Oh my? Ordeal, there was... I know exactly what you're about to tell me. I will deal with it. Stay out of this. You look impatient, Ismail. I see that our earlier consultation did not ease your anxiety. Of course not. I don't even know what's happening with my mission. We're wading blindly through a misty sea. Yet, here are we, showing our noses and everything everywhere. It's driving me up the wall. Ah, relax. You must know that no path is ever direct to the Great Lake. I didn't expect as much lack of patience from someone who spent most of her life here. Fish Licker spotted Limbus. Regilia's not being a dick? Calm, wait a second. He's still here. There's still time. My play love corp later and stream it. Cool. Can I assume the mess you're left the manager's shoulder in is also a consequence of your impatience? That's, well, clearly an intentional mistake. If it wasn't, you shouldn't be sitting before me with your throat intact. And my watch, maybe. That's a lot of maybes. Why do you fail to look further, Ismail? By now you must have realized what awaits you at the end of this journey. That contract clause you're so impatient about is bound to make an appearance as long as you follow the manager's peculiar misadventures. Your combative attitude against the manager will only delay the inevitable. It happened 4 times. It's not a very big sample. Well, I'm good at reading how these things usually flow. If you're so sure about it, then fine. I won't let frustration get the better of me. I won't step out of the line, not any more than necessary. Ismail, what happened happened. You will still have to write up a form explaining your actions and the circumstances surrounding them. Gladly. As long as the guide is right. Have you brought us any ice cream? By any... Bother not. I was merely curious of the famed ice cream of Merlinport. I shall board the bus boat post haste. I appreciate the effort, son. The seniors, I've got to call myself from the annihilation of my facility. The seniors also technically made a contract with Dante. Does that make him a devil? That's a good question. I don't know. Is Dante a devil? Well, I think if anybody that makes a contract or get contracted is a devil, then we have many devils in real life. That's for sure. Your appreciation is more than enough. It's not going to answer me anyway, but what were you two up to? Nindy's asking a meaningless question. Don't let them rub off on you, Dante. What I was actually supposed to bring a tub of whale ice cream for everyone? I mean, you both have fire on head. Dante is a devil. May he cry? I think he just takes and talks. But we're trying to pose that every single devil has a flaming for the head. I think you guys are generalizing devils way too much. Just saying. I think the pool of devils are a little bigger than just flame for head. Dun, 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 dun. I'm a devil after all, so is Dante one of my kin? Don't think so. So, Ismail, this lobotomy corporation branch is still ways away. Why don't you rest up for a bit while you can? That's what we always do anyway. Or at least, let me take the next shift. I've done my fair share of notch watches. Gregor yawns betrayed his confidence. Ismail didn't care. She wasn't going to move from her station anyway. Also, I love the pink water. Ismail looked like she was waiting for something to happen, or maybe she was deathly afraid of something. She did not even for a second leave the telescope, courtesy of Rain, most likely, installed on the modified Mephistopheles.
좋은 자세군 물게.
That's a good attitude, Swabi.
경계를 게을리하지 않아야 한다는
It has been my long-held belief that letting your guard down is to let your comrades down. I asked Otis her thoughts out of curiosity, but she simply replied that Vergilius had already acted upon the matter. If the executive manager would not take action, then that was that. Also, she explained that while she would not hesitate to clash with Ismail again, should the need arise, she would not continue this pointless tussle that only lowered the team's morale. I guess that's good enough. But we're in the middle of a lake. And as long as we stick to the laws of the Great Lake, I don't see us getting... Okay. They're dead! Ismail suddenly got up and hurried into the cabin as though she noticed something through the telescope. Attacked by anything, my bad. Time to drift again, redhead. It's too late to change course. The trick won't help us here. And they went through the trouble of hiding themselves in an artificial fog of war. We're obviously her target. It's a matter of time before they catch up with the ship. Now that they know our location, deal with them as you will. Manager, permit us to board their ship. Are you sure that boarding their ship is the best course of action if we want to save our ship? According to my experience, yes. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. I hope you continue to make wise choices like that. I sighed with relief as she seemed to be going along with me for now. With that, I took a few steps behind the other sinners and watched her. We'll hook their ship with harpoons. Force them into a melee range. Somebody, grab the helm and turn it on my signal. Then someone should be on standby, ready to shut the engine off at the right moment. Hey, you! Bring some extra rope. You! Wait for her signal inside the wheelhouse. Ismail's explanations were rapid and confident. Otis nodded along affirmatively. The other seniors were clicking to follow their instructions. Watching Ismail throw her razor-sharp harpoon towards the pirate ship, I started to feel that something was off. There they were, the sinners, working so well together like clockwork, but underneath all that, maybe all that mattered to them was their own goals. I was wondering if all the time that I spent thinking, hoping, and contemplating about our futures together were pointless. This thought lingered for a while in my head. I don't know, I think to some degree, especially after last Canto, Dante started to think of them kind of as a family, and whatever is happening now is kind of derailing Dante's vision of them. Like, we went from this beautiful event of, hey, everybody helping each other, everybody being nice to each other, and then we're just back to this. In the city, as we know, devils from contracts and are known for a humane flaming head. So far, the only devils I know are myself and, to a lesser extent, my brother. Oh, don't they just want a family? Yes, basically. That's what I feel in this.
검에 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데.
Damn.
검에 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데.
Again, such a brutal unit, dude.
받아볼 텐가.
화력 추진. 각자의 위치가 있으니
대검 방어.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
단번에 끝낸다.
Swing Ismail is such a good unit. Amazing unit. Probably out of all the Ismails that I tried it out, this is the one that I like most in just how well she flows.
이대로 가보자고.
단격발.
Boom.
분무하는 필요 없겠죠. 돌아가면 의견을 나누지.
화력 추진.
Yeah. Come on, boy. Yes. Guy's still alive though. I'm expecting a little more. Thank you.
머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데. 인명 피해 없음. 기물 피해 경미.
Pirates too.
완벽한데요? 소문이 퍼지면
Bum.
당분간 귀하신 분들의
And
영상
again,
보호를
because I'm
끊지
using
않겠습니다.
these Ismails, is making, even though I have like two 22s and 126, the battle a little more bearable to me.
화끈하네.
And also because Tummerso, even though it's just level 22, still does not play like a 22 level character.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
I think I started complimenting him way too early.
마치 목숨.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로 하지. 나쁘지 않고.
Let me see if I can put my Zweish up. I've got a few other eagles you may want to try. Another like Ishmael egos? Oh, egos. Okay, egos. Sorry, for a second I mistook.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로 하지. 분무하는 돌아가면 의견을 나누지.
대검 방어.
받아볼 텐가.
화력 추진.
밑그림은 완성이다. 빠르게 치라고.
Was Wingbeat used yet? Wingbeat Ismail? I don't think so. I use Butler, Zway, the one that shoots like a samurai, the one that uses the fan, Molar, Reindeer. Pequod,
일리 있는 의견.
but I don't remember Wingbeat.
이걸로 하지.
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
Mine is the level 652.
꿰뚫은 줄도
Ah, it's a
모를걸?
Wingbeat is an ego. Okay, sorry. No, I haven't used any egos.
돌아가면 의견을 나누지.
Believe it or not, I'm just using Ismail normally.
추진.
But I can try. The thing is, the team is not producing certain stuff. Like, I couldn't use like Blind Obsession so far
자, 동정은 필요
because nobody's actually producing enough for it to be used.
대검의 머리가 쪼개지지 않았을 거야.
그렇게 서 있으니 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
Yeah, like you see, this time around, there's nobody producing Gloom.
전투 중이니까 짧게.
Nobody's producing Gloom. Now people are producing Envy. So there's always like something missing on those like 3 here that I cannot really use all the other ones. Oh.
탄환 보급해드리겠습니다.
Come on, you got it, Greg. Damn, couldn't even stagger the guy.
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야. 우리가 넘어갈 수
Crafty bastards. We're going to board your ship first.
우리가 좀 바빠서 말이야.
We've got places to be, things to do, okay? Now, answer my question. Lie or flap your gums meaningless, and I'll tear the lips of your mugs. Speak. We'll send your plonkers after us. We can't let someone who dared to lay a finger on our first mate leave in one piece. Your very breath brings shame to our syndicate. By Captain Hook's orders, you won't leave here alive. Ain't that a bloody marvelous? I like seeing a good camaraderie. So, what I say about flapping your gums meaningless? Think your threats rattle us? We're no tenderfoots, you stupid sons of a bachelors. What a clingy bunch. We spared their first mate's life, and this is the thanks we got? You think this is what me meant? That we regret if we... No. Your juvenile whining, that's not from shame. Huh? When all of your mates lay dead, consumed, manipulated, and led into a meat grinder by a collective insanity of a mad woman, when you are left in the endless void where the only sound is the beating of your own heart. Oh, wait. And when you realize that your heart continues to beat because it's still desperately, pathetically clinging onto life despite all that, that's when you feel true shame. One last 3 gluttony and 2 pride. Okay, yeah, I can produce that. One piece, indeed. Heath being British again. Hello, Sandy. Thanks for joining us. How are you doing? Wait. Looking at the sorry state of your boat, I can't hazard you have no clue you're doing out here. Spare me, and I'll tell you what you need to know. I'll even put in a good word for the bossman for ye. Let's get into here, lass. You won't have anyone to put in a good word if you kill me. Tired, I can imagine. How was yesterday? You raided on run. It was all good. Damage, Wingbeat UT4 with the hierarchy each is up. Nice. Am I getting through to you? Spare me, and we just might sail out of this lake with your... I'm tired of listening to these insane, meaningless pleas. That was the last one, right? Let's go back to our ship. The ship was still as dead. Ship was still as death. Its sails fluttered a forlorn dance in the wind. Damn, Ismail, really? Was fine. Spend the day with housemate. Awesome. Okay, that's good. Always good to hear.
인명 피해 없음.
Yay, Ishmael. Always nice.
근데요? 소문이 퍼지면 당분간
I
귀하신
can
분들의
recover.
인지보
No
의뢰가
problem.
끊이질 않겠어요.
You have some boxes. Okay, so you guys were very kind and put some characters for me. Okay. Wing being UT4 with hierarchies up. Okay, I cannot filter. Okay, no, that's mine. Is this any of you? There's Wing Bean and Light Obsession. I think I'm just gonna go with this one here since and let me try it out. She
끈하네.
on my teal eye. She pooped on my house till I kicked her out. There it is. What stage is this? That's a good question. 18 or something. Yeah, most likely. So something has been bothering me. Wasn't it weird how they all seem so certain that if we kept going this way, we'd run into some other huge disaster?
특기할 점은 아닙니다.
It is nothing of note, manager. It is but a byproduct of their firm belief in their advantage over us.
그것보다 특이했던 것은 저들의 선치
I have observed an oddity, however. They had installed numerous spikes on the other sides of their ship hull.
백끼리의 충돌을 대비한 것 아닌가?
They're not for ramming into other vessels. I have heard such tactics were occasionally used in naval combat. They were never installed far too low in the water to be useful as a means of ramming another ship. It can be extrapolated from the metal's level of corrosion that the spikes concentrated on the keel of the boat have been installed recently.
배 밑바닥을 보았다고?
How did you see the keel of the boat?
가까우니 맑아서 보여.
The water was clear up close, then it appeared from a distance. Ah, maybe they were trying to stop something from climbing up to the ship? I love my Waprigas, ADs, and Eagles. I can imagine. Can't imagine that any fish would swim blindly into the keel of a boat. You're not blindly crashing into windows.
별거 아닐 수도 있잖아.
Maybe it was
해적들은
nothing.
모신 같은 거 잘
You know
모르는
how superstitious pirates can be?
아니야?
What if like a good luck charm? Maybe we should have let the assistant manager pilot tag along. How's know anything about this, Paul Faust?
관련된 정보는 아직
No pertinent information has been updated.
호수의 규칙을 유념하며 나아가는 것이 최선인 것 같군요.
The most we could do is to ensure that we do not violate any laws of the Great Lake. Thus continued our journey to the Lobotomycorporation branch with variable coordinates the pilot gave us. Paranoia of the unknown weighing heavily on our shoulders. After an indeterminate amount of time, Otis, we will have to steer the ship port side.
뭐?
What? Otis, who was looking out ahead from the bow of the ship, whipped around. Whatever Fall said seemed to have hit her unexpectedly.
어이,
Hey,
10분 전만에
it wasn't been an hour since you told us that we'll have to cross the zone in a straight line.
예측했던 속도에
We are falling short of our target speed.
이대로 이 구역을
At our current rate, we will be struck by the next zone's waves as soon as we exit here.
그게 이번 구역의 빌어먹을 규칙인가?
Is that the damned law of the zone?
맞습니다.
Indeed.
해적과의 전투가 빠르게 끝마치지
Though our
않았지만
encounter with the pirates was happily resolved,
되지 않았습니다.
we still fell behind schedule. The variable coordinates now points to a different route.
바뀌었습니다.
여기서
How much time we're going to have to waste here?
아무대로라면
According to the variable
약
coordinates,
3일 정도의
the necessary roundabout path will cost us 3 more days. Otis bit her lip with discontent before suddenly turning in my direction.
관리자님,
Executive Manager, I have a genius plan. A plan that will not only accelerate this operation, but also increase the chances of securing and rescuing the lives of the LCCB agents. If we were to waste 3 more days at sea, there is very little guarantee for their well-being. Well, what's the plan? We keep going forward. With that, Otis slowly raised the acceleration lever. What? Are you nuts? We've been sailing right into the waves, you know that? I know what the waves are, Swab B. I'm not as ignorant as the Great Lake as you might think. You've had plenty of experience weathering and conquering the waves as well, haven't you? Yeah, but that's because they were unavoidable, because we lacked enough information to take a roundabout path. I never sailed knowingly into the waves before. But you still prevailed, didn't you? That was when you didn't have someone to bring you back. I say, this is well within our capabilities. Besides, there is the added benefit of accelerating our mission and the higher possibility of rescue that the executive manager and a few underlings wanted. It was clear to me that you, Ismael, weren't so happy with how slow our progress has been. What is it? Did you suddenly gain a yearning for a 3-day sunbathing break? Instead of responding to Otis' sarcastic remark, Ismael squinted in the direction the boat is spinning in. Tides, the odor, the speed, the color. The lake over there is the blue whirling lake of Merkin Fish Reek. I haven't separated waves before, but I know many ships that have, many of which are now lying in the bottom of the lake. Otis will sail into the waves just to cut the time needed. The look Otis has, it's amazing. I like that you enjoy it. Their free shoots. I think you became way too prone for Otis, but don't let me say that. Fine, as long as we don't join them. What if we just went to take a quick look? And if you feel like it's too much for us, we can just go back where we came from. Right? Go back. There is no such a thing as going back in this lake. Your decision, Dante. Let's try following Otis' plan. Understood. Crossing the zone's border to the target lake. You've got to be kidding me. Otis, you better be right. As soon as those words left Ismael's mouth, there was a flash in the sky. Thunder? It's really starting to pour. We're in the eye of a storm. Wait, well, the sky was clear just moments ago. How could this? The waves are already here, manager. That was an entertaining display. Caught on. This seems like a good opportunity to test that function. Oh, okay. Switching to endure mode. What? Okay, that's sick. This clearly is a place we're gonna fight on. That's when the reality began to sink in. What happens to, and what will happen to everyone and everything that entered this lake without preparation for what's to come. What should we do now, Ismael? There's this adage that every greenhorn sailor of the Great Lake hears before they set their first sail. There is but one thing you can count on if you find yourself in an unfamiliar lake whose waves are alien to you. A colossal wave rises to crest before us. As I see. Ready your weapons if you want to delay the inevitable. Hello, that is 3D cutscene jump scare. Indeed, I was not expecting that. Yay! Okay, this looks cool. It's not your sailing prowess, your far-seeing eye of Pathfinder, and the unbreakable bond between you and your mate. Many sailors fail to endure this trial, and instead choose to become sacrifices to the depth of the lake. Something's climbing onto our ship? Trust nothing but your own resolve to hold steadfast in the face of terror, in the face of calamity. Though, The raging lake may remain indifferent to the will of your men of her meager existence. What the fuck? That's cool. What? Awesome. Okay, this is actually very cool. Whale of the Porous Hand Mermaid. Damn, this is a mermaid? That is a whale, damn. Whale, mermaid, I don't know what it is, but it does look cool.
받아볼 텐가.
대검 방어.
단번에 끝낸다.
Come on, guys, I believe in you. Let's not become fish bait. The mermaids are basically servants to the whale that made them. Oh. Oh, I get it. But what are the whales? Again, do you know? Like, if these are mutations, abnormalities, what?
데려가 보자고.
그렇게 서 있으면 목 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로
Whales are monsters that live in the Great Lake.
이것밖에 못하는.
Since you use the word monster, I will assume it's not abnormalities then. Okay, there's the big one there, guys. I can use Capati. I'm still missing, yeah, I'm not producing nearly enough for wing beat. This is gonna burn. I can use it. Come into this.
받아볼 텐가.
Incorrect. If I say monsters, then it's not abno. Okay. Awesome. Horrors beyond human imagination. Isabel tells you more about them later in the canto. Cool. Thank you, thank you.
자, 이쪽입니다.
He didn't die. Guys, finish please. Thank you.
나쁘지 않군.
Yeah, win rate doesn't choose defense skills. Yeah, sorry. No words come to mind to rightly describe that creature.
호수 밑에 사는
The unfathomable entities inhabiting the depths of the lake are called whales,
그 안에서 나오는
and those that emerge from them are called mermaids.
구멍 손바닥 고래.
That's the whale of Power's hand.
마주치고 싶지
I was
않은
really hoping to avoid that one. Is that one of the whales they were talking about at U-Corp?
인어가 이렇게
Do mermaids raid ships too?
습격해서
I read about them once as a child, but these don't look like how they did in the books.
읽었던 거와는 인어라.
Mermaids? I still remember the horrible bedtime stories my brother used to tell me about them.
그러니까
So, they make perfumes out of these things?
베르,
Fergie,
이번이야말로
Isn't this a good time for you to lend us a hand for once? Really? That's the guy who practically spectated like a bystander when we got slaughtered back at the K-Corp. He didn't even blink. He did wave at us, though. But I couldn't wave back because my wrists were getting snapped in half. Of course, I won't sit idly by Mephistopheles sinks, if it ever comes to that, but know that I will take action only under a very particular set of circumstances, in which all of you are decimated, the enemies have crushed the manager's head, and are about to tear the hands off of that clock. Are you serious right now? Dante, I can't allow them to take the company's precious assets right before my eyes now, can I? Though I'm afraid that you won't see me step in before every single one of you are dead. Mr. Guide, are you really as good as they say? Maybe the stories about you were just tall tales, you know? No. Do not. Yeah, that's just not. Two previous victims of Virgilius interjected, albeit in hollow voices, to rebuke Rhodia's rather dangerous remarks. So either take them out, welcome them aboard with open arms, or whatever. I'm leaving all up to you. I mean, Virgilius acts like he can get out of this place if it all comes to an end, you know? Feels like he can find a way to just go back to the shore and survive. So, I don't know. Thank you for redeeming your elf of the day. The Therion is 2 days in a row? What do I owe the pleasure? The Waves 2. The sequel. And again, I'm not producing the resources I need to use most stuff. Christmas night. Let me try this one with Wing Beat again. See if I can make it work. I don't even know it myself, though I'll be going in 10-15 minutes. Wow. What a surprise. But no, it's always a pleasure to have you here, buddy. How's your weekend going? And are you okay with sharing what you're gonna be doing today?
나쁘지 않고.
단번에 끝낸다.
이것밖에 못하나.
Weekend's perfect. Just came out back from girlfriend's family event. Her aunt's nice birthday. Ooh, I like a nice birthday.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
When you get to Don's Canto, I'll put all my Don Quixotes up. I have all of her egos and IDs. Nice. Sweet. Thank you so much. Always appreciate.
받아볼 텐가.
For plans today, I have none. I don't have much time. It's already almost 8 p.m. and I gotta do work tomorrow. Dude, your time is always so ahead of mine. Elaborate. Weren't you? Didn't you live on the United States? I think you already mentioned where you lived multiple times to me, and I keep forgetting it. But I don't think you live in the United States because your time is so off from mine. It seems like more like a European standard time.
이대로 가보자고.
You need one more gluttony for Europe like that. Okay, so Europe indeed. I don't think this mermaid is gonna survive all these attacks that's coming their way. A few minutes Discord, but no. Discord, but no.
정정은 필요 없겠죠.
Oh, you PM the location? Oh, don't feel like you need to. Just like a lot of people here actually from this chat are from Europe, so I was just like, is this? It's probably Europe. That was my guess. Isn't that Europe? Let me see if that's Europe. Oh, it is. Oh, it is. I'm not gonna disclose informations. I know you said it. Cool. Yeah, that's my time zone. Oh yeah, Kokomo is from Hungary. Okay, let me manually do this so I can actually try to use a wing beat once. It's because a lot of us are off university. Wait. Oh, what? Europeans. I don't know. Are you?
최선의 방어.
Okay. Yeah, I got wing beat. So we're gonna do that.
그래요. 그렇게 가만히 있어요. 상처난 고기는
Okay, is this wing beat inspired by that that fairy that I read that eats people? Yeah, I'm done with finals. Oh, nice! Congratulations. Yeah, and I believe you told that before, to me before, Natheron. Sorry, my mind is so off. It's hard for me to remember some details. But thank you for letting me know. Pretty nice. Yes, it is. Festive fairy festival. Nice, cool. See, I'm learning, and it's not because it was just shown to me.
일리 있는 의견이다. 이걸로 하지.
If it doesn't kill, the coin can keep re-rolling. Nice. That's pretty OP.
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
나쁘지 않고.
I failed data structure, so I had to do a makeup exam. But again, I know that probably I think you mentioned before, but it's very complicated. So like if you failed, don't feel too bad about it. Most of us will eventually. Apparently doesn't want to choose the ego, so we're gonna do it ourselves.
최선의 방어를.
그래요.
Unfading chemistry twins. I really enjoy that you guys are finding yourselves in a place of both failures. It does bring a tear to my eyes. A chat that fails together stays together. Or something of that nature. Never do IT and NCon at the same time. Worst decision of my life. Joking, I love it. Joking, I'm failing, but I love it.
그렇게 서 있으니 목이 떨어질 수밖에. 이것밖에 못하니 그렇게 서 있으니 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
Goodbye, Poor's hand. Okay, just me or felt like it was like 4 waves of enemies. That was a lot. How
이제
many left?
말이 남았다.
None.
전부 처리했다. 그럼 이곳이
Then this is the last one. There was something off about those mermaids that crawled out of the whale. A feeling not so different from looking at the abnormality or distortion. Mermaids. Were they human ones?
제 설명이
I guess I should have explained better.
단순히 밑바닥
Not every creature that lives in the depths of the Great Lake are called whales. Whales is specifically referred to
수에서
everything in the Great Lake that can parasitize humans.
고래가
And whales give birth to mermaids. And where do mermaids come from?
파도에 밀려온
They are people devoured by whales that came with the waves. There's no guarantee that we won't meet the same fate.
알겠죠?
See? Now you know why you could turn to clock all day and fail to bring us back?
소용이 없을지도 모른다고요.
I see now. The waves will be unrelenting, unabating. And Ismael, who already weathered and braved these endless crashing waves, was starting to snap, strand by strand.
내게는
I have a mission that I can't fail,
있고 그걸 방해하는 것들은
and I will kill everything that stands in my way.
없애서 곤두박질 치면서
Even if I were to stumble, even in every part of me were to fall apart, I'll see you through the end.
위험과
Determined and ferocious, both good attitudes to have when setting sail on an adventure. Because of our voyage is just getting started. I enjoy that Otis is finding a like to Ismael. And I like the lakes are literally split apart by like colors and all this shit. It's kinda weird to look at from on top. This is kinda scary. Each part of this is a different event happening. It's kinda crazy. College was not for me. I'm sorry, dear free shoots. It's not for everyone. I think society likes to put in our mind that we need college, but kinda not. I'll tell you that.
피해가 조금
If you can make something out of yourself, you don't need college.
차감되겠지만
The whale of the poor's hand part. That's why mermaids feel similar to abnormalities or distortions, because we all used to be humans at some point. For my first year, I learned that I can publish a research paper on literally anything to skip a lot of my classes. And I can imagine Kokomo, research paper about why this mouse from Razer is better than the other ones from the competitors. It's still technically IT. Okay, guys, I need to get more medicine. I'll be right back. I'm back. Was getting some more cola as well. Something to hydrate. Good. I can grab another coffee then. Awesome. Take your time. 10 more levels. Yes. 530 is easy with Twiggy. Yeah, at least 530 has a failsafe if you get hard stuck. I feel dungeon is going to be harder. I do feel dungeon is going to be harder as well. I am not ashamed to say that I did the Zwiki method. Where the hell did this random cut come from, curse? It happens to the best of us. Also, we're inching in 25k lunacy. Nom nom. The more the more. Also, I forgot how much lunacy. Okay, how much does cost one of these tickets? Because I have 24k lunacy, and that stands for what? Like, what's the conversion rate from lunacy to ticket? Where I go to see that actually? 130. Hello, Isaac. Thanks for joining us. Who are you? That's the same question that I asked you. Who are you? Well, technically, let me tell you who I am. My name is Archer. I am a gacha game streamer that plays Reverse 1999, Heaven Burns Red, Limbus Company, and Persona 5X. I am a fairly new player over on Limbus Company. I've been playing for now 3 or 4 weeks. Probably 3 weeks. Or 4 weeks. I think actually 3 weeks. Hello, Verneto. Nice to see you back. Each ticket is equal to 130. Awesome. So we have plenty. We have plenty. 10 tickets is equal 1300 lunacy. Is equal deca extraction ticket. Nice. So we have more than 100, which is nice. I want to get then 26,000 lunacy, which is gonna be equivalent to 200 poles. That's my next goal then. But yes, nice to meet you, Isaac. Are you an older player on Limbus Company? Are you a new player? The fact that I have this much lunacy is just because I am a new player, so I really never spend lunacy at all. I have around 200 poles. So yeah, you have like probably 2k more than I have. In lunacy. Yeah, mine is also in lunacy. Oh boy, it's trauma time. It is? Damn, okay. Now let me focus. Let me just drink some more cola. The lake. When I look into its waters, I see my shimmering reflection. Maybe I'm just refracted and twisted like my reflection in the water. It doesn't matter which lake we're on. I always look so warped, so unstable. I happened upon Ismail musing around the time we were on our way to the elusive lobotomycorporation branch of the Great Lake. It had been a while since our last disastrous incident. Maybe my distorted reflections were just me. Even from a distance, it was evident that Ismail was gazing down at her own reflection in the water. I rested my wandering feet and decided to watch her for a moment. I wanted to see what Ismail was looking at, together. My hands were healing, bleeding. Salt water seeped into my gaping wounds. It hurt so much, so much that I thought I might faint if I didn't let go. But I couldn't. What was I holding on to? Executive Manager, there is a matter that requires your attention. We are approaching our next coordinates. Okay. I'll go see too. Ismael woke from her introspection and straightened herself. She strode toward us. What's up ahead? I have not beaten Canto 8, and I have 6k lunacy. I have beaten Canto 8. Okay, nice. So you are up to date with the game, and you have 6k. Nice. But again, nice to meet you. Okay, then Isaac, no spoilers. Yes. 200 pulls is also required for agility pity. Awesome. So we're nearing the pity, which is good. What's up ahead? Rather Scott something. We have visuals on. A solitary ship. And it looks like we have 3 hours to kill before we are allowed to move on to the next lake. Unless the executive manager would authorize us to weather the waves once more. No, Otis. The losses were worse than I anticipated, and remember what Ismail said. We were extremely lucky that the waves that came for us was relatively a manageable one. Yes, executive manager. Yeah, because again, we didn't know that if you end up eaten by those whales, you're gonna become a mermaid. There's no guarantee that we can undo those damages, so... Thanks to Otis, who quickly abandoned the idea, the Sinners and I could observe this new vessel with somewhat light heart. And this is again, we'll go back to the, if you're in an airplane and the airplane's falling, you need to put the mask on your face first to then save your kid, because if you lose conscience, you're gonna stop putting the mask on their face and they're gonna die as well. Situation. I know that they really want to save the people from the LCCB, but at the same time, like, if we die in the process, then they are not gonna be saved and we're gonna die, so... what a relief. That doesn't look like a pirate ship. That's... Ooh! Oh, is that a mini cruise ship over London? A veritable party ship! A vessel partying! Even from this distance, I could see the colorful balloons and banners decorating the ship. I love to party! None shall be vexed, no matter how I frolic at a party. Naught will pay mind to how I leap and run and shouting there. What a joy, is it not? Very. Go easy on the girl, why don't ya? But I'm sure they sell local delicacies there too. Liquor, treats not found anywhere else in the city. She's so goofy, she is. The Roti and Don Quixote both shot twinkling glances at the direction, then Virgilius, then back at me. Virgilius shrugged. Whatever we decided to do here was none of his businesses. Well, maybe they can tell us something about the nearby Lobotomycorporation branch, or maybe they know something about the LCCB agents. Don Quixote was I hate that word. Rhythmically. Yeah, I need to say it slowly, or it's not gonna work. Swaying her shoulders. Maybe she's trying to imitate the marlin then she glimpsed back at the club. Hey ho! Allow me to ask thee and thy fine company a few questions! The faintly blaring music was the only response from the ship. Maybe they can hear us over the music. Boy, music these days, they're just too loud for me. I like that Gregor is literally like the 25-year-old that's way too like old for everything, even though he's kind of young. And just, damn, those kids playing blaring music. I just want to go to bed. It'll be faster if you just head over there and ask them in person. I guess we can quickly stop by and ask them a few questions. We have 3 hours to kill anyway. Might as well make ourselves useful and collect some intel. Ismail shot a glance at Virgilius before staring at the floor and wordlessly. I'd say it's a reckless idea to just row up to a random vessel we don't know anything about, like its owner, or its history. But if the executive manager insists, sure, let's stop by. Now, that was a very Otis thing to say, innit? It's just the attitude I decided to adopt. Again, I feel that Ismail and Otis are starting to blend in into the same character. Gregor Oldfire. Don't say that to my boy. Gregor is just probably one of the most realistic characters out of this bunch.
이제
Now, this boat will come in useful. Will this boat not capsize? Should I pack some life vests or a buoy? By the time all 13 of us squeezed our way in, the skiff was absolutely packed and precariously swaying. Some seniors' face darkened with concern. Don't worry, guys. Even if you all drown, I'll bring you guys right back. All right as rain. Just kidding. Right then. Drink responsibly, everyone. Ismail is the only one with common sense. I wouldn't even say Ismail is the only one with common sense, because Ismail is also acting very weird throughout this whole thing. It's just that she is very wary of everything that has to do with the Great Lake. I think there's more to it. Gregor is certainly the least insane member of LCB. Gregor is the chillest. Yes, I feel like Gregor is the most level-headed one. Everyone else has a quirk that makes them way too weird. And Gregor is the most like, this is a normal person. And I'll say like, there's other characters that can fall within that line, but they still have their quirks. In a manner that was extremely out of character, Virgilius waved at us. Does he know something that we don't? It's a party buzz in the middle of a misty lake. What could go wrong? Gregor is in the Dream Blunt rotation. Are we talking blunt in like blunt weapons, or we're talking blunt as smoke weed every day kind of situation? Oh, I'm just eating some sweets. I still don't see anyone on the deck.
기다려 보시오. 내가 배에 있는 힘껏 숨을 불어담아 소리를 질러보겠소.
Wait but a moment. I shall make use of my lungs to howl a battle so powerful that they have no recourse but to heed us. Oh god. Oh, nice. By the way, I will not be voice acting that scream. I refuse myself. Shut it! You burst my eardrums! By the way, is it okay for us to just barge into a yacht party like this? We don't have the an invitation or anything like it either. Put off your puff off your chest, Greg. The more the merrier, right? They'll understand. I couldn't care less about a party. We're here to gather intel. Waste any more time, and I'm leaving you behind. Don Quixote is Don Quixote. Ryoshu is a psychopathic murderer. Ismael is a seafarer's mouth. Rulian is a Balatru player. Yisang is the press poet. Faust and Marceau are human calculators. Oates is a war criminal. Heathcliff is British. I like that you're boiling Heathcliff's down to British. And Greg is just a normal guy that is too young to call himself too old, but too old to be calling himself too young. Sinclair forgot. Yeah, we forgotten Sinclair completely. Alright, gotta be going. Cheers, everyone. Thank you so much, Natheron, as always, for coming. Have a good one. See you next time. Great weekend for you. Yeah, Honglu forgotten. Honglu is the rich person that sees everything as a novelty because they are too rich to understand anything that's not rich. And Sinclair is just weird kid. Wow, this place is fancy. Numerous liquor bottles and half-eaten food were strewn about haphazardly all over the deck. It appears that this party must have ended very recently and abruptly.
안쪽에 불이 켜져 있어. 집상에 가보거리라.
I spy light shining from the ship's interiors. I shall go swiftly like the wind and verify its sources. Don Quixote running on sheer excitement for a party scuttled to the cabins.
시끄러운 게 하나 사라졌네.
Well, that's one loudmouth gone. Then, he keeps slammed his fist into the loudspeaker that been blaring music this entire time.
이제야 살것 같네.
Blimey, now that's a relief.
알았어.
Thought my eardrums are about to burst. I decided to remain silent. The music was pretty loud. Well, it's awful quiet up here now that the music's gone. Oh, this reminds me of a similar story my nanny used to tell me. It's an old story, but Don Quixote returned with a dumbfounded expression on her face. There was not. What? What was not? Food? Drinks? Both? There was no one. Yet the lights were left on, with nary a soul to be seen inside. Ridiculous. It's clear that the mere moments ago a large group of people were having a party on the deck. How could there be no one on board? For truth, mayhaps they are busying themselves with a game of hide and seek? Can't imagine that the crowd that left all these liquor bottles behind would be the kind to enjoy playing hide and seek like kids at a party. So what? They just vanished into thin air like they were never. Wait. See the waves already? There is one remaining possibility: the ship's storage space. We're saying that these party people left all this uneaten food and liquor behind to huddle in a cramped storage room? Oh, I remember now, yes! The story went just like this. Let's go, because fucking Hongluk Nanny cannot tell anything that's not a scary story, apparently. Once, a huge manor sent out an invitation for a grand party, but when the guests arrived, they found the manor vacant and engulfed in deathly silence. How about we get the music going again? I smashed the radio, lad. If this ship was struck by the waves, we have to get out of here now. Then, boom, boom. Banging noises coming from behind the door slightly ajar. So of course, they went in there to investigate and there they were, bodies as stiff as corpses in rigor mortis, arms stretched forward, hopping up and down. So we're talking about Zhenshi, the Chinese vampires? Oh, that's, I think, I'll go check the storage space. Sinclair, wherefore are thy palms so sudden? It's genetics! Sinclair hurriedly left the room in search for the ship's storage, which was the dance that was all the rage back then, apparently. The art of dancing must surely be an art of great profundity. Well, that was some damn squib. I thought I was actually going somewhere. I had thought quite the confidence that this would be a tale of the living dead. Now, what did you do that for? You scared the kid off. Where did he go? I'll go find Sinclair. Oh, that Sinclair line is coming up. PSA, don't invite random cruise ships. Peep the horror. Hung Lu the funny. Sinclair is definitely not a fan of horror. It's genetics. I mean, you gotta enjoy Sinclair. Sinclair is just a scared kid. Scary kid. Scared kid. The skincare kid. Cruise Party 3, and we're finally fighting. Okay. Bum, ba-da-dum. Boom, boom, boom. Bum, 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 bum. Slosh Mail. Yeah, that's my. I have Slosh and I have She. Those are my smells. Yeah, it's pretty dark in here. The hallway to the storage was significantly narrower than the party deck. I had nothing but faint, occasionally flashing lights to guide me through the dark hallway. I decided to proceed carefully. Too easy. This place is way creepier than wherever Hung Lu was going with his story. Sinclair? You there? Again, the fact that people allow me and Sinclair to go alone is kind of scary. Because they know that they need me to revive, right? Why do you allow just Dante to wander off with a kid? I wasn't sure where these water droplets were falling from, but they were really getting on my nerves. I don't see anything here. Not that I could in this dark, even if there were. All I see is a very faint ray of light and, Sinclair? And Sinclair. It seemed to me that he had been standing here for a long while. Exactly how long, I wasn't sure. Sinclair stood there, like death. He looked up. What are you looking at? Now that I'm here, I noticed that there was something funny about the ray of light. I assumed that the light I saw was from a lamp or something, but no. It was just there, surrounding the general area where Sinclair stood. There was no light source. So the light shining in from the outside, maybe? No, that doesn't make sense either. We're deep in the ship's storage. A big metal box with no opening for even the single strand of natural light. Besides, it's nighttime. This is getting more and more bizarre by the second. Where is this light coming from? Sinclair, we gotta get out of here. Run now! Come on! Fear of the unknown intensifies. What I saw defied every bit of common sense I had accumulated over the journey, and I had to get Sinclair out of there. I snatched and tugged his limp wrist. Come on, wake up! That seemed to have done the trick. Sinclair suddenly snapped back to reality and began screaming. He bolted out of the room. Ah! I'm not gonna scream. Thank you. The lads lost the plot. What's in the bloody? There was a person floating in the air. Yeah, there was a person floating. Eminent Sinclair, guys. It's an ID. Okay, now I'm actually creeped out. That can be a person. Then that was. Why do you think we have enough time for a lecture? Prepare for battle. Ryoshi's Canto is gonna be dark AF for sure. Probably Ryoshi's Canto might be the most like I hope you guys are ready kind of situation. General trauma. Look at the background. Here we go. Little German boy. Yeah, Sinclair is insane. Look at the background. Is that big thing in there? What is this thing? What the fuck is in the background? Crazy. I mean, if you see Cthulhu, that's the kind of the whole thing, right? With like eldritch horror situations, you go insane if you look at it. This is clearly like a Cthulhu situation. I know it's probably just a whale. Yeah, it's a whale, but you know, when the whale stops being a whale, it becomes Cthulhu is to be debated. But yeah, I think Call of Ishmael, right? Or Shadow over Ismail. Anything that you want to say. Be careful, some of the whales can roll really high. Oh, I will pay attention to it. Mermaids, okay. Yeah, for now it's all okay. Majority. But no, I think if I was in this universe, I would most likely like avoid at all costs the Great Lake, because this thing here probably scares me most than whatever we can find in the nests. To be honest, I'll take my chance with like some thugs or rats or anything else that the or fingers or whatever. This shit here, yeah, no. Hello, Flowerheart. Because Whelp soon, I have a question to you. What do you think about magical girl genre? Love Madoka Magica. I love the subversion that he created. I love. I watched Precure before. I watched Sailor Moon. There. Yuki Yuna is a hero. I think is the name. Is also like a magical girl subversion. Love magical girls. Cannot wait for Queen of Hatred. I hope is a very cool unit that. I hope it can be like a magical burn situation because she's gonna fit into the team good as a glove. If you're in this world, you will probably be dead. Oh no, yeah, for sure. I'm just saying that I would rather be dead in the city than be dead in the water. City overall is a messed up place to live in. Yeah, no, of course. But everywhere in the PM universe is a messed up place to be living. Yeah, there's no like, oh, there's somewhere safe. No, there's nowhere safe. They're just you just have to choose your death. I'm just choosing that I rather die in the city. That's all. I don't think same genre but darker works as subversion. Well, it does work. So subversion is basically whenever you see or watch something and it's not where you were expecting. Whenever you go and watch a magical girl anime, and in the third episode, the girl gets beheaded, and you learn that you actually sold your soul to the devil, it is a subversion of the genre because no other magical girl anime did anything of that nature until Madoka Magica came along and did it. And now it kind of became a trend. Apocalypse Bird Ego for Waprugi Snatch. When? Oh god. I still have to know more about that. Still part of the genre unless you're expecting everything. So, whenever we're subverting the genre, it's not going outside of it. Madoka Magica is still a magical girl anime, but it's a subversion of that genre because you have a preconceived notion what a magical girl anime is. Then whenever you watch Madoka Magica, that breaks that conceived notion. Maybe a boring desk job in like the nest of a District A or some shit might be safe. You still probably are gonna get killed randomly on the streets. Remember Clay Corp? People died because of the random bull abnormality killing people willy-nilly. Madoka moment, indeed Madoka moment. Maybe the city is quite populated, so maybe actually being able to live and be miserable is possible. No, yeah, I do feel like if you have to choose, probably your chance of surviving in the city might be better than in the Great Lake. You gotta pick your poison, guys. Bro, you really think you'd get into an S in District A? Yeah, apparently, well, if maybe he's born rich. Okay. There, Free-Shoots, I don't know why you're thinking that some of us might not be able to just be born rich. Some of us might luck out and be rich. Then you're in the nest. You can be like Honlu and be on a very wealthy family and be very well taken care of. I love how Marcel pops his ult as the fight ends. Yeah, no one is getting into District A, B, or C. Again, probably not A, B, or C, but other nests, you might have a chance. Is a district that's the problem? Oh yeah, sure. Unless you get thrown out of the window or something because of hard competition, sure as well. But then you gotta apply yourself. You know, if you're already born in a wealthy family and you were given chances, then by all means you should put some effort into it. You don't want to tempt fate. That's what I'm saying. Cruise Party 4. Who knows? The head might be chill. Yeah, we would all want to live as Honglu. Well, Honglu did allude that he probably had to train and he was pushed to the limit whenever he was at his family. But again, he had a bed. He was technically safe from the outside world. He was fed information. He was fed culture. He had a nurse. He had a nanny. So I would say that Honglu, technically, I haven't gone through his Canto, which I know is the current one, but most likely had the best life out of these people. He was at least given a chance. That's what I'm trying to say. A lot of these characters were kind of forced into their lives in a certain Honglu's situation is full of spoilers, I guess. Yeah, I cannot talk too much about Honglu, and you guys cannot talk too much about it as well. So I'll just leave it at that. I feel that Honglu probably had a good life. Probably tough, but still better than most other characters. I love those animes. It just feels like some people think mainline MG genre, magical girl genre, all sunshine and rebels. Oh no, I think since Sailor Moon. Like, Sailor Moon itself, like, if you see, it's kind of dark as well. So I think, technically, magical girls have been rooted into dark themes, but the magical girls themselves are very, like, silly. He doesn't know. I doesn't know. He does, just don't piss them off, or do your job. I think it's gonna be fine. Sparta, you're still here? Oh. Yeah, cool. Yes, I don't know much. Again, that's just my speculations. I will learn more whenever I get to Canto 8.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
무상한 목숨. 불보다 지원했군.
Let's be careful and don't distort. There are very few happy endings in the city.
나쁘지 않네.
Indeed. I wouldn't call Utena from Revolutionary Girl Utena silly. Utena... I recall the name, but I probably never watched the anime. Again, Magical Girl tends to not be my favorite genre of animes, so even though I know by name, I never watched it. It would be super food, super very fast in the city. I don't know, you know, because again, we are byproducts of our environment, our families, our upbringings, situations, etc. So we're just saying if we are literally mirrored the way we are right now to the world of Project Moon, but if we were born there from the beginning, probably some of us might end up becoming like people strong enough to survive by themselves, you know? Fixers, members of syndicates, members of associations, so on and so forth. Their new family hierarchy candidate Ishmael is terrible. I mean, she's not as better like as Wei or other ones, but I like her movements. I find her attacks to be very pretty. That's why I'm using. What's the sweeping hour? I don't think I know about that. To be fair, I'd probably be swept away day one if you were transported there. Yeah, if we're talking about isekai and just basically us there, yeah, probably we're all gonna just decease very quickly. I might lobotomy after I get my coffee. Cool. Bruh, for real, be calling decent IDs terrible, shaking my head. Yeah, you're talking about family hierarchy Ishmael? Yeah, for me, I'm finding her pretty decent. And again, very pretty movements. Just the time the sweepers come out to clean up the city. The back streets. Like, look at that. That's pretty decent for me. The sweeping hour is called Nights in the Back Streets from 3:13 to 4:14. 4:32. That's an odd timing, but sure. She's called Potential Woman for a reason. Ooh, like Purge. That's cool.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로
Yeah, basically a purge. And the sweepers come out to clean everything up. Oh, so basically there's a purge, and then sweepers come out and just, you know, clean the bodies and stuff. Okay. Okay, well, let's go back. Dude, that fight actually lasted a good time. I was able to eat a whole piece of sweetbread. So they were mermaids? Yeah. Whoever sailed on this ship, they were probably too distracted by the party to realize that they broke a law of the lake, so they ended up getting devoured by a whale. And this deserted ship is the aftermath. Even if we stick to every single law of the lake, depending on the type of waves, getting too close to a ship that broke the law could get us swept up in the aftermath. Their single lapse of judgment led to this chilling catastrophe. I remember Ismael looking into the lake, muttering to herself. I also remember the rough, biting words she threw at us. This was the reality of the Great Lake that Ismael survived before joining us. A place where even the smallest mistake could mean total annihilation. Okay, that's pretty scary. This shit here is scary, bro. Again, I would rather get mugged or killed or have my organs harvested by some weird ship in the city than whatever this can cause you. A place where one must struggle endlessly to survive the terrible unknown. So this was the kind of path Ismael sailed before joining us. If only I'd known, then maybe I could have been more understanding of her. I keep going back to my quarrel with Ismael back at the boatworks. Can't stop thinking about it. And then sweepers come out to clean everything. Can't do a crime when the streets are full of sweepers though. Most will stay indoors during this time. Nobody wants to be facing the sweepers. Okay, what are the sweepers? Can anybody elaborate? Either way, the sweepers are strictly prohibited from entering, let alone touching civilians' living space. Sweep the back streets. Ismael isn't bad, she just got unlucky to come after Malfalst, one of the strongest IDs in the game. That's a taboo they follow. But again, I don't wanna measure Malfalst and say that anything is bad because they came out of after her, because again, Malfalst clearly is a badly balanced the character that they weren't able to nerf because people didn't want them to nerf. So again, I cannot hold them in any regard. You will know what they are. Okay, so I will wait until they actually show up. It's all good. Thank you guys. We have dispatched the mermaids descending onto the deck, but lingering any longer may draw the rest of them to us. This party is over. Let's return to our ship. We left the cruise ship as fast as we could. After an indeterminate amount of time, so we didn't find anything. I made the wrong call. I shouldn't have made such a rash decision. It's okay. At least we're still alive. And that was that. Ismail did say no more.
그래도 물자는 더
It's
챙길 수 있었어.
fortunate, however, that we procured ourselves some rations for the journey ahead. Okay, guys are... By the way, everyone, So City Creator is streaming over on the Discord some Lobotomycorporation. Anybody wants to head there and have fun with them, by all means. You'll find out more about Super soon after Canto 7, thank you. After Malfalst and Capo Marceau, bros are willing to call anything bad. Again, it's just people, everybody will compare everything to everything because it's all in the same game. But I agree that there should be some leniency. The sleepers are like janitors cleaning any trash left behind. These include weapons, corpses, and live people, and they surge forward in a horrible wave. Project Boom usually never nerfs something. Ignore the dead heaping pile of rupture that is Talisman Sinclair. Again, people mentioned, I think yesterday, that they wanted to nerf Malfalst, but specifically the Korean community were pretty upset, to say the least, about that event, so there wasn't any nerf. Even though they were willing to offer compensation for the nerf, which I find very remarkable, because as I said, I only agree with nerfs if they will provide compensation, and apparently there was meant to be a very big one. So again, rich people being annoying. That's what I'm gonna say. They were mentioned in LabCorp. Nice. Like I know, a fraud bullet is funny, but he's not actually bad from what I've seen. The following bullet, Isan? Yes, I've used it once and it was pretty good. Fun fact, we were getting super lore even in LabCorp. Nice. Oh, by the way, hello Kalen. Thank you so much for coming. Garion used the sweeper to clean up the remainings of the previous H-Corp. I actually kinda like this gimmick, but you kinda need to have teammates you are willing to sacrifice, but Fell Bullet is funny when he works. Yeah, one day I think I think they are becoming more prone on doing this more and more. This was lore in LabCorp. I love learning about the lore of the known humans and former humans. Pretty upset, highly understanding. Yeah, guys, I'm not playing Lobotomycorporation. I'm literally like watching live on stream lore about LabCorp. So if it comes from LabCorp and it's from that game only, by all means spoil as much as you want. But if there's something that's gonna show up in Library of Ruina or Limbus Company, then avoid it. Hey, the radar caught something. It's large. That is very close to the center of the coordinates. That dot on the radar has to be the Lobotomycorporation's branch of District 21. I'm going out for some air. Ismael slowly returned to the spot by the ship railing where she stood muttering to herself. For a moment, I wonder if I should follow her like I did earlier, but then maybe she wanted some time alone to think about things. I decided to leave her be. Get she together. Bear your feelings from them. You have a mission, I must see through the end. My one and only mission. I've sharpened my harpoon for that singular moment. I have to be colder, harsher. I have a mission, but I can't fail. Yeah, I get it. No problem. And if anything even dares to stand in my way, I'll... Yeah, no, I know. I'm just maybe also reiterating for anybody else. Because, again, some people see some stuff being said, then it's very easy to blur the lines of the games. But it's all cool. We are closing in. We're inching closer and closer for 5:30, guys. There it is. Our destination, lobotomycorporation branch of U Corp.
파일럿이가 말씀하신
Think they're still there? The survivor pilot mentioned?
안전하게 계실까요? 살 수 있는 시간은 충분히.
Unless that has transpired since then, we still have time plenty. As Sinclair and Isang shared their thoughts, a large structure loomed ever closer out of the mist and into our line of sight. What the fuck is that? Ooh, creepy. Every sinner, save from Yoshi, froze.
그러니까 저게
That's the Lobotomy Corporation branch?
좌표 범위에서
We are as close as is physically possible to the center of the area delineated by the coordinates. The structure's size and appearance match the intel we received as well. The sigh was enough to shut everyone up. To hope that there may be any survivors in such structure was far too optimistic of a notion for what appeared before us.
물체들의 사이로
I observed the Lobotomy Corporation logo between the white materials. So that's really only a smeared logo of the Lobotomy Corporation branch glistened amidst mounds of pallid, blasphemous white. This was the undeniably reality we found ourselves in.
대체 무슨 일을 겪으면
What the hell happened here?
수 있는 거야?
파일럿 씨의 이야기대로
Pilot said that the last thing that the Twin Hook pirate said between leaving this place was, "The calamity is coming, wasn't it?"
우리가
This thing summons to mind memories from the earlier days of this company. The manner in which the organic tissue are plastered over the walls is quite reminiscent of that experiment. Back at the D-Corp branch, right? I hope there's no poison gas trap or anything like that in here.
당시에는 배신자가 있었다.
At D-Corp, there was a traitor in our midst. Thus, it would be false equivalence to use that experience to gauge the intensity of this mission. Yeah. I don't think it would be much better here, if not worse.
그럼
Then,
파일럿
pilot team is already...
인어가 되진 않았으면
We should consider them lucky if they haven't been turned into mermaids. So the calamity was pilot. The calamity the pilot mentioned didn't destroy Lobotic Operations branch. It transformed this place into something uncanny, something so grotesque that total obliteration would have been preferable to whatever happened here. Well, destruction isn't the only kind of calamity in this world. Yeah, that's what I'm being saying whenever like you guys are saying about like, oh, every place on PM is bad. Yeah. Then you have to choose the least of the terrible poisons. I feel like this would be a terrible poison. I feel like going on the streets and dying from some crazy person is one of the easy ones to swallow. The funny thing was when the sweepers were introduced in Leviathan Corporation as an enemy, I was like, huh? When the first saw them? Indigo Noon, yeah, the April Fool messed up Clockheads badly, which is ironic. The Great Lake is home to 5 calamities. Well, for an hour, I suppose. Whatever do you mean? I meant that, you'll find out soon enough. It won't matter how careful you are. At the Great Lake, the calamities will always find you. The laws of the Great Lake don't apply to them, making it impossible to predict their patterns. And now the time to roll your way into the ruins of the calamity left behind. Well, I'm munching. The only thing that stops a horror game to happen is just because all the characters are weird. But I could see something like a Lethal Company situation of like maybe like some dumb wandering person goes inside in one of those old lobotomy corporation branches, getting lost in there and having to face a bunch of abnormalities until their death. That could work as like a horror game. Kind of just appears out of nowhere on like day 30 randomly. Cool. You know, all horror though. Stare down Garion, and there's a horror game right there. Yeah, it said Limbus Company is the last one in the current PM mode. And again, we don't know when we're gonna ever get another game. So we can only wonder. I'll be keeping my distance and watching from this lake, just in case of an emergency. Isn't that exactly why you should be coming with us? Who knows what the guide bud's thinking, eh? After a quick tinkering from Faust, the skiff tied to the side of Mephistopheles began its slow descent. In the same skiff we used to go to the cruise ship. We're getting a lot of use of out of this boat. I still don't trust this dingy. It's too small. The small engine of the skiff revved gently, and our short, sputtering journey to the lobotomycorporation branch began. Are lakes usually this foggy? The lake earlier was pretty misty too. We must remain vigilant. Fogged up horizons are climate quite ripe for ambush. Forsooth, this is the #1 rule of the adventuring tales. There was a growing sense of trepidation amongst the sinners. As well, as we climbed the pale membrane enveloped stairs leading up to the lobotomycorporation branch. Hey Dante, can you sense it? The golden bow? Not yet. Sure about that? Brody was visibly disappointed. Maybe she was half hoping that I'll tell her that the golden bow wasn't here, so we should turn around and head back to the Mephistopheles. I know I'm the worry wart of the team whenever we go check out places like this, but I have a real bad feeling about this, guys. Hold up, Garrett. Good luck. Degraded shockwave. Let me out. I'm on her side. A favor for a favor. I wouldn't mind a game where we run like this way. I want to see more of the sink. If you look away for a second, your client is getting mutilated by some syndicate member, like finding people in the streets for a duel. Again, because the PM universe is so vast, you can say that you can make any games. You can make an MMORPG where you can just like choose a class, maybe choose a group, maybe a syndicate or something. You can see a fighting game, you can see a horror game, you can see an action game, you can see an RPG. I think anything can work on this universe because it's just a universe, you know? Anything can kind of work if you really try enough. As though they were growing increasingly wary to some unseen enemy could ambush them at any second. And I feel like they themselves already choose some odd designs for the game already, because like the first game is a management simulator RTS kind of situation, and the second game is a deck building roguelike. So if those things were already made, then the sky's quite at the limit. Anything can work. And again, probably if we're... I don't know if they would go for whatever we're thinking, because that's probably the way to go, or if they would choose a genre that none of us are thinking. Maybe something completely out there, and not what we're expecting at all. Everything is interconnected, but it works on its own too. Yeah, anything can work. What's the holdup? Aren't you coming? Don't you feel it? This dread? I thought it would affect you the most. You're the one who spent years on the lake, after all. So? That's what's stopping you? It's, wait by the entrance if you're not going. What do you expect, mate? I'm giving up the sense, I give up talking sense into her a while ago. I thought she gotten a bit more cooperative as of late. Guess I was wrong.
가긴
Well,
가야지.
we do have to go. Ismael appeared to be the only sinner uninterested in the Golden Bough. The Golden Bough, the unfathomable, bone-chilling horror of the lake. I was starting to believe that she considered all of that nothing but obstacles between her and her mission.
건물 전체를 덮고 있는
What may be this pale mucous membrane covering the entirety of the structure? Some kind of mold, maybe?
알, 뭐
RF.
균류라고 하기에는
To identify it's a fungi would require it to exhibit characteristics unlike the ones we can observe here. I agree. They don't appear to be fungi. In fact, they appear to be made of organic living flesh tissue. See the blood vessels? They've grown into random shapes without purpose or intent. I also doubt it happened, but a LobCorp remake to remove some of the junk and issues. Stop eating my RAM. Yeah, I think that's probably the most unlikely of choices. I think it's easier for them to just make a new game than to just remake LobCorp. Play as a syndicate member and follow ridiculous rules or something like that. That could be interesting. Or PM Spaghetti Code strikes again. You play as an index and you keep needing to follow the prescript. Oh, hello Vantu. Thanks for joining us. Okay. Ridiculous. I am surrounded by IF. What do you mean? Art reliant on the chaos of existence cannot create patterns such as this. Look at the big picture, fool.
전체를 생각한
Gazing upon the big picture, I only see a pointless disputation that does not but waste our vigor.
그대들도 멈출
I do not intend to stall. No? See, Scyther. Ismael already walks at a fair distance away from us. Yes, I approve that I need to run, but naked through the McDonald's drive-thru. What? That's a simulator, a game where you have to do anything but work. That's good too. Didn't they say they wanted to make an open-world distortion detective game? That could be fun. I can see even a dungeon crawler of this game. Open-world dungeon crawler, MMORPG, fighting game, FPS. Horror game, anything works. And probably I would give it a shot in every single game, besides some of those genres. Like RTS, I suck at it. Puzzle, I usually don't like it. And I probably would also avoid FPSs, just because I suck at aiming. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum.
전원 집합. 이번
Unless a simulator where you get more points the more ways you find to goof off instead of work. Don Quixote had stopped dead in the tracks. She was looking blankly at a section of the wall.
흥미로운 거라도 발견한 거야, 꼬맹이?
See anything interesting, kiddo? Here, on the wall. Huh?
사람이 들어있어.
There is a person in this wall. Oh, I can clearly see here. There's clearly a person here.
모형.
Maybe the sculpture?
모형이 이렇게나
If there isn't anyone capable of sculpting something so true to life as this, I'll drop everything and plead the artist to take me in as their student. Huh? Oh, no. Are they the people Pilot was looking for?
이보시오.
Ugh. Heed my words.
거기에 말을 왜 꺼내?
Why the heck would you talk to it?
이것 보시오.
Behold, this man is alive.
살아있어.
Yeah, I enjoy RTS games, but I can't play an FPS to save my life. Just make a contract with me and I'll fix that aiming issue of yours. Damn. Nah, I think I'm fine. I think I'm okay just sucking at FPS and, you know, I live my life that way. Oh, this is the worst. This is the absolute worst.
느끼는 거
It's
오랜만이야.
making me real crazy.
이보게
Hark, my friends, this man is alive. We must free him from this bond prostate. Even if we wanted to, looks like it's a bit late for him. Total disassembly is the only way I see if ever getting out of here. What? Well, by now we should be getting used to these failures.
단단히 벽에 박혀 있다.
The body is firmly lodged in the wall. No ordinary human strength could separate this body from it.
하지만 일반적이지 않은 힘으로
With superhuman strength, you risk tearing the body to several parts. Fie, this is an evil that cannot go unanswered. Impressive, there's no sign of anyone forcing it into the walls. This is quite a natural exhibition, as though this was how it was conceived from the very beginning. I think someone mentioned, the pilot guy mentioned the same sound of the tuning forks. Maybe they got the singularity out from the whale that can make the same thing occur to people. It tunes them into other things, and that's how these people are melded into the walls. At one level for against Noon of Green. Project Moon Body Horror, clearly. I'm back. Hello, Borb. Thanks for joining us again. You don't wish to make a deal with me? Shame. No! I'm okay. I'm fine against deals. But guys, their free shoots is just offering deals. So get now while it's fresh.
이번에야말로
But they do have like summer sales of deals. Their free shoots like
약속까지 했는데.
get your deal now for 50% off. I thought it would be different this time. We made a promise, gave our word. Unlike the other sinners, Ismail didn't even spare a glance to those that were trapped within the walls. Manager, staring at them won't magically summon the golden bound to your palms. Say something so we can get them to move on. I guess there's nothing we can do for them. Still. And I've said repeatedly that I don't want to waste time. LoveCorp start getting more manageable when you learn you can stuff like 40 people in a tiny enemy room and then watch an enemy run into the tiny room and get blobbed to death. I didn't understand. I am looking for someone to make a contract. Never thought of taking a deal behind a gas station ever again. Damn, 7 bullets. We don't have to worry about the laws of the lake here, so why don't we make this more leisurely? Sure, look around all you want, but you won't find any survivors here. A testament against thy claims is right here! Those things aren't really alive, they're only pretending to be. Yet, I recognize these. They are ruin left behind by the thing that leaves nothing unchanged in its wake. It could swallow the world in a blink of eye, but it also spills it back just as quickly. Mimicry? Manager? What's going on, guys? And what it spills out never comes back right. Isn't it funny? If it's going to spill it out anyway, what's the point of devouring in the first place? I don't understand. Why does it try to devour everything it comes across? Are you talking about that same whale you mentioned before? Just a yes. In no tales of adventures have I heard of mention of such a terrifying whale. Is truly a whale? There's a thing that almost always works in RTS games. Manager, the stupid tree. I never go back more. Manager! Okay. Stupid elf 3. Okay, I get it. Then, why didn't you listen when I told all of you that we weren't ready? If you did, at least we could have been in the right headspace for the lake. No! So you're saying that whale you met devoured this building? Yes. How can you be sure of that? Because this pale ruin is what the whale leaves behind. Everything turns pallid, like this building. Ooh, me, Dave. I have vision on a suspicious individual. Maybe it's an abnormality? We're in a lobotomycorporation branch after all. Yeah, let's just say that that's what's it and chop it down. Wait a minute.
잠깐만요.
That might be a survivor.
생존자일 수도 있어요.
At least the blood tree is pretty.
인간은 남아있을 리
Oh,
없다잖아.
the cherry blood tree, the grave of yeah. Yeah, at least it looks pretty. Well, didn't you say there won't be any survivors left here? Which is it? I did, and that's why it's so incredible. Hey, Ismael, you shouldn't get so close to. Ismael strides towards the figure. Maybe she's being mind controlled by an abnormality?
그런 징후는 없었다.
No such thing has been detected. There's nothing out of the ordinary in her eyes. The closer Ismael gets, the more the figure's body is taken over by the pallid off-white membrane. The voice grows increasingly incoherent. Oh. That's impossible. Just now, it was talking like a human. Ismael, you saw it too. Just now, it. Ismael, you have to get away from. No. This can't be real. If what I know my whole life about this place is about the Great Lake, she is experiencing heightened emotions. Damn it, Ishmael! I could have asked one of the sailors to stop her, but before I even realized what I was doing, I was running towards Ismael. I think it was guilt. There was guilt that pushed me to act. Guilt that I may have played a part into driving Ismael to this point. Dante, you mustn't. Oh. But guilt can sometimes help. The figure's face shifted again back when I approached Ismael. The white membrane covering their face begins to withdraw as though an unseen force is peeling it off their skin. The mouth didn't come back, but the eyes that looked at us were unmistakably human-shaped. They were blinking with effort. The membrane is gone? Maybe because we got too close? Maybe we have some influence in it? When you approached it, this damn white membrane, it faded. It appears that the golden bow is counteracting its effects. Faust approached us. Dante, it appears that the shard of the golden bow lodged in your clock is counteracting the infection of this pallidification effect to a degree. The figure, whose mouth was still wrapped under a pallid membrane, blinks warily, as though they could understand what we're saying. Counteracting? Wait, so with a golden bow, a mermaid can... a mermaid can turn back into a human? Is that what you're saying? Did I get that right, Faust? Well, that theory has not been properly cross-examined. Just tell me if that's possible. Dante's part golden bow. Yeah, I kind of realized now. I didn't know that he was part golden bow, but okay. Though it was curt, I never heard such intense desperation in her voice before. Yes. Although it may be limited to mermaids and of the whale that presumably devoured the structure. Manager! Dante! Just what are you? Realizing that there was something that I could have done, the memories of the day, the nightmare that I tried so hard to lock away. They're coming back right before my eyes. I can see them vomited from the whale, sinking, floating in the briny sea. All of them. Ismael looked at me with a vacant expression. You heard too, don't you? You hear how the waves roared that day. Ismael was right. Emotions of the past begin flooding, roaring before me. Dante ate the bows. Oh. Maybe it's yummy. Ismael just stands alone in a sea of tall, rolling waves. I nodded carefully. Once, I was a seafarer. A fixer. Sailor. Hello, silly. Where Ismael is talking a bit about her past. I was something in the awkward middle ground, which we called whalers. Do you understand? No. Do you see them? Do you see the looks on the faces of those who dared to wager everything and those who had nothing left to wager? Whaling ships carry people like them across the waves. So you've seen it yourself. The whale that devoured this place? The whale we've met so far transform those they devour into something completely different, into something utterly unrecognizable from who they were before, rearranging and replacing their whole body. But that whale is so different. Those devoured by the pallid whale aren't transformed. They still themselves, just warped in a pale membrane. I guess it's a stretch to say they're still themselves. Sometimes, we'd sail our ship towards the outskirts. Then, we see those ships. Those false ships. The ships that have turned completely pallid. There's an old wisdom amongst whalers that those ships must be avoided at all costs, even if it meant going all the way around the lake they're in. Because the sailors consumed by the whale retain everything, their habits, their skills, except they wander the lake only to attack everything they come across. The captain of the Pequod, or ship Pequod mentioned, she had a mission to hunt the pallid whale with her own two hands. The entire time we sailed on the Pequod, she sermonized our ears off about what a worthy, honorable mission it was to hunt that whale. It was annoying, and we knew that she wasn't exactly all there, but no way. We should just knew how. She just knew how to sink the rest of us to the depth of her insanity. Her mission soon became our very own. To hunt the pallid whale became our salvation, our destiny. The captain drove everyone on the ship mad. When the time finally came to face the whale from which all hatred, all evils of the world spout, were promptly crushed, devoured, reduced to a scattered pile of driftwood. When I came to floating in the vast coldness of the sea, holding onto my dear life for a piece of driftwood, there was nothing left. Nothing. And when I realized what I was holding onto wasn't a piece of driftwood, but that's why I can never forgive her. At a certain point, this stopped being a conversation. My words grew increasingly aimless, like a vortex of the sea, endless swirling in place. Now I watched clearly what Ismail's mission was, where the tip of her razor-sharp harpoon aimed. It was aimed at the captain that drove them all to damnation. An overwhelming tide of hatred and obsession burdened fiercely in her direction. I'm going to kill her with my own two hands. There was no room for reasoning or rationality to convince her otherwise. I suppose bringing up that I saw from Ismail's obsession, a glimpse of her old captain won't do anything to help right now. Ismail, we don't even know if the captain is still alive. I was desperately hanging on to my best mate's coffin. The coffin of someone whom I share everything. That's when I thought Tempest saw the captain. I saw that fucker standing alone, facing down the whale as it devoured the ship, laughing mad. Her fiercely loyal crew were floating on the surface of the outskirts sea, powerless to do anything but wait until they too were devoured, but none of that mattered to her. That bastard is alive. She has to be alive still. She has to be. So, I have to find her. We have to, not before we kill the captain, Ismail. I wanted to ask her which we she was referring to, but I was starting to think that nothing I said would improve anything, and if I didn't outright bring everything crashing down. That was when an imperceptibly light breeze broke through the silence. A solitary butterfly. It moved with grace, tinged with fragility, as though it did not fear the weight of this heavy silence. It took away a moment to gently flutter onto a puddle.
나비네요.
That is a butterfly. Huh. I think any ordinary butterfly would wander into a place like this. After a quick respite, the butterfly fluttered its wings and took off once again. It's like the butterfly is asking us to follow. Isn't it an abnormality? Fine, I was wondering when they will show their true ugly mugs. It might be a trap, for we're lost. It's the only thing with a sense of direction we have at the moment. I'm in agreement. I'm also quite intrigued by the butterfly. What do you think they are saying? I have been lending them a ear, yet none of yet has reached mine.
일정한 규칙성을
They are
가진
speaking in a certain pattern,
해석은
though I'm
불가능해요.
unable to decipher it.
일종의 부호 같은 느낌이죠.
Foolishness, Mel, foolishness, there is no we. Only lament. The fault lies within you, cool guy. Is male, no? I think. It's a code of sorts, a mix of sound frequencies and encryption patterns. Don Quixote was at far back end of the line, looking back at the figure. I suppose it is true that without Manager Esquire, there could be no resolution to that predicament. When I walked away, the pallid membrane grew over the face again, burying it, and I began to shamble. It is as Ismail said. Will they now roam the Great Lake, attacking everyone and everything they come across? Not only their physical senses, but their senses of self, forgotten deep under the pallid membrane. Okay, that's the pretty cool. Indeed, pretty cool. And I remember fighting these guys. Whenever I fought them on the mirror dungeon, I thought these were spider webs. Look like spider webs. But now I can see the membrane. And also, I always lost the clashes. These guys had so crazy good clashes.
그걸로
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여.
각자의 위치가 있으니
받아볼 텐가.
Again, in the mirror dungeon. I don't know if it's gonna apply here.
받아볼 텐가. 전탄격발.
나쁘지 않고
그렇게 서 있으니 떨어질 수밖에.
개인적으로 이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대? 일리 있는 의견.
Most of stuff with negative coins seem to clash well. Yep,
각자의 위치가 있으니
I also agree. Those guys are tough. Yeah, here we have what you call in the business as bullshit numbers. How was that again? 2 people died. I'm sorry.
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대? 간다.
다음.
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
화력 추진 피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대?
Yay. Release the spoiler assault. Somersault?
싱겁네요. 윗대가리가 죽었으니 이제 당신들도 우리 조직 밑에서 구르게 되겠죠. 쉽고 취급을 해주지 않는
The Lake and the Butterfly. Guys, I don't know, I think I mentioned it a couple of times, but I am under a lot of medication because of allergy and also because I have a cold, and I am getting increasingly tired. So I will say I'll probably play the game until 5:30 and see what it's all about, and then I think I'm gonna probably lay down and sleep for a while, and we can continue Canto 5 over on Saturday and finish it over on Saturday if it's all good for you guys. Hopefully. Also, I still need to level up my units. As you guys are aware that sadly my Merceau and my Sinclair are highly underleveled, and I need to make them up to par to everything else. I just need to pass the stupid noon. I am cheering for you, silly critter. You're gonna get it, buddy. Fair. Sounds like a good idea. Thank you. That's gonna work for me in multiple ways. I'll be able to level my units, and I'll be able to rest. Thank you. Thank you for being so understanding. There's a stage that recommends level 40, and for good reason. Yeah, we all knew that would, like, even though it's very good that I got those two new characters, that in terms of the level system of, like, in terms of my levels, things need to be leveled up quite a bit. Please take care of yourself. Oh no, I train to do it. Well, no, I also like to play the game as much as I can and enjoy your guys' company as most as I can, of course. Because believe it or not, I do have a lot of fun on stream. It's not something that I just do for the sakes of it. It's very nice that I have people that I can keep talking to. EP is important. Look at who's talking! If I had your resilience, Sandy, I could stream until Thursday, no problem. No, actually, the game would stop me because of lack of energy, or my units would be way too weak. Even last night, thank you very much. Aw, I'm proud of you. We are in 526, I believe. And we're gonna go until 5:30. As an abnormality who needs neither food nor sleep, please get both. You know that us humans are way too weak. You could just use lunacy. Oh yeah, about energy? Yeah, I used once, but I don't think it's worth for me to use lunacy more than once when it comes to energy. But yeah, energy is not a problem. The problem right now is just levels, and I'm being tired because of medication. Enjoy the 3 easy stages while you can. Thank you. I will. And I am excited for whatever 5:30 end up being. Hopefully I can win with the way I've been doing stuff. Calling these 3 next stages easy is certainly something compared to 5:30. Oh, okay, let's continue the story. The mermaids.
인어들의 숫자가
I think
자꾸
there's
줄고
less of
있어.
them now. Someone stood there, waiting for us. He must have arrived much earlier than we have. Quite the arduous journey you've endured. The butterfly we're following folded its wings and settled gently into his sloshing head. What is this? The figure's voice was clear and precise, like that of the mermaids, and not like an abnormality.
멀쩡한
I
새끼
didn't
하나가
expect to
없을
find
거라고
an
했는데.
unharmed survivor. No, wait, is he a distortion?
시계 대가리.
Oh, wait, Cluckhead, you're friends with the bullhead?
뒤틀림이면 그
A distortion like that Bing Bong's bar friars and owners from earlier? I see that many of you are rather flummoxed by my appearance. What is this? Oh yeah, 5:30 would be great. Would be a great stage to make a stop on. Also, feel on the medication part. I'm also on allergy meds. Oh, I don't know if I've ever mentioned, but so my allergy is a type of allergy that it never stops. So I just have to keep just taking medicine all the time. I mean, your IDs are good. It's just a matter of yeah, it's just a level. Yeah, I just need to level them. I know they are finally good. Another blue weirdo, blue psycho. No, blue psycho is the psychotic twink. Wait, who's the psychotic twink? You're talking about the boy. I forgot his name. Dean, Adrian, the guy from Sinclair. Another irrelevant blue dude. Damien, yes. Thank you, Damien. This is but one of the many ways one might choose to understand the journey that is the world. So please, do not be so wary. Oh, thy head splishes and splashes so. Under the night sky, where the stars have gone out, I await the coming dawn. Call me Rin.
통성명할 생각은 없어.
We're not here to introduce ourselves, so why don't we just cut to the chase?
이곳에 온 이유를
Explain yourself. You must have some reason for coming to this mad mermaid-infested place.
분명 시추선의
And we didn't see any other boat than our own by the docks, so of this structure, so explain how you, probably because it might be just one of the abnormalities living in this place to begin with. I have no need of ships should I wish to cross the ocean. I am simply here to have a look at all of you.
우와, 인기가 많아지는
Wow, we're really starting to put our name out there. You are those who follow the bow's golden ray.
그걸 알면서 우리를
Okay,
불렀다는 건
if you're here to see us, knowing what we're looking for, no wait, are you about to tell us where the golden bow is? Huh? Isn't it obvious that he is here to stop us from? Yes, indeed, I am. Man, I'm really off my game. To seek the bows within the structure is to understand the futility of time. I still can't see, since the golden bows is deep into the branch. There was a truth to what he said. The bow was no longer here. Then where must we journey? I'm certain that you are already aware that there are parties other than your own that are interested in the bows. You have surrendered one of them after toiling for it, in fact. Oh,
그것까지 아는 거죠?
so this guy here knows about whatever happened on the Canto 1 situation. The whale, once fated to roam the outskirts for all eternity, is now drowned by the same incandescent gilded column. Wait, did the whale ended up, like, I don't know, ate the golden bow? Nyak.
황금 가지로 인해
You're saying that the whale came from the outskirts all the way to the Great Lake of U-Corp for the golden bow? Quite. And swallow this structure whole with that delicate bow. Yep, so I think I get it. The abnormalities here have also left with that magnificent yet fragile whale drawn by the self-same calling. So wait, the whale ate the golden bow and all the abnormalities with it? What you seek is no longer to be found here.
그런 정보를
Excuse me.
저희에게
Why are you sharing this information with us? It matters not who lays claim upon the golden bow or what the what end they use it, it's no more than a mere fluttering of wings. Dude, the whale ate the survivors, the bow, and the abnormalities. Like, come on, give it to the whale. Who needs any containment system whenever you have a whale just to swallow all of them? Can't we just make the whale just eat all the abnormalities and end with it? We? Who are you talking about? It's Ismail's fault. Okay, is that a spoiler? We are those who watch all, those who bide the time, those who will be sovereign of a star. Yet we are those who cannot embody the same star. No. Okay. Hi, Emily Ivy. Thanks for joining us again. Broken wings, it's all Ishmael's fault. Yeah, I want to be free. Not in a whale. I mean, can't you hunt it? A red mark briefly flashed on his head. Actually, that's a good question. Can you kill the whale? And why do I feel that the answer is a no? I've seen that mark before. Those who watch, you say. Yisung shot a silent gaze in Rim's direction. Rim, have you also watched the breaking of the League then? Have you any idea of what fate has befallen our old fellows? I do. Yeah, you have done not but observe? I just finished Blue Archive. Ooh, oh, Blue Archive, nice! Sorry there, budget cuts, hitting hard, so get in the whale. We no longer had money to maintain this whole system, so we're gonna have to relocate to living mammal. I would likely require several bullets though. The sinners probably can't, but I could, you know. We can do a competition to see who can kill the whale first. Is he one of your old friends, Yisung? A part of my life that you have witnessed before. One of those who left when the League of Nine scattered into the winds. You have last uttered to me that you would journey to the ocean yet. Indeed, I was one of them. Once. So Rim is one of the league members? I shall answer your question, Yisung. You've asked whether I have done naught but watch. That is a question born of vacuity. For you, the League is dead, yet for some, its death was but a beginning. I am certain that you are well aware of that yourself. When does something end? When does something begin? The distinction is arbitrary and signifies naught. The shattering of the League was a beginning for the broader young G's as well. I see. You have cast it aside long time ago. My eyes were simply open to the stem of this world. The singular yet all-important stem. Once your eyes are open to it, everything else becomes as hollow as the fall of wilted petals. I just need to know one thing. If the golden bow is inside the whale that devoured this place, and if the golden bow can really, somehow counteract the palidification effects. Ismail's breathing was quick and light. She couldn't finish her sentence. It can be said that indeed, what you believe, what you wish to be true, is correct. I see. I hope I have been a useful signpost to you all. To where do you seek to depart again? I was once a mere pawn who only knew where the sea, the river, and the city were. Now I seek to reach there with my wings. That is all. Stop right there. You know too much. Think we're about to let you leave just like that? Pity. Try as you might to hold me now, I flow betwixt your fingers. Now, then. With that, he stepped into the puddle and disappeared into its depths. Well, and he goes. Just a cruise ship with a big shooting range. Oh, shoot. Shoot! Oh god, I messed up. Yes, I think I will do that. Guys, stop giving ideas to their free shoots.
소문이 퍼지면 당분간 귀하신
The lake and the butterfly too.
끊이질 않겠어요.
Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum.
선원 집
Ba-da-dum.
이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
The bullet is indeed magic. Pallid bipedal bipedals began to fill the void rim left behind.
저자의 영향으로 인해
It can be deduced that it was his influence that kept the mermaids at bay.
어째서였을까?
But why?
이성이 휘발되어
I can only theorize that their primal sense of certain ebb and flow of energy remained even as their reason eroded. You're saying that he scared them off or something? Sinclair, on his forehead, there was, yeah, the one who bisected Cromer with a flick of his wrist, the one who silently approached me to talk. I remember the one marked with the bright red sign. So yeah, there's some link between this guy, Rim, and Damien. And all of them are blue. Everything is blue. Now, what is blue means is still to be debated, I guess.
위험인물 발견.
Welfare or extraction, or maybe. Nice.
밑그림은 완성됐다. 빠르게 치라도.
위험인물 발견.
Yes, the exactly, the blue main group. It's part of the PM lore. Hello, little kobold. Thanks for joining us. Probably is your first time here since I don't remember your name. But for anybody joining us right now, my name is Archer. I'm mainly a gacha game streamer that plays Limbus Company, Reverse 1999, Heaven Burns Red, and Persona 5X. And I am going through Canto 5 up until 5:30, and then I'll take a break. How are you all doing? Oh, you want to do repressing on White Knight? I am blue dabba dee dabba da. Fire bullets. Welfare is it? Yeah, it is. You want to do repression on White Knight? What is that?
총알값 아까울 놈.
단번에 끝낸다.
Okay, 3 departments with us. Good for you, they're free shoots. Damn! It's always nice to see, buddy.
전력으로 상대해봐.
No, Greg! Thank you, Zway. You're my saving grace. Now you're playing trumpets? Didn't know you had that in you.
받아볼 텐가. 그렇게 서 있으니 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
The log. Oops. Being here before, I just didn't talk as much those times. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there's so many people that come and go that sometimes I had a hard time remembering. But then, thank you for coming back again. The urge has subsided. Good. I meant to say the light turned off just a little. Bird breaches and everyone in the facility dies. Ah,
인명 피해 없어.
now that makes more sense.
기물 피해 경우.
528.
소문이 퍼지면
We're almost there.
당분간 귀하신 분들의 영지보호 의뢰가 끊이질 않겠어요.
Okay, now the fights are getting harder. I think I gotta keep just, you know,
벌써
using that goods way association. Ishmael as most as I can.
이대로 가보자고.
Beat it, the Green Noon! Second trumpet is the warning in the place when the facility goes into second warning.
끝이라도
Thank you. I never worked at the facility.
이대로 가보자고.
Congratulations, silly creator. What is the Green Noon again? I used my bullets correctly this time. Look at you.
후진. 각자의 위치가 있으니
최선의 방어를.
By the way, just reminding people that so Silly Creator is streaming Limbus Company over on the Discord of the Lobotomycorporation. So if you guys want to see whatever they're doing over there, feel free to join them on the main hall.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Yes, LobCorp. We known as robots. Oh, okay.
나쁘지 않고.
나보다 잘 타는 걸.
They don't stop coming.
받아볼 텐가. 이것밖에 못.
Okay, but nobody's dying. So I'm still very happy that my team is surviving pretty well.
아침 목숨.
My god.
단번에 끝낸다. 괜히 저
Infinite waves.
그게 덜 아플걸? 괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸?
Well, you threw him off.
이것밖에 못하는.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Nice. Come on, you can do it, Greg. Or maybe not.
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
My god. You really don't stop coming.
위험인물 발견.
Green ordeals are murder bots, amber ordeals are warmth, red are clowns, violet are eldritch, and indigo noon is sweepers. Hello, Crimson Demon King. I am nearing 5:30. I'm glad you could join us again. If you think this is infinite wave, just wait for the sweepers. And in all of my glory, I'm still ranked competitive chat king. Indeed you are.
나쁘지 않고.
대범의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았어. 괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여.
Yeah, people barely had any chance to compete against you, for real.
받아볼 텐가.
The sweepers are neat. Christopher, watch yourself for spoilers.
피차 동정은 필요 없겠음.
돌아가면 의견을 나누.
그렇게 서 있으니
대범의 머리가 쪼개지진
목이 떨어질 수밖에.
이대로 가보자고.
최선의 방어를.
Yeah, it's close on spoiler, but it's a very long time, so probably gonna forgot. Yeah, if it's gonna take a long time, I'm probably gonna be forgetting and just will remember at the moment that they show up. Looks like Rim wasn't lying. I don't think there's a golden bow here. I don't feel the bow either. Now, what will you do? All organic matter other than us in lobotomycorporation branch has doubtless been infected. That Rim guy, if he got that mark, you think he in cahoots with the flying boot kid from before? Are we gonna be okay? Well, he did help us at the end of the day, even if he approached us very quietly. NWCD. What are we supposed to do now? I guess so. There was nothing we could have done. Still, I don't think Damien held any animosity against us. Not again. Not against you, maybe. Executive manager, he still remains doubtful of that man's intentions. He didn't even share with us what their goals were before fleeing the scene. Oi, you must know something about the ballhead. You knew the bloke, didn't you? Reem has changed too much. I cannot even begin to fathom his intentions. Let's get out of here first. It's pretty clear that the Golden Bow isn't here anymore. What fate befalls those who remain? A fate we can do nothing about. I'm well aware. Yeah. I think I understand how you're feeling. But sometimes, you just gotta learn to let it go. If there's anything I've learned from my life, is that some things are far too gone to be helped. Very well, Sir Heathcliff. What's got into you, Heath? I didn't know you knew how to comfort someone like that. I wasn't going to suffer the last gloom. With the pallid mermaids and intelligible signs echoing behind us futility, we decided to leave the lobotomycorporation branch. We will likely never understand them. To be fair, mentioning sweepers, it's fine. If my eyes, it's more mentioning details that I avoid. Only mention the basic knowledge from lobotomycorporation about the sweepers. Again, if it's just very small, or like, oh, sweepers are gonna show up or you're gonna find a sweeper in the future, I think I kind of could grasp already from what you guys have been talking so far, so that wouldn't be that much of a spoiler, I guess. But I appreciate you guys are very wary of sharing stuff that might, you know, be deemed as spoilery. It's pretty nice. I feel that I might eventually start needing some of her help. No golden bow, no survivors. ATFN. No. It was a good chance to observe art crafted from a different perspective. I suppose all that wasn't for nothing. Well, we're going to be okay. A big win always follow a big loss like this. Violet Midnight. Oh god, Midnight. Violet Midnight is certainly an experience. The name of the level in question kind of gives the spoiler away, to be fair. All midnight ordeals are for sure an experience. Mother crap. We're going to have to scour the middle of the Great Lake to find that bow. Maybe I should have learned how to swim. If we are to believe Rim, that golden bow is inside the pallid whale. Are we truly journeying in search of the pallid whale? A whale as big as the as large as a mansion? Nay, as grand as Castillo? Can we even catch something like that? Even if we could catch up to it, what then? Ask nicely to please puke the golden bow back to our palms? Guys, maybe we should just go back. Go back? Oh, I mean, and then what? What are you going to do after you got back? What if we give up the golden bow just like that? Pretend there's nothing like nothing happened, and just move on to our next mission? I don't know how or when it becomes acceptable in this group to throw away a bow just like that, but not me. Not going back. I've endured too much to go back now. There was just one thing that kept me going in the shitty company. One thing. Damn. Come on. And you know what that is, Falls? It is as Ismail said. Abandoning the golden bow retrieval in the present situation is not permitted. Success is still within reach. I think in Don Quixote's book, don't Don Quixote tries to fight a windmill? Isn't that the whole thing? But we cannot move at this moment. It would be best that we rendezvous with Vergilius before discussing our next course of action. Huh, I see. That stupid law of the Great Lake again, huh? Yep, it is. We have 2 hours remaining. Whoa, good work, Heathcliff. You're so smart. You little... Whoa. A sudden shock shook everyone. Let's get out of here first. Next time if I had Green Midnight, I should make a dawn for that occasion of Green Midnight. Nice. What madness is this? I observed multiple ships on the horizon. Beyond the wall of mist, none of their silhouettes resembled the Mephistopheles. And they are all purple. What the? Misfire, maybe? Oh, wait, look around. The water level, you'll be our breaches at any moment. It was as Heathcliff said, when we first got to this branch, the water level was down there, but now had risen high enough that the waves were lapping at the platform we were standing on. It's high tide. It appears that this lake water level rise and fall depending on the time of the day. They have launched something in our direction. Brace for impact. Here comes another. Not a misfire then. Numerous harpoons suddenly riddle the group we're on. We're being bombarded with harpoon shots, flung with nary a care whether it hit someone or not. Ryoshu parried a few harpoons away with the back of her sword, but there were simply too many. Is those swing hook pirates again? Gotta say, I can respect their tenacity. Those treasures are here only thanks to your very stubborn mercy, Dante. Say not much things. What Manager Squire did that day was a judgment most noble. 'Twas not an easy decision, forsooth. Wait, just use their noggins for once. They are bound to that lake, just as we're to this one. Harpoon us all they want. It's not like they can It's not like they can drag their ships toward us. So in the meanwhile, was it? No. That's not what the pirates use harpoons for. I can, okay, sorry. Damn, willing after became a pirate. They do got a sick beat. Oh no, I can choose between the red shoes, Beauty and the Beast, and Reddit. My hair dyed pack. I've already maxed them all. Oh hey, Reddit. So I guess Reddit's the best. Reddit it is. So that's how. Haha! Now he knows why they called us the Twin Hooks. Are you ready, kids? Who wants to ride the harpoon? Okay, these buffoons again. And the ships are coming, guys. Are you ready?
총알값 아까울 노릇.
위험인물 발견. 재패기.
Yeah. The clashing is starting to become complicated for me.
피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
받아볼 테니까. 전탄격발.
I can hear you. Oh, I really do like they have this really cool way of boarding. Yeah. It's already over, bruh. New Greg damage associate. Ah. I know. When she E on my song until I deal. Hello, Yisung. What a weird thing to say, but hello nonetheless.
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야. 괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야. 지가 위에 의뢰했던 지가 위에 의뢰했던 대검의 머리가 쭉
New Greg does not belong here. I can try some other IDs if you guys really hate on my Leo Greg so much.
그렇게 서 있으니 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
이대로 가보자고.
이것밖에 못하나.
The Greg does not belong here. Stop hating! Lee is entirely power crab by fire. I know, but I don't have Fire Fist. You can keep him if he makes you happy. It's not that he makes me happy, it's just because he inflicts burn. That's the end all be all, but I can put someone else. I can just bring Isang or Otis back to the team and call it a day.
화력. 추진. 화력. 추진. 각자의 위치가 있으니
Come on, show him who's boss! Yeah, it's kind of disappointing.
정화.
Is the relic from the past. Keep him so you never forget how much things have changed. I know that she is.
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플
떨어질
거야.
수밖에. 다음. 받아볼 텐가.
More on Claire. Q3 on staggered near dead guy. He just really wants to make sure that the guy's gonna die, Isaac. You're missing the point completely. Look at him. Punching like a champ. And almost everybody's staggered.
이대로 가보자고.
알겠어. 단번에 끝낸다. 괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
Look at him go. You're gonna need blunt for 330.
생각보다 잘 타는 거.
There's no Zuish is solo. I'm gonna try with my team normally, their free shoots. And if I fail too much, then I can try some other shenanigans.
후진 피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
인명 피해 없음. 기물 피해 경험.
Brig brother.
완벽한데요?
Okay.
소문이 퍼지면 당분간 귀하신 분들의 영지 보호 의뢰가 끊이질 않겠어요.
나를 점 찍었다면 격에 맞는 조언도 함께 준비하도록.
키만 잡고 있을 때가 아니구려.
나를 점 찍었다면 격에 맞는 조언도 함께 준비하도록.
No, I'm gonna use Zui, Zway, but with the rest of everyone.
목표 위치로 돌격 중.
And if I failed, I can try another method. We're fending it off somehow, but
가운데 있는 배.
that ship is in the middle sure is eye-catching.
화려한 건
Things are usually that gaudy for a reason, you know? Uh-oh. That guy standing there at the center. Really rarely ever shown this much fear and anxiety. That weird guy up there? He's been posing like that over there since this whole mess started. Posing?
그런 게 아니야.
That's not what I'm talking about, Dante.
저 문신을 보고도 모르겠어?
Don't you recognize his tattoos? He's a B of the middle.
좁은 형님이
What's that B brother?
작은
I
형님.
think she meant big brother. Sorry about bringing this up now, but what's the middle? Just a mere mention or a mere sight of them alone seems to shock and intimidate a lot of people. Remember how they were pretty much traumatized, pilot? I heard that the fingers, which the middle is a part of,
싸움에서 손가락이라고
are
불리는
on a
적이 있는
complete
사람들이
different level from your average
다르다고
syndicate.
들었어요.
I never met any of them face to face before, but
아니.
no,
직접
people
만나는
like
것보다
us, we're never supposed to meet them like this.
뭐 끝이라고.
We are going to be FUBAR.
마지막 한계비를
Time for my
기억하게.
one last sig. This is as good as
좋은 날씨.
this is a good day to die, isn't it? Yoshu, even you?
마주해야 하는 일들이라면
If a trial must be weathered,
굳세게
we will weather it with dignity and tenacity, Dante.
준비 운동은 끝난다.
Alright. How was the warm up? Big bros giving all time for a warm up. Appreciate it. He's wearing sunglasses? In this gloomy weather? All hands, prepare for battle. Executive Manager, this battle, this foe will not be like any other we've encountered before. Under such dire circumstances, ensuring the safety of the commanding officer has to be our primary objective. Please, find a safe place to hide. Make sure to stay out of the sight. Boring. I didn't think it would take this long for a warm-up. Let us negotiate. If you're seeking to negotiate, we're more than happy. We're more than ready to listen. Negotiate with a villain such as he? How? Well, looks like we're the ones begging for our lives now. I didn't think that a big brother of the middle would be here in person. Yeah, but I am. So, in all those years I've spent as a part of the middle, I had this one iron rule that I never broke. Until today, that is. Your raid of my personal safe has forced my hand. Hot damn, unbelievable. What awful minds think of doing something so heinous? What? Ain't this about what happened back at the Twin Hooks Club? A bulky ancient bug hung from his waist, secured in place by a thick chains. He lifted with his hand. So here on this day, I declare your sins, O guilty ones, your unforgivable sins.
저기
Look, we had a little careful for with Miss Me, but your subordinate. She remains safe and unharmed. Oh, wait, no, stop! It's me? Who's that? Oh, no, wait. He didn't know? My interjection may have been unnecessary. Well then, okay, let's see. With that scene piled on top, the big brother began flipping through the pages, taking time to wet his finger. That's the Book of Vengeance. Once your name is written on the book, Fubar is also written in your fate. Hilarious. So hilarious that I might go mad. Listen, we live in a binary world. The world that is Lucius. The world that is Bristly. Are you aware of their differences? Silence. The urge to blurt out, "What the hell are you talking about?" was palpable, yet it was surpassed by an unknown, incredibly patient force. The Lucius is what flows and wraps gently around your hands when your fingers come through it. And the Bristly is what roughly stabs and pokes out between your fingers. Patience, perseverance, and a delicate pair of talented hands are crucial to becoming the most luscious that one can be. Do you understand? Do you understand now the incredible amount of effort that goes into maintaining this hair in the right shape and the perfect lusciousness? There was once a coupon to get the coveted personal hands-on hair care. From the director of a top-level luxury hair salon on one of the richest ports in Ucorp, the Stingray port ship, continuously for 5 hours. It is said that, with that coupon, anyone could enter the world of Delicious, and anyone with a coupon had the privilege of an appointment-free visit. Oh, so we're being accused of taking his coupons for a hair salon? So when you called him a bitch brother, I meant that he can be a real bitch to get rid of once you piss him off. Damn it. We should have steered clear from these bastards. They were to be my first steps into the world of the luscious. Yet, the coupon thief has left me stranded indefinitely in the world of the Bristly. Behold! Behold the testament to your heinous sins! The big brother tossed a piece of paper before. What is this? Is that Heathcliff? Oh, no, it was a picture. Heathcliff? I didn't know the safe was his. Look, it got colorful kitty stickers on it. You've got to be absolutely barmy to assume that the safe was the middle's big brother, right? Everyone has different tastes, just like the numerous colorful lakes of the Great Lake. Your blatant lack of respect for diverse, differing tastes will have to be added to the Book of Vengeance as well. Someone please, shut Heath up before he adds anything more to that book. Heathcliff, did you even know who, what, or where these coupons were for? Of course not, bloody hell! We are the villains of the still then! Have become naught but the little thieving rascals! Wherefore hast thou committed such villainy, Heathcliff? Thou hast not once given a second look at a hair salon yet. Why? I've got my reasons. There is one good news, however. The chance of your absolution, even if you were to return the coupons, is infinitesimal. Infinitely close to nil, in fact. Thus, keeping the coupons will make no difference to the outcome of this encounter, Heathcliff. They are now yours. The bad news is that we all be OOF'd before Heathcliff can even get the chance to use them. With this extended passionate speech coming from an end, the big brother of the middle and Don Quixote both wipe the tears from their eyes. And the price of your scenes. Let's see. Title 8, Section 20 says, on row A, line 6, hair salon coupons. That work has instructions in case someone steals their hair salon coupons? Aha, I found it. Complete and total extermination of all involved parties is execute the coupon thief and any and all of their affiliates, effective immediately. Truly, ABB. My name is Ricardo, a big brother of the middle. Let my name be the last thing you remember before you perish. Memories are important after all. Ryoshi threw her one last cig to the ground, smoke down to the butt. Unsatisfying. I'll get out a properly leisurely cig next time, if there is a next time. And the big brother quite literally soared into the air. That was priceless. But what? Okay, I still want to understand it. When did Heathcliff part ways with us and got to whatever this safe was and stole the hair coupons? I still don't know. Can you roll any higher than that? Faust! Oh, I am now on my phone. Chapel for Lucius or Bristly. I can do that. Darpole. There is a hole there for both Lucius and Bristly. Okay. Let me go back here. Oh, okay. These are this type of fight. Okay. We're gonna have to try. Oh, my poor. I might have to start going to the unopposed instead. We're gonna power guard you. And you. My flaming hair is always luscious. I like to keep myself in good condition after all. Under-leveled, so can clash moment. Yeah. Oh, that worked. Yeah. So I have to rely on Zwei for do most of the work here. Way too much on that. I know, guys. I am aware. I am under-leveled. Okay, things are not looking better, but I gotta hope. This is just the first wave. The stream is laggy for me. I'm sorry. It's probably your end, by the way. Maybe Ricardo and I could swap tips. Maybe. If you guys ever, you know, meet and all. Yeah, I am betting on my Zwei. Or I'm betting someone's way. I'm not saying mine because it's just not really mine, but you get it. You defend, you defend. You're gonna. Everybody's just struggling. Why is everyone struggling? Let me just defend. Hello, Borked. Thanks for joining us. You're coming to a best time than ever, really. Come on, yay! Okay, we are slowly making it work. You handle that. Let's try to just get rid of this guy. You power guard this. That works for me. He kind of looks like a fun guy to hang out. Just don't disrespect him or his family. Of course. Respect is very important. And that one is gone. This one is gone as well. Dagger! Okay, I put myself in a good position now. Okay, I can get rid of this, guys. I feel like I can. Come on, you can do rodeo. No! That was close. Need to leave. Thanks for the stream. Thank you so much, Sandy. Whoa, it's 3 waves? No! 3 waves is quite a lot. Using Timber Soul's clashable counter early was not the play. Well, it's not that I can do much. Okay, first wave done. Let's go for the second one. We are dominating everything that we want. And we can just clash against this guy instead. We're dominating. I'm gonna get you. Okay. We can dominate this. We're favor this. Power guard this. And then I can, I don't know, this. You're losing wave 3 if wave 1 is as much of a struggle, boss. I don't know, I'm gonna keep playing. I'm one of those people that I'm very hard-headed. I'd rather just go all the way to the end and then lose. I'm feeling this will take a while. Yeah, I think you guys should acclimate to some coffee and some, you know, beverages and all that. Okay. They are very slow, so... And let's see. Okay, they're all going for her, which is good. So if they're all going for her, which is good, I can just keep going to their unopposed.
정화.
Yeah, you shouldn't drink coffees that late, probably.
각자의 위치가 있으니
Hey, does instinct work X wheel with her?
되지 않고
What?
대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데.
Okay. This is dying. Ismail, I need you to keep doing what you've been doing. Just to make sure you're gonna die. He's actually favored.
단번에 끝낸다.
Yeah, Ismail's doing a lot. Slash Ishii would solo thrust. Oh, 100%. I'm just holding back all her power for now. It's unnecessary for her to have to go out of retirement for this silly fight. They're all going for her. So again, I can just focus this gentleman in here. Make sure he's gonna die.
일리 있는 의견. 그걸로 하지.
Instinctive insights are both fine. It's attachment I don't like. You don't like attachment? Like you don't like people to grow attached to you? Yay! Okay, that's a lot. Guys, come on. You guys are kind of overdoing now. Thank you, Marcel, for all your help, buddy. I know you're not gonna be as strong now, but you did a lot. Now, this is going to be the issue. Ah. Okay. I see. Yeah, I kinda thought so. I kinda thought so. Yep. Okay, because she's too slow, so is everything gonna be unopposed? Okay, let's see. Gonna guard this. Now let's see what we can do feasibly as humans. Okay. Even all this is gonna be. Oh, okay. This is dominating, so I can take care of that. Now.
I'm gonna do some offsetting. Maybe, okay, maybe I wouldn't need to upset this. Okay, yeah, no, I won't be needing that.
일리 있는 의견. 그걸로 하지.
The Odyssey had a purpose, motherfucker.
행위는 목적이 있었지.
Oh. No, that was not what I was expecting to happen.
다소 즐겁군.
My hair go flying. Now, Otis is alive, guys. What's going on? I think I need to actually read this thing. Oh. Okay, I think I kind of got it. Some of it, not everything. I'm not a genius. How do I win this? Because he didn't take damage. Or did he? And it was just so little that it didn't show up.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
모든 결과들은 하우스트가 알아요.
Am I even doing damage to the guy? Like, there was any damage done? Okay, he's very slow, so... Yeah, you're in a pose. Let's do something with that. Oh.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
이것밖에 못하나.
Thank you, Svei. Nope.
모든 결과들
Mouse knows how it all comes. Oh no, oh, okay, I see damage there. But okay, but he countered. Anyway, thank you so much, Pulse. That was good, even though, you know, he punched you. Why you're punching him? Oh. Damn. Surprised he survived, actually. Why is he glowing? Yeah, I think he's gonna be very upset during this turn, I feel. Okay, let me try to keep attacking this guy.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
No! Guys, get some attacks in! Okay, he's shining more purple. Make him go bald. Try to kill this guy. I don't know if what I'm doing is right, but again, this is just a test run to test the waters, you know, that good stuff.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수.
Damn, the punches are very hard. And the damage is not that good. Like, I am not even in the first dagger bar. Come on. How hard can this be? But a lot. Oh. That was a big punch. I think someone died. Oh yeah, everybody's dead. Okay, I think I have a gist of everything that happened. I think I can win next time for sure. Like, I completely got exactly what happened. And I won't need Chad's help at all. It was pretty simple, actually.
단도직입적으로 묻겠다. 목숨을 살릴 만한 방도는 없나? 그에 상응하는 금액을 없다면 목을 내놓아야겠군.
You know, that was a good stream. I think that's good enough. I think we got here. You can give me like a week so I can, you know, prep to be like a fair fight and all that. I think we can just use the rest of energy, get some excavations going, all the good stuff. And all for fucking cool pawns. Can you imagine that? Yeah. You just you know. It just is a training arc. It's more of a damage situation less than anything else. Anything else. We can get there no problem. And yes, reading is very important. But as well, I can read some stuff and not understand it. Like, do I know exactly 100% all that happened after me reading the guy a couple of times? No. That it's probably something happened. That's for sure. Something did occurred. And what I'm doing here? Let me grab someone strong to fight this. Someone strong. I've been using Ismail so much that I feel like why not use more Ismail? Here it is. But yeah, this time I will try to fight it without Chet's help. So I will just do my merry thing, and I will see how long it will take until I can beat it by myself. Also, we can still just get unlucky for sure. But I feel like I should start, handling these things by myself. So I will do my decision of just leveling up a little more, understanding a little more of the character, and next week I can try again. When we're getting GERD ID. What a GERD ID would be. Well, I take my leave now. I have to work tomorrow at 8 a.m. and it's not 10 p.m. and still need to shower. Good luck and have fun. Oh no, I will not try again, so you're not missing anything, Kokomo. Thank you for joining us and keep for so long. I really, really appreciate you coming, and I see you in the next one. And yeah, guys, if anybody needs to leave, by all means, you're not going to be missing anything. I'm just going to be farming a little bit of experience, try to level up a couple of the characters, and probably bid my farewell until, next time. I stream Limbus Company, the story part of the game, although every weekend, and I play Limbus Company usually alongside along the weekdays, mainly doing like a mirror dungeons and just doing the basic stuff of the game. So for anybody here that might be new or not used to my schedule, yeah, I'm gonna be playing more of Canto 5 over on Saturday. It's Gert, just a guy named Gert. Okay. Makes sense. Now that you explained it, clearer now. Most times I do feel that people, they just throw names and they are like, ha, I threw a name that nobody knows. And the ones that know. And I'm cool because I know. And usually just say, okay. And I just move on with my life. Gert, yo. MDS provide a good gameplay background to have while chat. Yeah, 100%. That's why I usually do my mirror dungeons over the weekdays. Just making use of the false and Sinclair passives in future attempts. Sinclair and false passive. But wouldn't I require not to take them on the battle because of that? Nah, I don't know. I want to take Sinclair since I got Capo Sinclair. I want to make a use of him. I'll just try to find a way for me to kill it myself. But I appreciate it nonetheless. You're gonna be like, yo. That was funny. Their combat passive not... Oh, their combat passive. Okay, now it makes sense. Sure. I'll take a look. Probably name a next nugget Gert.
탄환 보급해드리겠습니다.
Cool. You should.
대검의 머리가 쪼개지지 않을
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
This image of Heathcliff stealing the coupons is kind of priceless, not gonna lie. I still want to understand like why. Just why?
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지.
What led you to do this?
그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
And why did you stop whenever you realized it was hair coupons? Like, why? Like, it doesn't make much sense. But sure.
관리자님 같은 분이
Yay. You see his reasoning later. Okay. I'll go watch something else now. Bye bye. Thank you so much, Cecily Creator. See you next time. Bong Bong lost co-worker Yuri and Gert. But yes, guys, with that, I also will bid farewell. It's been a lovely 8 hours spending time with you all. Thank you so much. I know that it didn't end with a beautiful win, but this time around I do want to try to, learn and defeat the boss by myself without being carried my way through there. Because I know you guys can easily give me like a TLDR of what I can do to maybe use my Zway Ishmael and then solo the entire thing, and I'm a little crazy. Thank you guys. But this time around I'll try to, think about it by myself and see if I can get there. If not, I will ask for help next time. Probably gonna go order some food since it's Sunday and I got no food planned. Yes. Yeah, go get some food, go take some showers, go relax and take care of yourselves. And I see you all in the next one. See you guys. And also, do join the Discord if you want to keep talking about Limbus Company and other games and want to know the schedule for everything from here on out and all that good thing. But yeah, guys, thank you so much. Bye bye. Thank you. See ya.